Rise of the European Emperor by Taishan Laonyo.
Chapter 1191, The Ming Dynasty is so big, I want to go and see it. In fact, in order to obtain population, in addition to recruiting refugees, there are other ways and means. For example, Zhang Kai's son Zhang Jiafu gave Ma Lin an idea, to buy slaves from the Yang. In fact, although those refugees were in trouble, they were still people with status. And the slaves to be sold in the Yang were slaves who did not even have the status of ordinary people. It should be pointed out that the law of the Ming dynasty prohibited ordinary people from privately raising slaves. Because the increase in slaves and servants would reduce the number of good citizens paying taxes to the country, affecting national tax revenue. However, this policy was only seriously implemented during the Hongwu period in the early Ming dynasty. As time went on, by the middle of the Ming dynasty, it had been relaxed too much. During the Hongwu period, only those top wealthy families with honors and officials above the third rank were qualified to raise slaves. Others were not qualified. It was useless for merchants to have money. Not only were they not allowed to wear silk, they were also not allowed to buy slaves. The phenomenon that an ordinary businessman can buy slaves on TV does not exist. Of course, in the middle and late Ming dynasty, merchants could do so. During the Hongwu period, if a businessman dared to do this, he would be put in jail. Now it is the middle of the Ming dynasty, and Zhu Yuanzhang's population policy has been relaxed. However, it has not yet been popularized among the people. Small landlords and merchants in the private sector are still not eligible to buy slaves. But they also have countermeasures. For example, ordinary people can circumvent legal restrictions by adopting sons and daughters. Or, directly sign an employment contract to circumvent legal restrictions. But there is a kind of people who can legally buy slaves, that is, the scholar class with officials as the main body. As long as you have a reputation, there are no restrictions. In the early Ming dynasty, only nobles and third-rank officials were allowed to raise slaves. In the middle of the Ming dynasty, as long as they were officials and scholars with a reputation, they could raise slaves freely. And by the end of the Ming dynasty, even ordinary wealthy families could raise slaves. Why is this so? In addition to the loosening of policies, the large increase in population is also an important reason. The Ming dynasty had a stable society and a prosperous economy, and the population naturally increased year by year. At the beginning of the Ming dynasty, the population was only more than 60 million, so labor was naturally precious. Zhu Yuanzhang would never allow the precious population to be wasted on slaves. Therefore, he restricted the existence of slaves in every possible way and liberated a large number of slaves. But by the middle of the Ming dynasty, that is, during the Hongzhi dynasty, the population of the Ming dynasty reached 80 to 90 million, and there was even a saying that it reached 100 million. Because there were a large number of hidden people among the people. The population has grown so much, but the land area has not increased, and there is naturally a large surplus of labor. Many poor families can't afford to raise so many children. In order to keep the children alive, those poor families voluntarily sent their children to wealthy families as slaves. Because only in this way can the children have enough food. Moreover, the money from selling the children can also feed the children left at home. It was not serious in the middle of the Ming dynasty. By the end of the Ming dynasty, the population of the Ming dynasty reached about 150 million, which made it seem more crowded and less land. At this time, the court had to turn a blind eye. At this time, ordinary people could legally buy slaves as long as they paid money. Now it is in the middle of the Ming dynasty, and the population is not too many or too few. Ordinary people are not allowed to buy slaves. However, Ma Lin is not an ordinary person. He was the ruler of Beihai state and also the envoy of Dongfan. He was a senior official of the court and belonged to the class that was allowed to buy slaves. So, Ma Lin took Zhang Jiafu and others directly to the Yang to buy slaves. However, Ma Lin's hand was a bit big, which alarmed the court. In just 3 days, Ma Lin swept through the Yang in the capital and bought 3,500 slaves at a low price of a few taels of silver per slave, including 2,000 male slaves and 1,500 female slaves. Moreover, most of the slaves were adults. After all, these were used to reclaim wasteland, and children were not good. Such a huge hand naturally attracted the idea of the Ming dynasty court. So, Li Dongyang, on behalf of the Ming dynasty court, interviewed Ma Lin. Master Ma, why did you buy so many slaves? Dongfan Island needs to be developed, so naturally a large population is needed. I don't know how many disaster victims can be recruited, so I bought some people first. Ahem. Li Dongyang coughed twice and continued, it's right for you to buy slaves, and it's okay for Master Ma. But your hand is too big, 3,500 people at a time, too conspicuous, bad influence, bad influence. It really has a bad influence, the Ming people are very conceited. For a foreign ghost lord to buy a large number of Ming people as slaves in the capital of the Ming dynasty, it really hurts the feelings of the Ming people. Therefore, Li Dongyang interviewed Ma Lin and asked him to stop. It's not that he can't do it, but it's too arrogant and has a bad influence. I understand. Ma Lin is a smart man, and naturally understands what Li Dongyang means. Don't be too ostentatious, work quietly. Then, I will buy people quietly in Fuzhou, Ningbo and Guangzhou. Ma Lin asked. Li Dongyang shook his head and said, you can't say buy people, otherwise the people will be unhappy. You have to say, hire people. For example, hire female weavers in the name of hiring boatmen. Ma Lin understood in seconds, just give the Ming dynasty some face. In other words, when the slaves are bought normally, they must be reported as hired workers when they are reported to the maritime customs. In this way, the Ming dynasty's face will not be hurt. Seeing that he could not continue to buy slaves in the capital, Ma Lin had to stop temporarily. Anyway, there is a long way to go. Moreover, Li Dongyang also pointed out the direction, continue to buy in the name of hired workers in the future. But now that the matter is basically done, I can't sit in the capital. Europe is still waiting for me to go back, and the matter on the Ming side has not been completed yet. For example, a very important thing, how should Zhang Kai transport the Taihu pigs and Biluakun tea seeds purchased in the Taihu area to Keelung? Tea seeds are easy to say, they don't take up much space. But those Taihu pigs take up a lot of space. After thinking about it, it is best to let my own ship transport it. In addition, Marin also plans to go to Anhua in Funan to buy black tea seeds and hire craftsmen who know how to make black tea. Then, plant and produce tea in Taiwan Island and Cuba. It's not that Marin likes to drink black tea, but black tea has a long shelf life and there is no need to worry about the tea going bad. Moreover, the requirements for boiling tea are lower than those for brewing tea. It is more appropriate to use black tea bricks to make milk tea. In addition, Marin plans to go to northern Fujian, central Sichuan and southern Yunnan to buy a lot of very useful medicinal materials such as Coptis chinensis, Yuyang Artemisia annua, Panax nota ginseng, and seeds of medicinal materials in preparation for needs. Coptis chinensis can be extracted with a simple method to produce berberine, which is a good medicine for treating stubborn diseases such as dysentery, tuberculosis, pneumonia, typhoid fever, and diphtheria. Moreover, the extraction method is super simple, and it is a good thing that must be used by time travelers. Yuyang Artemisia annua is needless to say, artemisinin is on the way. And Panax nota ginseng is the main ingredient of the famous baiyao for traumatic injuries, not to mention. Anyway, these need to be obtained. The Ming dynasty only allowed trade in 3 ports of the maritime customs, and it was difficult to purchase these medicines in large quantities. Therefore, this time, Marin planned to go around in person and get as much as possible. But first, he must be qualified to go to various places in the Ming dynasty. Therefore, Ma Lin wrote to Zhengde and asked for a trip to various places in the Ming dynasty. As for the reason, it was very strange, the Ming dynasty was so big, I wanted to go and see. Chapter 1192, Asking for Doctors and Craftsmen. This excuse, in the eyes of modern people, is very second-rate and literary. But it just so happens that the people in power in the Ming dynasty are a group of pure literary youths. Therefore, the ministers of the Ming dynasty automatically made up Marin's idea. Marin admired the beautiful mountains and rivers of the Ming dynasty, so he wanted to see everywhere. Then, Marin's strange reason was affirmed by the ministers of the Ming dynasty, and he was allowed to travel around the Ming dynasty. Of course, some important border areas are still restricted. Because the officials of the Ming dynasty were also afraid that the secrets of the border defense would be known to outsiders. However, Marin didn't want to go to the border, but planned to go to the inland to purchase various supplies and herbs, and didn't want to go to the border at all. Therefore, after obtaining the approval of the court, Marin directly used the Ming dynasty post station system and went all the way south. As for the 10 warships, Marin ordered them to go south by sea and stand by at the mouth of the Yangtze River. As for letting those warships sail into the Grand Canal, it's not that the court doesn't allow it, but that the Grand Canal can't accommodate it. The Grand Canal now is not the Grand Canal that was widened after the liberation of later generations, but a very narrow ancient canal. Therefore, a 500-ton warship can easily run aground in it, and it is difficult to turn, which is not very safe. Therefore, Marin had to let the fleet go to the mouth of the Yangtze River by sea. But before leaving Beijing, Marin suddenly remembered a very important thing he had to ask the Ming Dynasty court for some people. Who? Mainly doctors and craftsmen. First of all, doctors. In this era, the medical skills of the Ming Dynasty were the best in the world, much better than the bloodletting treatment in Europe. With the world's top doctors, Marin and his family can also live longer. Although Marin introduced two Mongolian doctors, Morigen and Bader, their medical skills can also dominate in Europe. However, the strengths of Mongolian medicine are still in bone setting, trauma, and veterinary medicine. As for other subjects, they are far inferior to the doctors of the Ming Dynasty. Among them, Marin attaches the most importance to gynecology and pediatrics. Needless to say, pediatrics, the mortality rate of children in ancient times was very high, especially in Europe. Many European nobles who died without heirs did not have no children, but all their children died. For example, Juan III of Spain would have died long ago if Marin had not saved his life, and he would have no chance to become the King of Spain. Queen Anne of England in later generations was even more exaggerated. She gave birth to 17 children, but none of them survived. Therefore, the British throne later fell to the Elector of Hanover. Marin now has only one legitimate son, Caesar. If something unexpected happens one day, it will be over. Therefore, it is necessary to equip the Ming Dynasty doctors with excellent medical skills. Gynecology is also very important. In Europe, because medicine is extremely backward, many noble ladies fell ill when giving birth and died very early. Even every childbirth is a life-threatening battle. Many noble ladies died in their 20s or 30s because of dystocia or dystocia. The disease of dystocia may be more difficult to deal with, but Chinese medicine is the best at solving the problem of postpartum dystocia. Even Western medicine in later generations is not as good as Chinese medicine in postpartum conditioning. Because Chinese medicine is mainly about keeping healthy. Moreover, doctors have a very low status in the Ming Dynasty. Except for those medical officers or scholars with official titles, other doctors have a very low status. The court said who to reward, that's a matter of words. The best thing is that Marin remembered that when Lu Jin fell from power this time, it seemed that some imperial doctors in the imperial hospital were classified as eunuchs because they had flattered Lu Jin before, and then they were unlucky and went to jail. These people are the key targets of Marin's strategy. Because it is impossible for the Ming Dynasty court to give other imperial doctors to him, after all, the Ming Dynasty monarchs and ministers also count on those imperial doctors to save their lives. Although there are also doctors with excellent medical skills in the folks, they are more difficult to find, and people may not be willing to go with you. And those who are easy to find and easy to recruit are often very ordinary in medical skills. Only those unlucky imperial doctors, who have high medical skills, but are helpless and imprisoned, can let Marin take them away. As for craftsmen, let alone. Doctors can at least save lives. Although they have a low status, officials dare not treat them too harshly, after all, they have a place to ask for help from doctors. But for craftsmen, any small official in the Ming Dynasty can drive those craftsmen like slaves, and do not regard them as normal people at all. The status of craftsmen in the Ming Dynasty is not as good as that of farmers. Except for craftsmen who master secrets such as firearms and some top craftsmen who make tributes, the rest of the craftsmen are probably not taken seriously by officials in the Ming Dynasty. The limited development of ancient Chinese science and technology has a lot to do with this political environment that treats craftsmen harshly. If it weren't for the ancient feudal dynasties treating craftsmen harshly, how could Europe be so arrogant in the development of science and technology? The reason why the ancient feudal dynasties in China treated craftsmen harshly was also very strange. This was actually caused by the ideological differences between Confucianism and Moism during the Warring States period. At that time, Moism severely criticized Confucianism, believing that Confucianism's things were flashy and useless. Then the Confucian disciples held a grudge. After Dong Zhongshu rejected all schools of thought and respected Confucianism alone, the Confucianists who came to power began to settle accounts with the Mahists. The Mahists were the representatives of craftsmanship, so all craftsmen, whether they were descendants of the Mahists or not, were unlucky and were regarded as cheap people by the Confucian dynasty. All craftsmanship was also regarded as strange and lewd skills by Confucianism. And the grievances between the Confucian and Mahist families ultimately led to a great hindrance to the development of Chinese science and technology. After all, no smart person wants to be a cheap person and tinker with strange and lewd skills. When European countries were still in the barbaric Middle Ages, China's science and technology could still be guaranteed to be ahead. After all, there were thousands of years of accumulation. But when the church that imprisoned thoughts declined and science rose, Europe quickly surpassed China in science and technology and formed a crushing In fact, the development of science and technology has little to do with the political system. The biggest obstacle to the development of Chinese science and technology is actually the grievances between Confucianism and Moism. If there were no grievances, there would be no suppression of craftsmanship by the Confucian dynasty, and perhaps ancient Chinese science and technology would explode. Therefore, it was not the feudal dynasties that hindered the development of science and technology in ancient China, but the Confucianism that hated Moism. But in ancient China, Confucianism and feudal dynasties were one and the same, so the feudal system helped Confucianism to take the blame. Then, the history books of later generations made a few nonsense, as if everyone could go to heaven if the political system was changed. But the chaos during the Republic of China period showed that this was pure nonsense. Wasn't the capitalism of the Republic of China more advanced than feudalism? However, the industry during the Republic of China period was not as good as that during the Westernization movement in the late Qing dynasty, and there was a certain regression. Therefore, the actual situation is that for science to develop, it first needs a stable social environment, and then it needs to abolish Confucianism that suppresses the craftsmanship of craftsmen, which has nothing to do with political parties. But in fact, Confucianism is not bad, and many things in it are very good. But the mistake is, why did Confucianism and Moism become enemies, leading to a life-and-death struggle between the two? This confirms the old saying, listen to both sides and you will be enlightened, but believe in one side and you will be in the dark. When Dong Zhongshu proposed abolishing all schools of thought and respecting Confucianism alone, China itself entered a dark period of thought. Moreover, it has been nearly 2,000 years since it was black. In short, it is not that Confucianism is bad, but that it should not be allowed to dominate. No matter how good the ideas are, they will be corrupted after they dominate. No matter how good the ministers are, they will easily become rebellious if they monopolize power for a long time. Only compatibility and balance are the real kingly way. Of course, this compatibility must not include those perverted ideas that are like lunatics and sensational. Anyway, as long as China is still ruled by Confucianism, science and technology will not develop, and it will not become Marin's opponent in colonizing the world in the future. And the craftsman will never get ahead. For example, we talk about craftsman spirit in later generations. In the Ming dynasty these days, if you talk about craftsman spirit, people will definitely think you are a good person. Why don't you do it? Why pursue the spirit of bitch? But this is good for Marin, because the Ming dynasty does not value craftsmen, so it is easy to ask the Ming dynasty court for some craftsmen. And the facts have proved that Marin's expectations are not bad. Chapter 1193, The Terminator of Ming Dynasty Navigation, Lu Daxia. Ma Aiqing, why do you ask for doctors and craftsmen? After reading the memorial submitted by Ma Lin, Zhengde summoned Ma Lin to the leopard house in the northwest of the imperial city. The three cabinet ministers Li Dongyang, Yang Tingyi and Liang Chu were listening. After Lu Jin's party member Chao Yuan stepped down, the court officials had strongly recommended Lu Zhong to join the cabinet so that he could get a vice-state level treatment for retirement. But Zhengde hated Lu Zhong for taking the lead in forcing the palace, so he resolutely refused to promote Lu Zhong to join the cabinet and chose Liang Chu, who had less experience, to join the cabinet. The ministers wanted to write a collective letter to force Zhengde to submit, but Zhengde was furious and burned all the memorials of the day, no matter how big or small. Moreover, Zhengde claimed that as long as there was a memorial recommending Lu Zhong to join the cabinet, all the memorials of the day would be burned together. Seeing Zhengde so determined, Lu Zhong did not want to completely break up with the monarch and his ministers, and took the initiative to withdraw, so that things did not get out of control. Seeing that Lu Zhong was sensible, Zhengde did not pursue the matter any further, and also gave Lu Zhong a higher rank and salary. Of course, there was no talk of joining the cabinet, which was Zhengde's warning to the ministers. Seeing Zhengde asking this, and the three cabinet bosses beside him looking over, Marin immediately cried, "Your Majesty, you don't know. In Europe, the backwardness of medical technology is outrageous. For example, when ordinary people are sick, should they take medicine?" Zhengde and the three cabinet elders nodded together, and Marin's next words made the tea in their mouths spray out. "But in our place, people don't take medicine when they are sick, and those quacks who are like witch doctors directly bleed them. Your Majesty, three cabinet elders, think about it, how weak are people when they are sick? As a result, those quacks have to stab and bleed. Isn't this almost like murder?" The four big men wiped the sprayed tea and nodded in agreement with Marin's words. Zhengde looked at Marin with a distressed face. "My dear Ma, you have suffered. How many times have you been bled since you were a child?" This time it was Marin's turn to spit out tea, but he thought about it seriously and said, "It seems to be only once. According to the memory of the previous incarnation of this body, it seemed that when he was 13 years old, he had a serious illness, and the Hoffman family specially invited a doctor from Bochum to perform bloodletting on Marin. As for other times, it was mainly because the Hoffman manor was located in the countryside, and it was impossible to find a terrible witch doctor who could perform bloodletting treatment. It was also fortunate that the Hoffman manor was located in a remote area, and there were not many witch doctors who knew the advanced medical skill of bloodletting treatment. Otherwise, with the strength of Marin's body, he would have died of bloodletting before his soul could be transported. When Marin gave the reason that the countryside is poor, and even a mediocre doctor who can perform bloodletting treatment can't be found, Zhengde and the 3 cabinet ministers had an expression of, "You are so lucky. Lord Ma, I didn't expect you to live such a miserable life." Master Li, how many doctors do you think are appropriate for him? Master Li is Li Dongyang. Li Dongyang had served as the teacher of Emperor Hongji and also as the teacher of Zhengde. Zhengde also respected him very much and called him master. It should be pointed out that the master here is different from the master. The emperor cannot call anyone father casually. In addition, there are Grand Master, Grand Guardian, Grand Tutor, and Shao Master, Shao Guardian, and Shao Tutor, among the 3 dukes and 3 orphans, so the emperor and the prince often call the imperial teacher or the prince's teacher Master, or Master Guardian, or Guofu. Of course, sometimes it is also used to refer to monks. After liberation, Master is used to refer to craftsmen. Li Dongyang stroked his goatee, thought for a while, and said, "It's okay to give it to the chief doctor of Ma State, but the imperial doctor of the imperial hospital cannot be given." Why? Zhengde was puzzled. Ahem. Li Dongyang pretended to cough, thinking, why are you so stupid? If we give the imperial physician to Ma Lin, what should we do ourselves? Speaking of which, Li Dongyang is also unlucky. His own sons all died in infancy, so he had no choice but to adopt a nephew as his son. He is a cabinet elder, and there are many nephews willing to adopt him, but after all, they are not his own. Therefore, Ma Lin did not dare to mention the topic of pediatricians and death in infancy, so as not to hurt Li Dongyang's heart. Zhengde saw that Li Dongyang kept winking at him, and he also reacted, yes, the imperial physician is to treat the royal family and ministers, how can he be given away casually? So, he changed his words and said, "Lord Ma, you see, the imperial physicians are all people with official positions. I can't give away Ming officials at will." Li Dongyang, Yang Tingyi and Liang Chu immediately praised them privately, shouting, 666, in their hearts, cheering for the reason Zhengde found. Li Dongyang then said, "That's it, I will give an order now to select doctors with excellent medical skills from the civilian doctors without official positions." Wait. Ma Lin stood up and asked, "Your Majesty and the 3 cabinet elders mean that imperial physicians with official positions cannot be given, so those without official positions can be given?" Li Dongyang thought for a while and said, "That's true, but we can't force the doctors who don't want to go too hard. What if they are criminals?" "What do you mean?" Li Dongyang was stunned, but quickly reacted, "You mean, those eunuch imperial physicians who are attached to Lu Jin?" Ma Lin clapped his hands and said, "That's them. Anyway, they are guilty and have no official status. Wouldn't it be great if they were given to me and taken to Beihai Kingdom? Anyway, in the Ming dynasty, they are eunuchs, so they don't even have a chance to be pardoned, and there is no hope for them in the future." Li Dongyang thought about it, discussed with Zhengde, Yang Tingyi and Liang Chu, and agreed to Marin's request. As for the ideas of those former imperial doctors, as a person with a crime, where to go depends on the court's words. In this way, Marin easily found 200 doctors of various departments, including 5 former imperial doctors, from the Ming court, which made Marin very happy. Then, there is the problem of craftsmen. In fact, the craftsmen of the Ming dynasty, especially the shipbuilding craftsmen, are not as strong as the European craftsmen. But the problem is that European craftsmen are all uncles. Not only are they paid high salaries, but they also often make revolutions. The most revolutionary citizen class in Europe is mainly craftsmen. Although Marin is also training craftsmen, it's a pity that he is a little too late. For example, shipbuilding craftsmen, a few years is not enough to train highly skilled craftsmen, at most they can train barely qualified craftsmen. The artisans of the Ming dynasty are different. These artisans are born as craftsmen, and they have to learn the craft from childhood. Generally, a middle-aged craftsman has more than 10 years of craftsmanship. Even though the shipbuilding technology in the East is different from that in Europe, the craftsmanship level of those Ming dynasty craftsmen is there. As long as they learn the European shipbuilding ideas, shipbuilding is still very simple. Therefore, Marin directly opened his mouth and wanted many Ming dynasty shipbuilding craftsmen. However, Emperor Zhengde hesitated. Because of Marin, the young Zhengde suddenly became interested in sailing. After sending Marin away in the name of, "We need to discuss," Zhengde expressed to Li Dongyang and others that he also wanted to engage in sailing. Marin didn't know that because of the behavior of the shipbuilding craftsmen he wanted, Zhengde almost got involved in the Great Voyage. However, God bless Marin. At this critical moment, an important figure came out to save Marin and destroyed the Ming dynasty's hope of developing great navigation. This man is Lu Daxia, who is said to have burned Zheng He's navigation map. Lu Daxia's origins need no further explanation. Speaking of great navigation, we cannot avoid this great loyal minister who burned the hope of the Ming dynasty. Although later historians have mixed opinions on his actions, at present, Lu Daxia is an outstanding representative of great loyal ministers and a leader of the Qinglu. It is a coincidence that Lu Daxia had retired and returned to his hometown. However, because he offended Lu Jin, he was punished to go to Suzhou, Gansu Jiuquan in later generations, to garrison the border. When Yang Yiqing was responsible for going to Gansu Qingyang to appease the public opinion after the rebellion of King Anhua, he secretly brought Lu Daxia back to Beijing and hid him in Yang Yiqing's mansion. After Lu Jin fell, Lu Daxia appeared in public. But because Lu Jin's false accusation had not been vindicated, he stayed in the capital and continued to live in Yang Yiqing's mansion. It should be pointed out that Lu Daxia, Yang Yiqing and Li Dongyang, when they were young, studied together under the great scholar Li Chun. Therefore, the three are close brothers from the same school. Moreover, Lu Daxia is the big brother among the three. Because he did not reply to Marin immediately, after returning home at night, Li Dongyang happened to be a guest at Yang Yiqing's mansion and talked about this matter. Obviously, Zhengde did not want to give many shipbuilding craftsmen to Marin, and planned to do a great voyage himself. Bang! After listening to Li Dongyang's words, Lu Daxia slammed the table and roared, "Binji, you must not let your majesty have the idea of a great voyage. The Ming dynasty can't stand the toss of sailing." If it were in later generations, it is estimated that someone would stand up and spray Lu Daxia. However, this is the Ming dynasty, and the Confucian scholars of the Ming dynasty all agreed with Lu Daxia's words. Li Dongyang and Yang Yiqing listened to Lu Daxia's words and nodded together. Then, Li Dongyang asked, "Brother, how do you think we can stop His Majesty from sailing?" Lu Daxia thought for a while and said, "The shipbuilding drawings left by the powerful eunuch Zheng He have been burned by me, but those shipbuilding craftsmen are probably still passing down the shipbuilding skills from generation to generation. The descendants of those craftsmen who can build treasure ships are probably concentrated in the Jiangnan area. The treasure ships are mainly produced in the Longjiang treasure ship factory in Nanjing. Two brothers, go check the archives to see where the descendants of the craftsmen who know the craft of building treasure ships are distributed. Then, give them all to King Ma. Give them all to King Ma." Brother, there were more than a few thousand craftsmen who built the treasure ships back then. It is estimated that there are several thousand or even tens of thousands of people handed down. Including their families, it is estimated that there are more than 20,000 or 30,000 people. Are they all going to be given to King Ma? Li Dongyang said in surprise. Lu Daxia said with a fierce look on his face, "Binji, only in this way can your majesty's intention to go to the west again be extinguished. Think about when Taizong, Emperor Yongle, was in power, he almost exhausted the national treasury in order to go to the west. Even Taizong had to issue treasure notes indiscriminately in order to maintain expenses. But Binji, Li Dongyang, Ingning, Yang Yiqing, you see, now almost no one recognizes treasure notes, and no one buys them even if you want to issue them indiscriminately. Do you want to see the Ming dynasty's treasury being exhausted again? So, we have to give all the descendants of craftsmen who know how to make treasure ships to Lord Ma, so as to extinguish your majesty's intention to go to the west again." Lu Daxia said passionately. If Ma Lin was present, he would probably rush over excitedly and kiss Lu Daxia's old face fiercely. "You are really my lucky star." Of course, for Ma Lin, Lu Daxia is a lucky star. But for the Ming dynasty, Lu Daxia is a typical sailing terminator. It's not enough to burn the design drawings of the treasure ship once, this time he actually wants to pack up all the craftsmen who can build the treasure ship and give them away. Chapter 1194, A Shocking Leak. At this time, Li Dongyang hesitated and said, "Brother, what you said is indeed very reasonable. However, if all the craftsmen who can build treasure ships and their families are really given to Lord Ma, Dongyang may be scolded by the world. After all, that is tens of thousands of people." Li Dongyang's character is somewhat indecisive, and there is no problem in sending tens of thousands of shipbuilding craftsmen to Ma Lin. However, as the Prime Minister, if he promotes this matter, he will definitely be scolded by the world. For Confucian officials, the most unbearable thing is to be pointed at by thousands of people. Alas, Binji, your temper. Lu Daxia shook his head. Lu Daxia and Li Dongyang are two completely different types of people. Li Dongyang is timid and indecisive. Lu Daxia, on the other hand, is bold and daring. At the beginning, Emperor Chenghua wanted to engage in great voyages, but Lu Daxia was just a doctor in the carriage, equivalent to a director. Emperor Chenghua wanted to find Zhenghe's navigation charts to build treasure ships again, and then Lu Daxia, who was just a director, was so bold that he burned the treasure ship drawings and navigation charts. What's strange is that because of this incident, Lu Daxia not only did not get into trouble, but was valued by all officials and became a model of clean officials. Of course, Lu Daxia did nothing wrong. Because during the Chenghua period, the Ming dynasty's finances were not abundant, and even a little tight. If Emperor Chenghua really spent a huge amount of money to build treasure ships and sail to the west, it is estimated that the Ming dynasty's finances would collapse. It is precisely because of this that Emperor Chenghua did not investigate the matter in the end, and all officials unanimously praised Lu Daxia's courage and integrity. However, there are also people who say that Lu Daxia just hid the treasure ship drawings and navigation charts. However, since then, there has been no record of treasure ship data in the Ming dynasty. Therefore, it doesn't matter whether Lu Daxia really burned the drawings, because it's gone. It can be seen that Lu Daxia was a bold and radical official, and he was not the same kind of person as Li Dongyang. As for Li Dongyang's hesitation, Lu Daxia was angry at him for not fighting back, but he also helped him think of a solution. What Binji said makes sense. If we really give tens of thousands of people to Lord Ma at one time, no one in the world will agree. How about this, we will give Lord Ma 1,000 shipbuilding craftsmen and their families for the first time, and directly clear out the craftsmen from the Longjiang treasure ship factory in Nanjing. As for the remaining craftsmen from other shipyards other than the Longjiang treasure ship factory who participated in the manufacture of the treasure ship, Binji and Yingning, you send your disciples to serve as officials in various provinces in the south of the Yangtze River. Then, send people to survey the situation. All shipbuilding craftsmen who have inherited their father's experience in manufacturing treasure ships should be brought out and given to Lord Ma in batches. But what reason should we give them to Lord Ma then? Li Dongyang asked. Lu Daxia thought for a while and said, in this way, the court will reward 1,000 shipbuilding craftsmen to Lord Ma this time. However, Binji, you should find a way to get an order to allow Lord Ma to recruit shipbuilding craftsmen in the territory of the Ming dynasty. Of course, this is just a cover. Those shipbuilding craftsmen will not be recruited by those barbarians voluntarily, so the disciples we sent out can deceive those craftsmen after they serve as officials in Jiangnan, saying that the court has ordered them to go to Dongfan Island to assist Dongfan Xianwei Division in shipbuilding. Then, send their families to Ningbo or Fuzhou, load them on the ship and let Lord Ma transport them away. Isn't this deceiving the superiors and the subordinates? Li Dongyang was a little dumbfounded. No, Binji, we are doing this for the Ming dynasty. If we resume sailing to the west, Binji, do you think there will be money and grain left in the treasury? Although the means are not very fair, we are doing it for the good of the Ming dynasty. Although there are flaws, we are all for the country and the people. Lu Daxia said passionately. At this time, Yang Yiqing also stood on Lu Daxia's side and persuaded Li Dongyang together. Yang Yiqing dared to take action to overthrow Lu Jin, and he was also a bold and ruthless man. He agreed with Lu Daxia's plan, so he persuaded the indecisive Li Dongyang with Lu Daxia. Finally, Li Dongyang sighed, forget it, for the court and for the people of the world, Dongyang will do a bad thing to deceive the superiors and the subordinates. After the three reached an agreement, they all connected with the Qinglu ministers. And the Qinglu ministers also agreed with Lu Daxia's suggestion, believing that this move would benefit the country and the people. Then, a few days later, the ministers unanimously agreed to the resolution to reward the craftsmen to Ma Lin. Moreover, the ministers have always decided to give all the thousands of resident shipbuilding craftsmen in Nanjing Longjiang Baochuan factory to Ma Lin. Emperor Zhengde was a little hesitant. Originally, he wanted to keep a group of backbones of Longjiang Baochuan factory for the future. But the ministers said one after another Ma Lin Ma Guizhu sent such a high yield of divine grain per mu. Our Ming dynasty is a country of etiquette and cannot be ungrateful. Therefore, only by giving all the craftsmen of the Longjiang Baochuan factory to the other party can the sincerity of the Ming dynasty be expressed. Zhengde now has no Lu Jin, the sharp knife, and Zhang Yong and others are not very useful. Therefore, Zhengde can only be defeated. At the same time, the cabinet also ordered that Marin was allowed to recruit craftsmen in the Ming dynasty, and the court would also provide some conveniences. Marin almost died of joy after hearing this order. Why? Because this order said Marin is allowed to recruit craftsmen in the Ming dynasty, not just limited to recruiting shipbuilding craftsmen. In the future, as long as Marin has the means and bribes in place, in addition to shipbuilding craftsmen, other craftsmen can also be recruited. In particular, the porcelain craftsmen of the official kiln are the real masters. If you can make porcelain, Marin will get a printing press in the future. Moreover, Marin clearly remembers that in the future, on the west side of the Taipei Basin on Taiwan Island, near the junction of New Taipei City and Taoyuan, there is an area called Inga, which is a famous ceramic production area. In other words, there is porcelain clay over there. As long as Ma Lincoln spends a lot of money to dig up a few great craftsmen who make porcelain in Jingdezhen, he can build a ceramic base on Taiwan Island. Then, if he can get modern ceramics like bone china that even the Ming dynasty doesn't have, it will be hard not to make a fortune. After receiving the imperial edict, Ma Lin, whose eyes were full of small money, was so excited that he could only say, "I thank the Lord for his grace." In fact, Li Dongyang and others had no choice, because they couldn't say, allow Ma Lin to recruit shipbuilding craftsmen in the Ming dynasty. Otherwise, with Zhengde's intelligence, he would definitely guess that this was the court officials targeting him. With the stubborn temper of the bear child, it might have the opposite effect. Therefore, the ministers discussed it and simply omitted shipbuilding craftsmen as craftsmen. Moreover, the ministers believed that the craftsmen were under the control of the officials, and even if Ma Lin wanted to recruit them, he had to agree with the officials. However, they forgot that the civil servants of the Ming dynasty were very corrupt. And Ma Lin was very good at using money to kill people. So, they also dug a pit to bury themselves. However, Confucian officials looked down on craftsmen, and they probably wouldn't feel bad even if a large number of craftsmen were poached. Later, when Li Dongyang found Marin privately and expressed his willingness to cooperate privately and give him all the craftsmen who could build treasure ships, Marin was so excited that he couldn't sleep for 2 consecutive nights. It was a pie in the sky, and Marin was knocked unconscious. When he heard that this was the idea of Lu Daxia, one of the outstanding and wise ministers of the Ming dynasty, and 3 gentlemen of Hongji, he was a little unhappy because of the soul of China. But thinking of the benefits this move brought to himself, Marin was instantly so happy that he burst out, and couldn't help but want to shout, Lu Daxia, I love you to death. I thank your 8 generations of ancestors. This is a great bargain. With the thousands of shipbuilding craftsmen with inherited skills provided by the Ming loyalists, Marin's shipbuilding speed will definitely be greatly accelerated. And with the license for recruiting craftsmen full of loopholes, Marin will have the opportunity to obtain more craftsmen from other industries. Chapter 1195, Sitting in Wuchang and Collecting Medicinal Materials. After receiving the support of the Ming dynasty Qinglu headed by Lu Daxia, Ma Lin was finally full of ambition and planned to go south for large-scale purchases. But before going south, Ma Lin specially asked Kong Tai to contact the guild halls in various places in the capital. The so-called guild hall is the place where scholars from various provinces come to Beijing to take the imperial examination, or merchants from all over the country come to Beijing to settle down. This kind of place is generally built by wealthy merchants, but it is open to the same scholars, and even provides preferential food and accommodation. As for why do this? Of course it is a favor investment. The scholars who come to the capital to take the imperial examination are at least a juren, and they are themselves prepared officials. Once you pass the jinshi, the lowest starting point is the 7th-rank county magistrate. Therefore, building a guild hall, also called a test hall, is a very good favor investment business. Of course, in addition to preferential treatment for those fellow scholars and making favor investments, the guild hall itself is also a contact center for merchants from all over the country in the capital. Those who can come to Beijing to do business must have grown their business and the place can no longer accommodate them, so they come to the Dragon's Pond and Tiger's Lair of Beijing to test the waters. In addition, not everyone can open a guild hall in Beijing. Generally speaking, only wealthy places or places with special products to sell to Beijing will open guild halls in Beijing. In poor places, few merchants have the capital to open guild halls in Beijing. To give a simple example, Jingdezhen wants to sell porcelain to Beijing, and Huzhou wants to sell silk to Beijing. These 2 places must have guild halls in Beijing. In addition, some wealthy prefectures in Jiangsu and Zhejiang will also open guild halls in Beijing. Anyway, as long as you find the guild hall in the corresponding area, you will definitely be able to contact the merchants from this area who come to Beijing, and they are all big merchants. Moreover, most of these guild halls are gathered outside the first 3 gates, Xingyang Gate, Xuanwu Gate and Chongwen Gate, mostly outside Xuanwu Gate, which is easier to find. Ma Lin wants to go south to purchase supplies, and he can't do it without acquaintances. Otherwise, you will be like a headless fly, wasting time. Therefore, if you want to purchase specialty products from various places, it is best to find a local to cooperate with. And where to find locals? Naturally, the corresponding guild halls. Therefore, Kong Tai was sent by Marin to contact merchants stationed in Beijing from various places. Before going south, the first batch of merchants Kong Tai went to practice with were not the merchants in the south that Marin was going to go to, but the merchants in the north of Zhangjiago. Why did he find merchants in Zhangjiago? Because they have a commodity that Marin needs very much, sodium carbonate. Soda ash is edible alkali, also called sodium carbonate. Because most of the edible alkali in the Ming dynasty was sold to Zhangjiago by Mongolian merchants, and then sold to the inland by Zhangjiago merchants, it is also called edible alkali. The edible alkali in the Ming dynasty is very cheap, and edible alkali only costs 10 coins per caddy. Why is it so cheap? Because these alkalis are picked up by Mongolian herders from the salt lakes at no cost. In fact, there are many salt lakes on the Mongolian plateau, but the tragedy is that most of the salt lakes on the plateau are not salt lakes that produce edible salt, but either produce edible alkali or produce mirabolite, sodium sulfate. Therefore, the ancient Mongolian herders were also very tired. There are salt lakes, but they do not produce edible salt. Only a small number of salt lakes produce salt, and then become the target of life and death competition among various tribes. As for the salt lakes that produce edible alkali, they are despised by the Mongolian tribes. Fortunately, the northerners of the Ming dynasty mainly eat noodles, and edible alkali is needed to make noodles, and the demand is not small. Therefore, Mongolian herders went to the salt lakes that produce alkali to pick them up casually, or scraped alkali frost on the ice in winter. Soda ash is easy to frost, and then the merchants on the grassland took them to Zhangjiago to sell to Han merchants. If it were not for the high cost of land transportation, I am afraid that alkali would not be sold at 5 won per pound. In fact, when merchants purchased sodium carbonate from Mongolian herdsmen, the price was less than 5 won per pound. And soda ash has so many uses, whether it is glass making, paper making, or soap making, a large amount of soda ash is needed. Although Marin can now purchase natural sodium carbonate produced in the alkaline valley near Cairo from Egypt, the price the Egyptians want is very expensive, at least several times the price of the Ming dynasty. Moreover, Marin has always been worried that Egypt will be captured by the Turks. At that time, the supply will definitely be cut off. Therefore, Marin thought of a way in advance to open up a way to import sodium carbonate from the Ming dynasty to avoid being strangled by the Egyptians, or to prevent Egypt from running out of stock due to the war. Originally, Marin also planned to order a large amount of saltpeter. However, the merchant said that because saltpeter is the main raw material for making gunpowder, commodity transactions need to be controlled by the official service. Without official permission, it cannot be ordered in large quantities. In desperation, Marin had to go to Zhengde and the ministers to seek to order saltpeter. In this regard, the monarchs and ministers of the Ming dynasty did not have any objections. Anyway, saltpeter is really not a rare thing in the Ming dynasty. And Marin is now considered one of his own, so selling some saltpeter to Marin is not a problem. But the quantity Marin wants is too large, and he wants 1 million caddies per year, which frightened the emperor and ministers of the Ming dynasty. It's not that the annual saltpeter production of the Ming dynasty is not so much, but the Ming dynasty itself consumes a lot of saltpeter. Moreover, it is not because the army consumes a lot, but because the consumption of fireworks and firecrackers is too large. Therefore, after discussing with the Ministry of War, the Ming cabinet agreed to sell 400,000 caddies, or 200 tons, to Marin every year, at a unit price of 25 won per caddy. Although there is some gap with Marin's expectations, it is enough for Marin. Moreover, in the future, Marin will develop Chilean saltpeter, and he does not necessarily need to buy too much saltpeter from the Ming dynasty. Moreover, the large-scale purchase of saltpeter from the Ming dynasty, in addition to the cheap price, also means to cover the development of Chilean saltpeter. When European countries saw that the North Sea Kingdom imported a large amount of saltpeter from the Ming dynasty, it was difficult for them to pay attention to the problem of Chile's large-scale production of saltpeter. After negotiating the supply of two major commodities, saltpeter and alkali, Marin went south with peace of mind. At this time, Kong Tai also discussed with merchants from various places in the guild halls outside the front three gates, expressing his willingness to pay a high price to purchase a large number of rare goods and medicinal materials from various places. In addition to some specialty herbs in the north, for other herbs, Marin asked merchants from guild halls in various places to return home to prepare a large amount of goods and send them to Wuchang, the most central part of China. The reason why Wuchang was chosen as the center for purchasing herbs was that in addition to Wuchang being located in the core area of the middle of China, convenient water transportation conditions were also an important reason why Marin chose this place first. For this acquisition, the Coptis chinensis that Marin needed to purchase in large quantities was mainly produced in Shuzhong, Huguang. There was no distinction between Funan and Fubei in the Ming dynasty. It was not until the reign of Emperor Kangxi that Huguang province was divided into two provinces, north and south, Guizhou province and southern Shaanxi. The Coptis chinensis purchased from Shuzhong can be loaded on ships and shipped down the river to Wuchang. The Coptis chinensis purchased in southern Shaanxi can also be transported down the Han River to Wuchang. Funan also has convenient water transportation conditions on the Xiangjiang River, which makes it very convenient to transport to Wuchang. In this era, road transportation mainly relies on horse-drawn carriages, with small cargo volumes and high costs. Water transportation, on the other hand, has a large cargo volume and low costs, which meets Ma Lin's requirements. In addition, after the acquisition of Yuyang Artemisia annua from Chongqing, it is also convenient to transport it to Wuchang by water. And Funan's Anhua black tea is also easier to enter Dongting Lake through the Zhejiang River, then enter the Yangtze River, and then go down the river to Wuchang. Therefore, it is really the right choice for Ma Lin to place the herbal medicine delivery location in Wuchang. However, it seems that Panax noto ginseng produced in southern Yunnan, which is the main medicine of southern Yunnan Baiyao, is very inconvenient to transport by water. Moreover, to purchase Panax noto ginseng in southern Yunnan, it seems that you need to say hello to the local tyrant Mu family first. Ma Lin thought about it and decided to postpone the purchase of Panax noto ginseng and other southern Yunnan specialty medicinal materials. He first hired a broker to go to southern Yunnan to say hello to the Mu family, and then cooperated with local powerful medicinal material merchants to purchase Panax noto ginseng. Then, through the Nanpan River, a tributary of the Pearl River, it was transported across the Pearl River to Guangzhou. Then, Kong Tai sent a merchant ship from Keelung to Guangzhou to purchase it. As for Marin himself, he was going to go directly to Wuchang and wait for the medicinal herb merchants from all over the country to deliver the medicinal herbs and medicinal herb seeds he needed. Anyway, the price he offered was high enough, so he didn't have to worry about those profit-seeking merchants being unwilling to sell to him. Chapter 1196, Acquisition completed and returned. In fact, Marin didn't want to visit the beautiful mountains and rivers of the Ming dynasty at all. Why? Because he had seen them in the future. Although they were basically pictures on the internet, they were also seen. Moreover, Marin didn't like to travel during the Golden Week in the future. How could that be called traveling? It was clearly crowded with people. Slightly more famous scenic spots are crowded with people during holidays. Just looking at the heads, you can't see the scenery properly. So, it's better to look at pictures at home. What's more, in this era, there are no high-speed trains, no airplanes, and even no buses. It's simply a matter of life and death to go on a long journey. Especially riding a horse, it looks handsome, but the degree of bumps is unbearable for people with poor physical fitness. Not to mention the carriage, there are no shock-proof springs. When people encounter uneven roads in the carriage, they basically jump up and down in their seats. Therefore, when civil servants in the Ming dynasty travel with their families, they often choose to take a boat. For example, take the Beijing-Hangzhou Grand Canal route. Although the speed is slower, the boat is more stable. As for seasickness, it's not that exaggerated. Ships that can make people seasick are generally seagoing ships. Because the sails of seagoing ships are severely tilted under the sea breeze, which causes the hull to shake violently. People with poor physical fitness or those who are not used to it will of course get seasick. But it is different to take a small boat on the Grand Canal. The black-sailed boat with oars is actually very stable. As long as there is no bad weather, it is generally much safer than riding a carriage on land. However, Marin is not one of those weak civil servants in the Ming dynasty, and he does not care about the bumps on the horse's back. Therefore, after asking the Ming court for instructions, he has the right to use the Ming dynasty post-station system. In other words, he can keep changing horses along the way. In this way, Marin can travel 400 or 500 miles a day without waiting for the horse to recover. From the capital to Wuchang, the land route is only more than 2,000 miles. Marin and a group of men use the post-station system, keep changing horses, and arrive in a few days. But these few days of constantly changing horses and rushing on the road also made Marin tired to death. Fortunately, he no longer runs around, just sits in Wuchang and waits for merchants from all over the country to deliver goods to their door. But those merchants were slower than Ma Lin in sending messages back to their hometowns, and it took a lot of time to collect goods and transport them to Wuchang by water. So, Ma Lin simply waited slowly in Wuchang. Anyway, he didn't want to experience the bumpy days on horseback again. In particular, it was winter now, and running around on horseback was not a good choice, and it was very uncomfortable. After arriving in Wuchang, Ma Lin paid a visit to the two governors of Huguang Provincial Administration and the governor of Huguang, and then stayed in the post station without going out. Because other officials were not worth his contact. After all, he was also a third-rank envoy of the Ming dynasty. Except for the left and right governors and the governor of Huguang, there was no need to care about other people. Only the capital was different. There were too many bigwigs there, and Ma Lin had to lower his posture. But in Huguang province, Ma Lin really didn't need to care about anyone except the two governors and the governor. In fact, Ma Lin really didn't want to make this trip. However, Zhengde and the Ming cabinet stipulated that in future trade, ships from Dongfan Island were allowed to stop at the three ports of Fuzhou, Ningbo and Guangzhou, and were not allowed to go deep into the interior. Therefore, Ma Lin could only take this opportunity to go deep into the interior in the name of playing. Otherwise, Kong Tai and his team would not be authorized to go deep into the inland areas. In addition to purchasing various medicinal materials, Ma Lin certainly did not forget to purchase bamboo seeds, tung oil seeds and lacquer seeds. The last time Kong Tai purchased bamboo seeds in Guangzhou, there were too few, not enough. The seeds of tung oil and lacquer trees are also more, the better. Therefore, before leaving Beijing, Ma Lin greeted merchants from all over the country and asked them to help purchase bamboo, tung oil and lacquer seeds and send them to Wuchang together. Especially bamboo seeds, which only bloom and bear fruit in 60 years and are very difficult to find. This time, Ma Lin was in Wuchang and posted widely, inviting merchants from all over the country to bring bamboo seeds to Wuchang to exchange money. The price that Ma Lin offered was not low. Although it was not as high as the 20 taels of silver per caddy that Kong Tai offered in Guangzhou last time, it was still 3 taels of silver per caddy. Don't underestimate the price of 3 taels of silver per caddy. You should know that the precious medicinal materials in the Ming dynasty, except for a few top-level medicinal materials such as ginseng, did not exceed 1 tael of silver per caddy. And the precious sandalwood was only 0.55 taels of silver per caddy in the Ming dynasty. The purchase price of 3 taels of silver per caddy offered by Ma Lin was definitely a high price, so there was no worry that no one would deliver the goods to the door. However, while sitting in Wuchang, Ma Lin also asked Kong Tai to hire several brokers in Wuchang City at a high price, and arranged for them to rush to Anhua and Jingdezhen to dig people. Going to Anhua was mainly because Ma Lin wanted to dig tea farmers. After all, although Ma Lin could spend money to buy the tea tree seeds of Anhua black tea, he did not have the technology to plant tea trees and prepare black tea bricks. Therefore, he needs to dig up a few tea farmers to go to Taiwan Island and instruct them on how to plant Anhua black tea trees and how to make black tea bricks. The brokers sent to Jingdezhen are mainly responsible for digging up a few ceramic craftsmen to go to Taiwan Island. Then, find the porcelain clay mining area in Inga area in the west of Taipei Basin. Then, establish a ceramic production base. Because time is tight, Marin only asked them to dig up a few craftsmen from folk kills and go to Taiwan Island with the boat. In fact, what Marin wanted to dig up most was the master craftsman of Jingdezhen official kiln, but the ceramic craftsmen of the official kiln were all craftsmen strictly controlled by the government. It's not that Marin can't get the ceramic craftsmen of the official kiln through bribery, but it takes a lot of time. In a hurry, Marin couldn't get the local officials and let them cooperate to get the master craftsmen of the official kiln. So this time Marin can only dig up a few craftsmen from folk kills at a high price. Moreover, their task is only to find the Inga porcelain clay area to lay a solid foundation for the establishment of a ceramic base in the future. They don't need the level of the master craftsmen of the official kiln, but ordinary folk kiln ceramic craftsmen are enough. In addition to these actions, Marin also recruited a group of landless vagrants and beggars near Wuchang with the permission of the Ming dynasty court, and bought dozens of slaves and maids, intending to take them to Taiwan Island. After all, the development of Taiwan Island also requires population. But in fact, the refugees, beggars and slaves that Marin recruited near Wuchang were all to cover the Anhua tea farmers and Jingdezhen folk kiln ceramic craftsmen. Marin recruited and bought more than 200 landless refugees, middle-aged beggars and slaves in Wuchang. With so many people to cover, it will be effortless to stuff a few tea farmers and ceramic craftsmen in it. This is also true. 3 months later, the brokers sent to Anhua and Jingdezhen brought back 6 tea farmers and 4 ceramic craftsmen respectively. However, they all went to Taiwan Island alone, without dragging their families. There is no way, because these tea farmers and ceramic craftsmen are not homeless refugees, and there is no need to move their families to Taiwan Island. Although they were moved by the money paid by Marin, they did not plan to take the whole family on an adventure. Therefore, they all chose to go alone and leave all the silver given by Marin to their families. In this way, even if they encounter an accident, their families will not get nothing. At this time, a large number of required medicinal materials and corresponding seeds such as Coptis chinensis and Yuyang Artemisia annua purchased from Shuzhong, Huguang, and southern Shaanxi were also transported to Wuchang. In addition, the 10 500-ton warships that Marin originally anchored at the mouth of the Yangtze River also went upstream from the mouth of the Yangtze River and arrived in Wuchang. Without saying anything, Marin directly ordered all kinds of medicinal materials and seeds, as well as the recruited population, to be loaded on board, and then go down the river. At the mouth of the Beijing-Hangzhou Grand Canal near Zhenjiang Prefecture, Zhang Kai had already brought the 2,000 taihu pigs he had purchased, as well as several sacks of frightening fragrant, biluacan, tea seeds waiting here. What surprised Ma Lin was that Zhang Kai not only brought taihu pigs and tea seeds, but also brought 2 local tea farmers to guide the planting of the tea trees and the frying of tea leaves. After all, the tea is green tea, and the production method is different from that of Anhua's black tea. Therefore, Zhang Kai thought of this without Ma Lin's prompt, which made Ma Lin very happy. What made Ma Lin happy the most was that Zhang Kai actually took the initiative to take in 2 bankrupt silkworm farmers from Huzhou, Zhejiang province, and brought hundreds of Huzhou mulberry seedlings and a bag of Huzhou silkworm seeds. Chapter 1197 Return to Keelung and the war will begin. Oh my god, you even thought of this? Ma Lin was shocked. Before, Ma Lin sent Zhang Kai to the coastal areas of Taihu Lake to purchase taihu pigs, and at the same time ordered him to purchase the tea seeds of biluacan, which was very fragrant, but he forgot to ask Zhang Kai to purchase mulberry trees and silkworm seeds. In fact, Huzhou, the birthplace of the best silk in the Ming dynasty, is on the south bank of Taihu Lake. When Zhang Kai purchased taihu pigs, he went to Huzhou to look for the domestic pig breed that Ma Lin said gives birth to more than a dozen piglets per litter. Of course, in Huzhou, Zhang Kai did not find many domestic pigs that give birth to more than a dozen piglets per litter. However, when Zhang Kai came here, he remembered the most famous local specialty, huzi. That is the best silk in the Ming dynasty and the best silk in the world today. Moreover, Zhang Kai had heard that Ma Lin seemed to attach great importance to silk and porcelain produced in the Ming dynasty. He could not do anything about porcelain, but how could he let go of Huzhou silk when passing by Huzhou? Therefore, Zhang Kai pretended to buy several local pigs under the supervision of the local officials in Huzhou. Then, he recruited 2 silkworm farmers who were about to be ruined because they could not pay back the loan sharks. Of course, the name was hiring them to help raise pigs, which deceived the local yamen runners who were monitoring. Then, taking advantage of the night, Zhang Kai secretly sent people to buy hundreds of mulberry seedlings of Huzhou and a bag of local silkworm seeds in Huzhou, so that they could be taken to Taiwan Island for planting and breeding. Zhang Kai was a smart man. He knew that the reason why Huzhou silk was famous all over the world was that in addition to the good local climate conditions, the local silkworm seeds and mulberry tree varieties were also important reasons. For example, the poor quality of local silk in Europe has a lot to do with the poor imported silkworm seeds and mulberry tree varieties. In fact, Ma Lin's family had raised silkworms in his previous life, and planted large areas of Huzhou mulberry and introduced Huzhou silkworm seeds. However, that was a matter of his childhood in his previous life. At that time, the young Ma Lin thought that Huzang was called Huzang and thought it was a foreign variety. It was not until I grew up that I learned that what was planted at home was called Hu mulberry. Hu means Hu in Huzhou, not Hu, which means foreign. Ma Lin clearly remembers that when the family raised silkworms, they specially built a silkworm house. Not only did they need to keep warm, but they also often sprinkled quicklime and bleaching powder for disinfection to prevent the silkworms from getting infected and getting sick. At that time, in order to spread lime, Ma Lin's mother wore diving goggles and masks that covered her eyes to prevent quicklime powder from hurting her eyes. There were even things like gas masks. Young Ma Lin often took his mother's gas mask and went out to play biochemical soldiers and play war games with his friends. The Hu mulberry field at that time was also an important battlefield for Ma Lin and his friends. Because every summer, the branches of the Hu mulberry fields in the Hu mulberry fields were full of mulberries. In the 1990s, rural areas in Jiangbei were still relatively poor, and rural children generally could not eat fruits at all. Therefore, the mulberries in the Hu mulberry fields became the best fruit for children. In his previous life, Ma Lin often rushed into the Hu mulberry fields and ate black food. Even, his teeth ached because he ate too many mulberries. So, seeing these hundreds of Lake mulberry seedlings, Marin was filled with emotion and remembered the experience of eating mulberries when he was a child in his previous life. Marin naturally praised Zhang Kai's cleverness. Sure enough, he was a big man who had been the minister of organization of the Ming dynasty, and his ability was strong. He thought of and handled the things that his master almost overlooked. After placing the Taihu pigs, mulberry seedlings, silkworm seeds, Biluakun tea seeds and recruited personnel on board, Marin's fleet continued to sail east. After passing Guazhou Ferry, Marin looked north. That was his hometown in his previous life. But Marin did not plan to go back to his hometown to find his roots. After all, he is now in the body of a German. What should he say when he meets his ancestors? Moreover, it is said that Majiazhuang, where he lived in later generations, was established in the late Qing dynasty, and it is unclear where his ancestors came from. Because the genealogy of the Ma family was burned as a feudal remnant during the 10-year indescribable period. Even, they didn't allow ancestor worship. It seems that as long as you believe in the big beard, you don't need your ancestors. And since the third grandfather, who was educated and responsible for keeping the family tree, died in 1980, no one in the Ma family knew the origin of the ancestors. Since he couldn't find the source, why did Ma Lin go to find it? Moreover, it would be difficult to deal with it if he found it. You can't say to the other party ancestor, I am your descendant, right? And with my current appearance, it would scare the other party. After entering the East China Sea, because of the strong winds and waves on the sea, an important problem emerged: seasickness. More than half of the 200 doctors given to Ma Lin by the Ming dynasty court, including the 5 imperial doctors who were guilty, were seasick. Among them, 2 of the 5 former imperial doctors were seasick. And more than half of the more than 3,000 immigrants on the ship were seasick. After all, these northern immigrants are not used to taking a boat, especially a sea ship. Fortunately, Ma Lin had prepared in advance and asked people to prepare a large amount of ginger slices in advance for people to hold in their mouths, which helped most of the seasick people get through the difficulties. Only a small number of people who were seasick were still half dead. The most ridiculous thing was that among the 2,000 Taihu pigs, 1,460 of them were seasick. Marin was so angry that he jumped up and down. People who were seasick could not return to Beihai Kingdom on the ship, including those Taihu pigs who were seasick. Zhang Kai was very calm. He suggested to Marin, "My lord, don't worry. Although many people and pigs are seasick, there are still many doctors and pigs who are not seasick. You can take those who are not seasick back first." Marin thought about it and accepted this fact. Anyway, nearly half of the 200 doctors are not seasick, so it is enough to take them back to Beihai Kingdom. It's just that nearly 2/3 of those Taihu pigs can't be brought back to the country, which makes him very depressed. Hearing Marin's concerns, Zhang Kai laughed and said, "My lord, you also know that the most powerful thing about these Taihu pigs is reproduction. You brought back more than 500 pigs, 400 of which are sows, and these sows can give birth to more than a dozen piglets per litter. If the piglets give birth to more piglets, within a few years, they can exceed 10,000 piglets. My lord, you specifically looked for this kind of pig, isn't it because of its fast reproduction speed?" Marin thought about it. Yes, Taihu pigs are so fertile. As long as the early control is carried out and fewer pigs are killed, the population will expand very quickly. After all, a sow can give birth to more than a dozen piglets per litter, and can give birth to 2 litters a year, so the speed of increase in number is very fast. Compared with the small and thin European native pigs that can only give birth to 3 or 5 piglets per litter, Taihu pigs are definitely magical pigs. However, you must be careful not to be infected with swine fever, which is a killer of domestic pigs. But there is nothing to worry about. As long as each pig is isolated and only put together for breeding, the spread of swine fever can be avoided as much as possible. With mixed feelings, Marin returned to Keelung port on Dongfan Island. After landing, those who were seasick and almost dying finally became lively again. But after bringing thousands of people back, Marin found that the land near Keelung Bay alone seemed not enough to accommodate these thousands of people. If you want land, you must expand. So, next, you have to fight a big battle with the natives. And the most suitable place to seize is naturally the Taipei Basin. The land area there is large enough, and there is the Inga porcelain clay area to the west, which is the best priority target. It just so happens that Marin has returned with the escort troops, and it is early spring and the weather is not hot, which is very suitable for the soldiers to put on armor and attack the Taipei Basin. Chapter 1198, Marching into the Taipei Basin. Before, Marin had sent troops once, occupied the mouth of the Tamsui River, and built the Tamsui Fort as a forward battle to penetrate the Taipei Basin. However, because Marin had to go north to pay tribute, he did not enter the Taipei Basin for the time being. However, after completing the tribute, Marin can now free up his hands to deal with the natives. Moreover, it is only the beginning of April, and the climate is still very cool. It is acceptable for the soldiers to wear plate armor, and it will not be too hot. So, after preparing sufficient food, Marin led his troops to land at Tamsui port and prepared to march into the Taipei Basin. Because it was a battle for land, Marin directly brought the thousands of immigrants with him. Before launching the general attack, Marin also selected 500 strong men from thousands of immigrants, issued weapons, and participated in training with the army. In fact, this war was not difficult at all. Only 500 of Marin's 1,000 soldiers came. Among these 500 people, the front row was Khan and his 100 elite soldiers in plate armor. The 400 people behind were assistants wearing rhino leather armor. The tactics to attack the Fan people were also very simple and crude. Khan led 100 invincible cockroaches wearing plate armor to attack the Fan people's main camp and break it down. Then, everyone stood shoulder to shoulder and beat the Fan people with wooden sticks wrapped with cloth strips. First knock off the weapons in their hands, and then beat whoever is not honest until they are honest. Marin actually used this tactic when attacking Danshui last time. However, the wooden sticks were not tied with cloth strips last time, which resulted in too hard a beating, causing many Fan people to be beaten and bleeding, and wasting a lot of alcohol and bandages. Therefore, this time Marin attacked, let everyone tie cloth strips on the wooden sticks. The effect is similar to the rubber batons of later generations, which hurt people, but not easy to beat people and bleed. In other words, you will be beaten black and blue, but not bleeding, so that you will remember it. In order to protect the soldiers from harm, except for the 100 vanguards who were not afraid of being hit and wearing plate armor, everyone else held a rattan shield in their left hand and a wooden stick wrapped with cloth strips in their right hand. Some of them are like sword and shield soldiers, but they only beat people and do not kill people. But in order to prevent the enemies from being particularly cruel and unyielding, Marin still prepared 50 knife men. If you encounter someone who is not afraid of pain and resists desperately, give him a knife, so as not to hurt your own people because of being too kind to the enemy. In fact, these rattan shields compiled by Li Kezi have not gone through the repeated procedures of brushing tongue oil and drying several times, and the quality is actually not up to standard. The main thing is that the protection against swords and arrows is still a little insufficient. However, the Aborigines on Taiwan Island still use stone tools and have no sharp metal weapons. Therefore, this primary version of the rattan shield can also withstand the attacks of the Aborigines. The 500 recruits selected by Marin from the new immigrants all hold rattan shields, and the main hands are equipped with wooden sticks wrapped with cloth strips as combat weapons. However, in the future, they will also be equipped with swords with sheaths. This is to target some brutal tribes. When wooden sticks cannot be used to subdue them, swords can only be used to eliminate opponents. The Aborigines on Taiwan Island can actually be divided into two categories: the Pingpu tribe and the Gaoshan tribe. The Pingpu tribe mainly refers to the Aborigines living on the western and northern coasts of Taiwan Island. These coastal Aborigines have begun to engage in simple agricultural activities of slash-and-burn farming, and have also come into contact with the Han people from the mainland. Their living habits are gradually becoming civilized, and their temperaments are relatively gentle. Therefore, the Han people also call the Pingpu tribe cooked Aborigines. The Gaoshan tribe mainly refers to the Aborigines who live in the mountains and forests inside Taiwan Island and mainly make a living by hunting. These Aborigines live in a more primitive state, and even eat raw meat, and their temperaments are relatively fierce. Therefore, they are also called raw Aborigines. Moreover, some tribes of the inland Aborigines actually have the bad habit of cannibalism. Although not many, there are some. Therefore, Marin asked his men to equip swords, mainly targeting those vicious Aborigines. Marin's order is, if you encounter a cultivated aboriginal, try to capture them alive and then convert them into residents under your rule. If you encounter a savage aboriginal, in addition to defeating them, you also need to understand them. If there is a savage tribe with the bad habit of cannibalism, all of them will be captured and then punished as slaves. If you dare to resist, kill them without mercy. Marin has no good feelings for the cannibal villains, and he will not show mercy. Of course, that's a matter for later. For the 500 strong men, the most important thing at present is to train the most basic military skills, such as cues. And the courage to fight. In the era of cold weapons, the most important thing in fighting is actually discipline and courage. As long as you don't run away in fear, you can defeat your opponent with the support of strict discipline. Moreover, after this year, with the success of the full set of rattan shields and rattan armor made by Li Kezi, after being equipped with these equipment, even if the army composed of these civilians is not as brave and good at fighting as the Aborigines, they can rely on the advantage of equipment to fully suppress their opponents. And this time when he went to the Taipei Basin, Marin only brought 500 elite soldiers to fight. Then, the 500 militiamen accompanied them, mainly to let them see the world and practice their courage. Later, when Marin returned to his country, the island of Taiwan would be maintained by them and the troops of Keelung and Tam Sui Fort. Of course, Marin would not rely entirely on these Han Minzhuang troops. Because if there were leaders with different intentions among these Han Minzhuang, they would be easily betrayed. Therefore, Marin's future plan for the army stationed on Dongfan Island is to mobilize 500 people from the mainland as the core force to take charge of firearms. Then buy 2,000 black slaves from Africa to form a black force similar to Xingqinggong. Finally, it is natural to select militiamen from the Han people and local indigenous people to form a force. In this way, if you don't rely on purely foreign troops, you won't be afraid of being rebelled. On the contrary, if you completely trust the army formed by Han immigrants, if an ambitious person comes out, Dongfan Island will be gone. After 2 or 3 weeks of simple training, these 500 militiamen basically distinguish the left and right, and the queue has been walking in a decent manner. At the same time, they also learn the most basic sword and shield combat movements, such as blocking, chopping, stabbing and other movements. In fact, the 200 rattan shield soldiers that Li Kezi had formed in Tam Sui Fort before had more complex tactical movements. For example, holding a rattan shield and a single sword, rolling forward on the ground to avoid musket bullets. However, that requires long-term training to master. Moreover, when facing the Aborigines, there is no need for such complex tactical movements. As long as you learn the most basic tactical movements such as blocking, chopping, stabbing and picking, it is enough to deal with the Aborigines. The facts also prove this point. After Marin led his troops from Tam Sui Port and went deep into the Taipei Basin along the Tam Sui River, the battle with the first Fanshi was completely fought by 500 elite veterans of the Beihai Kingdom. As for the 500 militiamen who went to the battlefield for the first time, they were trembling with fear. Some of them even wet their pants, and some wanted to drop their weapons and run away. Then, those who wanted to escape were beaten by Marin's order, and those who wet their pants were also punished by not being allowed to eat for a day. In the second battle, the auxiliary soldiers composed of militiamen were much better. At least, they no longer wanted to run away or wet their pants. After fighting 7 or 8 aboriginal villages, these militiamen were able to fully adapt to the atmosphere of the battlefield. Of course, this atmosphere was not intense enough. Because the fighting power of the aboriginals was too poor. For the last few aboriginal villages, Marin simply let the 500 militiamen go for the main attack, while he led 500 veterans to support the side. At the beginning, many problems occurred. Some militiamen were good at training, but when they really entered the battle, they often forgot all the tactical moves. Some people even froze in place, their brains blank. Marin had a headache and was helpless about this situation. In fact, the selection of soldiers in the North Sea Kingdom strictly implements the principle of only selecting those who are brave and unwilling to admit defeat in the competition. Therefore, the soldiers selected by the North Sea Army are basically brave, and rarely have such a situation where their brains go blank after going to the battlefield. Therefore, Marin himself has no good solution to this situation. Fortunately, Marin's 500 veterans have been raiding the battlefront, so that the 500 new recruits have not died. But there are still a few dazed people who were injured, but not seriously. After all, they wore semi-finished rattan armor and took semi-finished rattan shields, and their protection is still very high. The stone weapons of the indigenous peoples can hardly cause them fatal damage. Chapter 1199, The Equalization of Land Tax and the Exemption of Head Tax. By the time they attacked the southernmost and westernmost Fanshi villages in the Taipei Basin, the 500 new recruits, who had either wet their pants, wanted to escape, or had a blank mind, had basically adapted to the battlefield atmosphere. In the last 2 villages, Marin's veterans were not used for help. These trained recruits rushed forward with rattan shields and wooden sticks wrapped with cloth strips to fight with the aboriginal men. Of course, not everyone can adapt. After observation, Marin found that nearly 100 new recruits were always a little timid and could not adapt to the atmosphere of the battlefield. Although their comrades led them, they had no problems. But if they really encountered a hard battle, something big would definitely happen. This is a core shortcoming of the ancient conscription system, that is, some people are born timid and are not suitable for being soldiers at all. Soldiers need passion and bravery, and they cannot be cowardly when they encounter danger. But there are people in this world who are born cowardly. Even if you insult his wife and daughter in front of him, he has no courage to resist. Such people are useless. Even if you give him a weapon, he can throw it away and run away in fear. No matter how many military sticks you hit him with, you can't inspire his bloodiness. Because he is born without bloodiness. Therefore, the army composed of not letting go of any able-bodied man has great hidden dangers. If it is a favorable battle, the problems of these cowards will not be exposed. Once it is an unfavorable battle, these people who are born without passion will decisively put down their weapons and run for their lives. Even if they know that running away is also death, they can't help but run away. Once these people who are born cowards take the lead in putting down their weapons and running for their lives, it is easy to cause a chain reaction and lead to the defeat of the army. Therefore, although the scale of the ancient Chinese army was very large, because too many cowards were forcibly recruited, it affected its combat effectiveness. Such an army will either win a big victory or a big defeat. The source of the big defeat is often that those who are born cowardly take the lead in putting down their weapons and running away, which then leads to the collapse of the army. Therefore, in order to ensure the combat effectiveness of the army, those who are born cowardly must be eliminated. In this way, there will be no collapse at the critical moment. After completing the occupation of the Taipei Basin, Marin reorganized the army. The hundreds of naturally timid people were singled out by Marin and formed into a civilian labor team, which was mainly responsible for transporting supplies for the army. The other 400 people were organized into formal troops. As for the approximately 6,000 aborigines of more than a dozen Fanchi villages captured alive by Marin in the Taipei Basin, they were all dispersed by Marin and rewarded to Kong Tai and the 100 Beihai soldiers brought by Kong Tai, as well as the hundreds of newly recruited Han soldiers, and Zhang Kai's family as serfs belonging to their families. Kong Tai, Zhang Kai, and those soldiers were called the first landlord class with serfs on Dongfan Island. However, these landlords are different from European manor owners. Because Marin stipulated that even the cultivated land of senior officials such as Kong Tai and Zhang Kai must pay 10% of the harvest as taxes every year. In addition, all landowners on Dongfan Island must pay another 10% of the harvest as a construction tax. What is the construction tax? It is the cost of building infrastructure such as roads and reservoirs. As for the initial 10% of taxes, it is used to pay for government expenses and military expenses. The construction tax is mainly used for infrastructure construction, and the government cannot embezzle it without authorization. Of course, the families of officials and active soldiers can be exempted from construction taxes, but basic taxes must be paid. In addition, if there is a war, a 10% war tax can be temporarily added to subsidize the huge military expenditure. But without war, this tax is not allowed to be levied. Moreover, Marin clearly stipulated in the general outline of the Dongfan Island Decree that it is never allowed to levy more than 30% of taxes, even during wartime. Once the line is crossed, it will be immediately prosecuted. At the same time, it is strictly forbidden for government officials to extort the people. Once discovered, they will be dismissed immediately. In fact, Marin stipulated that ordinary people must pay 20% of their income as taxes, which is relatively high in this era. For example, in the Ming Dynasty, the land tax was only 30%, that is, only 1/30 of the grain was paid as land tax. It seems that the tax rate is very low. And this is also an important reason for the low fiscal revenue of the Ming Dynasty. But in fact, the land tax was only one of the taxes borne by farmers in the Ming Dynasty. In addition to the land tax, there was also a head tax, which was not really abolished until the Yongjing period. In addition, there were various corvée levies. Even some tax officials and yamen runners in charge of collecting taxes would arbitrarily impose additional taxes on their own. Then, all these additional taxes levied under various pretexts were embezzled. Therefore, the people of the Ming Dynasty, on the surface, had very low taxes, but in fact, the people were burdened with a heavy burden by the people below, and most of the harvest had to be used to pay taxes and various additional taxes and random levies. However, the Ming Dynasty implemented a stupid, official no-going to the countryside system, and the county magistrate sat in the county town. The people who went to the countryside to collect taxes were all tax collectors and local powerful village elders and village heads. These people colluded to oppress and extort the people, and the officials didn't know at all. Or, some simply went along with the flow and shared the spoils. Marin obviously would not make such a mistake. He directly implemented the policy of taxation per mu on Dongfan Island, allocating all taxes to the land and abolishing the head tax. At the same time, he strictly stipulated 3 types of taxes and publicly declared that no other taxes existed except these 3 taxes. If a tax collector collects taxes exceeding these 3 taxes, he should report directly. Marin's fixed tax rate approach was highly praised by experienced officials such as Zhang Kai. Because, on the surface, this tax rate is very high, but in fact, farmers pay a maximum of 30% of taxes, but retain more than 70% of their income. With the per-mu yield of the Ming dynasty, if more than 70% of the harvest is retained, farmers can definitely live a good life. In addition, this tax policy has also been welcomed by immigrants from the Ming dynasty. These Ming dynasty immigrants who have become landless refugees are actually victims of heavy taxes. If they had not encountered heavy taxes, they would not have gone bankrupt or even sold their land. Marin clearly stipulated that no more than 30% of the harvest should be taxed, which is equivalent to retaining at least 70% of their income. With 70% of land income, everyone can live a good life. Only those who have experienced heavy taxes and levies will understand the happiness without heavy taxes and levies. In order to prevent officials from pretending to obey and disobeying, Marin even ordered the establishment of a reporting mailbox at the gate of the county government office. The masses can put a letter of complaint into the mailbox without showing up, mainly to prevent tax collectors from raising taxes privately. In addition, Marin ordered that if someone sued the tax collectors for collecting taxes indiscriminately, the government should not beat them with a killing stick. In ancient times, people would beat officials first before suing them, which was called a killing stick, so that the people would not find fault with the officials, so as to facilitate the people to report illegal taxation. I copied the method of the fourth master. Marin shook his head and laughed. After all, spreading the land tax and cancelling the head tax are the historical achievements of Emperor Yongzheng. Chapter 1200, not short of money. In fact, Marin's implementation of cancellation of head tax and taxation on mu in Dongfan Island was just a pilot. His real purpose was to implement such a policy in the North Sea country. After all, the nobles' fields did not pay taxes, and even ordinary landlords did not have to pay taxes, which made Marin very depressed. Why can't Europe fight a big war? Because the king can't collect taxes. The king's income is only territory income and commercial taxes, nothing else. In this way, it's strange that the kings of Europe can have money. Without enough money and food, you can't support a large-scale army. Then, naturally, you can't fight a large-scale war. Even, let alone not being able to support a large-scale army, even daily expenses are a bit tight. In this era, most of the nobles have to find someone to borrow money to maintain. Therefore, Marin decided that the land tax system should be promoted in the colonies in the future, and it should be promoted as soon as possible. In other words, Marin plans to promote the land tax system in the colonies from the beginning. Because if it is not promoted now, it will be estimated that there will be a rebellion when taxes are suddenly increased in the future. Historically, the reason why the North American colonies rebelled was because Britain suddenly increased taxes. However, the stamp tax and tea tax added by the British are not exorbitant taxes in the eyes of modern people, and they will not make people live in poverty. However, the descendants of the exiles in the North American colonies are used to not paying taxes or paying less taxes. Suddenly, they were not happy to pay stamp tax and tea tax. In addition, they had guns in their hands, so they rebelled. Therefore, the American independence movement advocated in history books was not for two righteous purposes, but because these uncles were used to the good days of low taxes, and suddenly they increased taxes on them, even if they were good tax, which made them unbearable. After all, it is easy to go from frugality to luxury, and it is difficult to go from luxury to frugality. After paying less taxes for a long time, they all mistakenly thought that they were born to pay no taxes or pay less taxes. If the tax rates in later generations were brought to that era, wouldn't they scare those people to death? In short, everything is used to it. Because of the lessons of the British, Marin decided to tax them from the beginning so that the people in the colonies would get used to paying taxes. In this way, the changes caused by the increase of taxes in the future can be fully avoided. Since everyone has paid taxes at the beginning, who can still talk about taxes in the future? Since everyone pays taxes, why don't you pay? Do you think you are Fan Bingbing? Moreover, Marin's development of the American colonies is now his personal investment, and no one else has participated. However, America is so big that there will always be other people involved in the future. Therefore, Marin needs to make a model in advance and formulate a good tax system. In this way, disputes can be avoided as much as possible in the future. The dividing the land tax into mu system and cancelling the head tax piloted on Dongfan Island are actually explorations of the management of American colonies. The Ming dynasty is different from Europe. Europe is still a serfdom system, and there is no land tax or anything like that. Dongfan Island nominally belongs to the Ming dynasty, so naturally it cannot apply the European serfdom system. Therefore, Marin also follows the local customs and adopts a management model of equal distribution of land and taxation. Moreover, in the future, European and American colonies will eventually abandon the backward serfdom system and switch to a system of private farmland ownership and taxation. Therefore, the tax system implemented in Dongfan Island is an attempt and exploration by Marin. When this system matures, it will be directly applied to the American colonies. In the future, it will also be applied to the European mainland, and finally complete the social transformation. In fact, Yongzheng, who came up with the taxation system and cancellation of the head tax, was also unlucky. He was obviously the most capable and wise ruler in the civil affairs of the Qing dynasty, but he was blackened by the civil officials. The most important thing is that his son Qianlong actually let the civil officials blacken him. Qianlong, this unfilial son, just needs the civil officials to praise him as a wise ruler of all ages. As for the civil officials blackening his father, they actually turned a blind eye. If he had known this earlier, Yongzheng should have shot Qianlong, this unfilial son, against the wall. Sometimes, Marin had to doubt whether the plot written by Jin Yong that Qianlong is a child adopted by Yongzheng was true, because this bare child did not protect his father's reputation at all, and he did not look like a biological child. In fact, this statement was not first proposed by Jin Yong, but a folk legend. After all, it is so rare for an emperor to let his ministers slander his father that people have to wonder whether Qianlong is Yongzheng's biological son. Otherwise, why don't other emperors have such legends? In short, it is not that Qianlong is unfilial, or he is really not Yongzheng's biological son, otherwise he would not be so pitiful. The Taipei Basin has been conquered, but it is very troublesome to develop the Taipei Basin. Apart from anything else, the dense forest in the Taipei Basin is very difficult to solve. It is really not an easy task to turn the Taipei Basin from a primeval forest into fertile land. First of all, just like the development of North America, Marin needs a large number of manpower to cut down trees and cut down most of the trees in the Taipei Basin and turn them into farmland. Among them, the most difficult thing is not to cut down the big trees, but to dig the roots. After all, the taller the tree, the more tangled the roots. It is very troublesome to dig up the roots. Fortunately, Marin conquered the Taipei Basin this time and captured more than 6,000 natives. Among them, there are about 1,800 young and strong people alone. So, Marin ordered a large number of shackles from Fuzhou, handcuffed these young and strong aboriginals, and then let the militia take them to cut trees and dig tree roots. At night, these young and strong aboriginals would be temporarily locked in a temporary rammed earth wall courtyard. In fact, Marin was unwilling to abuse these aboriginals. Therefore, in addition to handcuffing them and driving them to cut wood and dig tree roots, Marin did not abuse the young and strong aboriginals. Moreover, Marin also bought a lot of food from Fuzhou for these aboriginals to eat. The reason why they had to be handcuffed at the beginning was that these aboriginals were used to freedom. If you want to manage them, you have to be a little ruthless at the beginning and beat them. Then, like labor reform, let these aboriginal strong men help cut trees for a few months and reclaim the land for arable land. After they are used to this kind of life, Marin will assign them to officials and soldiers on the island as tenants to help cultivate the land. The Taipei Basin is at least 240 square kilometers in size. Even if only 100 square kilometers are reclaimed as arable land, there are 150,000 mu. Calculated based on the maximum 50 mu of paddy fields taken care of by each household, 3,000 households and more than 10,000 people can be settled. And if calculated based on the scale of 20 mu of paddy fields per household, even 7,500 households and 20,000 to 30,000 people can be settled. Of course, this is only calculated based on less than half of the land in the basin, without counting the resettlement of those craftsmen and fishermen. Moreover, the Taipei Basin is not the largest plain area on Taiwan Island. The largest plain area on the island is the Tainan Plain in Tainan. The Tainan Plain is 4,500 square kilometers, with rivers and canals crisscrossing, and is a famous granary in later generations. In later generations, the cultivated land area in the Tainan Plain was as high as 3,250 square kilometers, equivalent to 4.875 million mu of land, accounting for more than one-third of the entire cultivated land on Taiwan Island, and it is the most important agricultural area on Taiwan Island. However, for now, the most important thing for Marin is not to develop Tainan, but to develop Taipei and Keelung. Because Marin occupied Taiwan Island not for farming, but for trade. The mouth of the Tamsui River in the north of the Taipei Basin faces Fuzhou and is a transportation hub for maritime trade. Therefore, Taipei is much more important than Tainan. Moreover, Keelung, which is next to Taipei, also has the world-class Jingguashi gold mine to be developed. The two together are much more important than farming on the Tainan Plain. Therefore, developing Taipei and Keelung is Marin's best choice. As for Tainan, people will be sent there only after it is almost developed. However, it is difficult to develop the small Taipei Basin. There is no shortage of manpower to develop the basin. After all, Marin has thousands of immigrants and thousands of captured aborigines. But in addition to the trouble of cutting trees and digging tree roots, the shortage of oxen is also a huge problem. Zhang Kai told Ma Lin that the merchant ships sent to Fuzhou had no problem purchasing other things, but it was difficult to buy oxen. Because the Ming dynasty was also short of oxen. The Ming dynasty oxen were not expensive, and they could be bought for only 8 to 10 taels of silver. However, if nothing happened, no one would be willing to sell oxen. Because, in the farming era, oxen were one of the most valuable assets of farmers, second only to land. Therefore, no one would sell oxen unless it was absolutely necessary. Zhang Kai offered a sky-high price of 20 taels of silver per head in Fuzhou, and only bought 100 cows back. Moreover, among these 100 cows, 30 were calves that had not grown up. I heard that in order to solve the problem of the shortage of oxen in Hujianjinijiang, a kind of dwarf horse was specially bred to replace cattle to plow the land. Zhang Kai told Ma Lin the news he heard. Jinjiang, short horse, plowing land, isn't that a Jinjiang horse? Ma Lin suddenly remembered that it seemed that the Jinjiang horse was also a famous horse in later generations. Of course, its fame was not because of how fast this horse could run, but because it could adapt to the hot and humid climate of the southern coastal area. It was hardworking, and it was a rare breed of horse that could plow paddy fields. You know, it is difficult for ordinary plow horses to adapt to paddy field farming. Because, when plowing paddy fields, the horse's hooves are often soaked in water, which is easy to rot. Ordinary horses cannot adapt to paddy field farming at all, but Jinjiang horses can adapt to this very well, and their ability to pull carts is also good. So, after thinking about it, Ma Lin said to Zhang Kai, since you can't buy oxen, you can go and ask around to see if there are any horses that can plow paddy fields. For example, the horse from Jinijiang you mentioned, buy more and bring them back. It doesn't matter if the price is a little higher. Remember, we are not short of money. Ma Lin said arrogantly, with a sense of winning. Chapter 1201, The Unattended Penghu Islands. The problem of oxen is really a difficult problem to solve, especially for oxen in tropical and subtropical humid and hot areas. Marin can't use the cattle on the grasslands of East Europe. Because the climate is not suitable. The best tropical cattle are the humped cattle in India. But the problem is that India is also an agricultural country. Although it does not regard cattle as strategic assets like the Ming dynasty, it is strictly controlled by the government. However, it is also a big problem to buy a large number of cattle in India. Because Indians also have to cultivate land. So, if you want tropical oxen, it may not be useful even if you have money. But Marin remembers that there seem to be many Asian buffaloes in Southeast Asia. Although the breed may not be as good as the Indian humped cattle, it can also be used as oxen. In particular, Mindoro Island, southwest of Luzon Island in the Philippines, produces a native Mindoro buffalo in the Philippines. But the problem is that a document Marin read in his previous life showed that malaria was prevalent on Mindoro Island and it was not suitable for human habitation. It was not until after 1900 that people gradually moved to the island because of the improvement of medical conditions. Around 1900, there were more than 10,000 wild Mindoro buffaloes on Mindoro Island. Taipei to Manila is about 1,000 kilometers away, and Mindoro Island is not far southwest of Manila. It is an island about 144 kilometers long and 96 kilometers wide. At that time, as long as a large number of troops are sent to the island to sweep the island, thousands of cattle can be captured. As for the aggressiveness of the bulls in Mindoro buffalo, this is easy to deal with. Just hold a torch, it will be enough to scare them away. Then, a group of people hold torches and drive the cattle into the dug trap. The only problem is that it is easy to get malaria when you land on Mindoro Island. But this may be terrible for others, but it is not a problem here in Marin. This time when purchasing herbs and daming, Marin purchased hundreds of tons of stinking wormwood. Although it does not reach the artemisinin content of more than 6 out of 1,000 of Yuyan Artemisia annua, it still has 2/1000 or 3/1000. Marin asked the blacksmith to make a distillation vessel. At the same time, he sent people to Fuzhou to purchase a large amount of low-quality liquor, and then transported it back to Keelung. He personally went out and directed his men to process it into alcohol. Then, it was used to extract artemisinin from the hundreds of tons of Artemisia annua. After several days of hard work, Marin extracted about 600 kilograms of artemisinin from 300 tons of Artemisia annua. Malaria patients only need to take 1 gram at a time, and only a few grams are needed to recover. 600 kilograms of artemisinin is simply too much to use up. Marin brought 400 kilograms back to the country and left the rest. When people are sent to the uninhabited Mindoro Island to capture wild Mindoro buffaloes, this medicine can be brought to prevent people from dying of malaria. Mindoro Island is only about 100 kilometers long and wide, and there are no wild people. Moreover, Mindoro buffaloes seem to like to live alone. As long as a large group of people are sent to surround it from all sides, it will take a few days to carpet search the island. Marin didn't ask to catch tens of thousands of buffaloes. As long as he caught 5 or 6,000, it would be enough. After all, if one cow plowed 100 mu of land, it could cultivate 500,000 or 600,000 mu of land. Even if the Mindoro buffaloes were small in size and each plowed land was reduced to 50 mu, it could still cultivate 200,000 or 300,000 mu, which was definitely enough. As for the wild buffaloes being disobedient, if the bulls were really disobedient, they would be castrated. With a nose ring, they could still be subdued. If they really couldn't be subdued, they would be killed and eaten. With the thousands of Mindoro buffaloes captured from Mindoro Island, plus the oxen and southern horses purchased from the Ming dynasty, there was basically no shortage of oxen on the island. Moreover, Marin did not expect to fully develop Taiwan Island, but only used it as a springboard for exchanges and trade with the Ming dynasty. On this day, Marin was talking to Kong Tai and Zhang Kai about future arrangements. Marin took out the map of Taiwan Island that he had drawn in his memory, pointed at the map and ordered, in the early stage, we will focus on developing the Taipei Basin in Keelung. When we settle down here, we will first send troops to occupy this side. Marin pointed to the location of Tainan in the future. Marin was not trying to develop the Tainan plain quickly, but was afraid that if he did not take action or took action late, the Portuguese or the Dutch would take advantage of him. Although he was currently mainly developing the northern part of Taiwan Island, the large plains along the southwest coast could never be taken advantage of by others. Therefore, it is very necessary to establish a bridgehead along the coast of Tainan, plant a flag, and declare sovereignty to prevent others from taking advantage of the situation. Of course, if the population is sufficient, it is also possible to develop the Tainan Plain. When occupying Tainan, it is inevitable to contact the people of the Penghu Inspection Office, and then say hello to the people of the Penghu Water Fort. Marin continued to order. But at this time, Zhang Kai interrupted and said, "My lord, the Penghu Inspection Office was abolished in the 17th year of Hongwu because of the maritime ban." "Ah. Is that so?" Ma Lin was embarrassed. Ma Lin had read a lot of time travel novels in the late Ming dynasty in his previous life, and he naturally had the impression that the Penghu Inspection Office existed. He also remembered that the Ming dynasty and the Dutch had a big fight here. But in fact, the Penghu Inspection Office was re-established in 1563. Its purpose was to help eliminate the Japanese pirates and monitor the southeastern maritime trade. As for now, because the Japanese pirates have not become a big problem like they did during the Jiajing period, the court naturally did not restore the Penghu Inspection Office. Zhang Kai was the Minister of Personnel of the Ming dynasty, ministerial-level boss, so his words were naturally not nonsense. Moreover, Zhang Kai happened to know the inside story. So, Zhang Kai explained to Ma Lin, in recent years, local officials such as Hu Jian have also petitioned to restore the Penghu Inspection Office, but the court rejected them all. The main reason is that the land on the Penghu Islands is too barren and not suitable for growing food. If a water fort is set up on the island, it is estimated that the food will have to be transported from land. Ma Lin nodded. He naturally knew the situation of the Penghu Islands. As a post-80s generation, there are almost few people who have not heard the nursery rhyme, Penghu Bay at Grandma's House. In the 1990s, when Ma Lin was a child in his previous life, this song was almost popular all over the country and became a song that music teachers liked to use for teaching. At that time, after listening to this song, Ma Lin was very yearning for the good life in Penghu Bay. However, when he grew up and checked Baidu, he realized that the Penghu Islands were not a good place. The wind was high and the waves were fierce, and the land was very barren. Ma Lin remembered that Baidu said the land on the island was barren. The lack of water and the strong sea breeze were not conducive to the growth of crops. Only sweet potatoes and peanuts could be grown. In the mid-1980s, watermelon, hami melon and loofah were successfully planted, known as the 3 melons of Penghu. In other words, only a limited number of crops and fruits, such as sweet potatoes, peanuts, watermelons, hami melons and loofahs, can be planted on the Penghu Islands. But in the Ming dynasty, there were no sweet potatoes and peanuts, and the Ming dynasty had never thought of planting vine crops such as watermelons, hami melons, and loofahs on the islands. Therefore, in the eyes of the Ming dynasty court, the Penghu Islands were a barren land where food could not grow, and naturally there was no interest in development. Marin did not want to develop the Penghu Islands at first. After all, there was too much land available for development on Taiwan Island, and there was no need to develop the barren Penghu Islands. But when he remembered one thing, he immediately broke out in a cold sweat and instantly made the decision to send troops to Penghu Island. Why did Marin send troops to occupy the Penghu Islands? He was also forced to do so. Before, when dividing the territory with the Portuguese, the signed partition treaty clearly stipulated that Taiwan Island, the Ryukyu Islands and the Japanese islands belonged to Marin's sphere of influence. But Marin missed the demarcation of the ownership of the Penghu Islands. Because, in Marin's impression, there should be the Penghu water fort of the famous Penghu Inspection Office on the Penghu Islands. Therefore, he did not ask to include the Penghu Islands in his sphere of influence. In this way, in the case of unclear ownership, the Portuguese are likely to take advantage of the loopholes to occupy the Penghu Islands. Even, they may learn from themselves and use the Penghu Islands to surrender to the Ming dynasty and ask to be chieftains. Even if they fail, they can use the now unmanaged Penghu Islands as a smuggling base to smuggle goods from the Ming dynasty. Therefore, in order not to give the Portuguese a chance to take advantage of the loopholes, Marin must send troops in advance to seize the Penghu Islands. When the Portuguese came, Marin insisted that this was a branch island of Dongfan Island. Since they had already occupied it, it was not easy for the Portuguese to act recklessly. Unless they want to tear their faces apart and go to war with the North Sea Kingdom. So, Marin instructed Zhang Kai, in addition to developing the Taipei Basin, he should first send people to occupy and develop the Penghu Islands and repair the Penghu water fort on them. Since no one cares about the Penghu Islands, I want them. Chapter 1202 Obtaining Camphor. Penghu Islands is an island lacking fresh water, with few rivers and only some small lakes with stagnant water. Because it is located in the Pacific water vapor shadow area of Taiwan Island, Penghu Islands has become a rare relatively dry area on the southeast coast, and it is windy. The characteristics of Taiwan Island are that the eastern coastal area and the eastern part of the northern coastal area are rainy, while the western coastal area has less rainfall. For example, the Bude salt field on the southwest coast of Taiwan Island is a famous Pacific water vapor shadow area, with many sunny days, which is very suitable for salt drying. Speaking of which, Penghu Islands, which also belong to the Pacific water vapor shadow area of Taiwan Island, is also suitable for salt drying. However, Marin does not intend to promote it. Because if he really does salt drying here, it will be miserable if the Portuguese learn it. The vast coast of North Africa is more suitable for salt drying. If the Portuguese do salt drying on the coasts of North Africa and West Africa, Marin's salt boiling business will be immediately washed away. Therefore, he would rather have good technology and insist on boiling salt. After all, the cost of boiling salt with coal is much lower than that of boiling salt with firewood, which can form a cost advantage. But because there are not many rivers, there is a lack of freshwater ports on the Penghu Islands. As a result, warships that dock at Penghu Water Fort for a long time are prone to shipworms eating away at the bottom of the ship. So, how did the Ming Navy solve this problem? Use ironwood to build the bottom of the ship, and the shipworms can't chew it, explained a shipbuilding craftsman from Longjiang Baochuan factory. What? Marin was dumbfounded. He didn't expect that the Ming people solved the problem of shipworms so simply and crudely. Ironwood is a hard wood that even shipworms can't chew it. But, using it to build the bottom of the ship, seems a bit extravagant. Marin didn't know that although there was not much ironwood in this era, it was not too little. Because of the excellent characteristics of ironwood, it was cut down in large quantities and used to build ships and furniture, and even to build city gates. Therefore, ironwood was also consumed in large quantities. In later generations, because of too much consumption, ironwood has been listed as a national second-level protected plant by the state. But in this era, ironwood is not scarce. Even in the Ming dynasty, there were warships made entirely of ironwood. The cost of 400 materials was only 700 to 800 taels of silver, which included the cost of craftsmen's wages. The treasure ships that Zheng He sailed to the west were so large, but each cost only about 2,000 taels of silver. According to the shipbuilders of Longjiang Treasure Shipyard, who were rewarded by the Ming court, the cost of building a large ship like Marin's 500-ton warship was only 3,000 to 4,000 taels of ironwood. If only the bottom and the side were made of ironwood, the cost would be only about 2,000 taels. Fuck, Marin couldn't help but swear. You know, his 500-ton warship, when using oak, costs as much as tens of thousands of gold coins. And one gold coin is worth 1.14 taels of silver based on a 1:12 ratio of gold and silver coins. In other words, the cost of Marin's warship is as high as more than 11,400 taels. Even if cheaper American wood is used to build ships in the future, it will only be half the cost. After all, the wages of European shipbuilders are really high, plus the price of paint and drying oil, there is no way to save. But if you build ships in Daming, all ironwood is used, and the cost is much lower than in Europe. Of course, the premise is that you have to use low-paid Daming shipbuilders. According to the current salary, Daming shipbuilders only earn a few taels of silver a year, and the annual salary of top shipbuilders does not exceed 10 taels. And the shipbuilders of Bahai State, even apprentice shipbuilders, have a daily salary of 3 pfennigs, and an annual salary of 21.7 taels. And the annual salary of experienced shipbuilders can be converted into more than 40 taels. The difference in salary alone is several times. So, Marin decided instantly to set up a shipyard in Daming as well, and import plates directly from Daming to build ships, and the cost can be extremely low. However, according to the craftsmen of Longjiang Baochuan factory, Daming's shipbuilding was built in sections and built in steps according to watertight compartments. This is not a problem. The problem is that most of the wood used for shipbuilding in the Ming dynasty was cut, and there were few logs that could be used as keels. Even if there were, they had just been cut down and had not been split in time. But the keel of a seagoing ship needs to wait for 1 or 2 years. Therefore, Marin's idea of using European shipbuilding technology to build a ship in the Ming dynasty has temporarily failed, and it will be feasible at least 2 years later. Moreover, it is necessary to order enough large materials for the keel now. Marin is also helpless about this. He thought about shipping keels from America, but the keel is dozens of meters long and is not suitable for ocean-going shipping at all. Therefore, the shipyard on Taiwan Island can only wait for the keel materials on the Ming dynasty to dry enough. But in any case, it is necessary to use ironwood as the side guard. Ironwood side, ordinary iron ball shells are difficult to penetrate. Wrap it with iron sheet, it is really invincible. However, it is said that the number of shipbuilding craftsmen provided by the Ming dynasty school seems to be a bit too many. Therefore, Marin does not intend to keep all these craftsmen here to build ships. After all, they still have to wait for the large materials suitable for the keel to dry thoroughly, so they can't build ships for the time being. In other words, they can't build Western-style warships for the time being. Therefore, Marin plans to take most of the shipbuilding craftsmen to New York to mass-produce warships with red oak. As for Taiwan Island, only 2,000 craftsmen will be left, divided into 2 teams, using the ironwood of the Ming dynasty to build ships. In this way, it will not delay the current explosion of ships, and you can also get a fleet of luxurious warships built with ironwood in the future. Speaking of wood, these days, Marin discovered that there are many camphor trees among the many trees that were cut down during the inspection of logging in the Taipei Basin. Camphor wood itself is a good shipbuilding material because it is resistant to seawater corrosion. However, Marin knows that compared with its use in extracting camphor balls, shipbuilding is really not a problem. Because the cedar on Taiwan Island is also an excellent shipbuilding wood. However, the only one that can extract camphor is camphor wood. So Marin found a carpenter who knows the business and sorted the wood. For example, all the cedars were left to dry and wait for shipbuilding. The chopped camphor wood was picked out to extract camphor. Why extract camphor? Marin did not do it to get mothballs to repel insects in the closet, but to make smokeless gunpowder. As mentioned before, the chapter that was harmonized, smokeless gunpowder needs a passivator because it burns too fast. Marin used paraffin before, but the passivation effect of paraffin is average, and camphor is the best passivator that Marin can get at present. Marin did not graduate from chemical engineering, so naturally he could not produce phenylenediamine, which is more suitable as a passivator for smokeless gunpowder. However, camphor is still easy to obtain. It can be said that camphor is the best passivator that can be extracted from nature. At the end of the 19th century, in the process of developing smokeless gunpowder, Nobel and other bigwigs chose camphor as the passivator for the new gunpowder. The French always had problems when they chose paraffin, and one of their own warships sank because of the spontaneous combustion of gunpowder. Marin was also developing a new type of smokeless gunpowder. Although the output was small, it could be used to do great things at critical moments. However, wooden ships were relatively fragile. If an accident occurred with smokeless gunpowder with paraffin added, the wooden warship would be doomed. Therefore, Marin now dared not easily put smokeless gunpowder with paraffin added on warships. The French steel warships in the late 19th century could be sunk, let alone flammable wooden ships. But smokeless gunpowder is very powerful, especially when used as propellant. It is absolutely awesome when used to bombard enemy ships. Therefore, Marin had been waiting to replace paraffin with camphor as a passivator and stabilizer for smokeless gunpowder. Once a stable and powerful smokeless gunpowder is obtained, it is time for Marin to apply them to naval guns. Under Marin's command, the carpenters cut all the cut camphor wood into thin slices. Then, they put them into a sealed container for water distillation. The steam obtained was condensed. Then white crystals of crude camphor and liquid camphor oil were obtained. Camphor oil is not important, and the crude camphor can be further purified to obtain the military camphor that Marin dreamed of. And camphor is one of Marin's important goals in occupying Taiwan. After all, Taiwan was later known as the Camphor Kingdom, and there were so many camphor trees on the island. Chapter 1203, Finding the Pit. Marin controls the island, in addition to taking advantage of the geographical advantages here to do business with the Ming dynasty, and also coveting the Jingguashi super gold mine on the island and the island's specialty camphor. Needless to say, the trade with the Ming dynasty and the Jingguashi gold mine have made great profits. Camphor is the best passivator for new gunpowder. Once camphor is put into use, the new gunpowder can be considered to have real practical value. Otherwise, just because of the instability, you can't use wooden warships at will. Otherwise, your ship will be burned by the new gunpowder before others hit you. If camphor is used, the new gunpowder will become safe, and then it will be moved to the warship for use. And in naval battles, firepower is king. The new gunpowder is 3 times more powerful than black gunpowder. If it is used as a propellant for naval artillery fire, it can beat the opponent out of the water. As long as Marin wins a few more naval battles, he can become the overlord of the sea and control as many interests as possible. In fact, Marin has been planning to defeat the current overlord of the sea, Portugal, and replace it one day in the future. After all, Portugal itself is very weak, and its national strength is not much stronger than that of the North Sea Kingdom. Moreover, its army is very scum, and it is not a match for the North Sea Kingdom army at all. However, the Portuguese navy is very strong at present, especially with a large number of warships. Marin is now accumulating strength, intending to fight a decisive battle with Portugal at sea one day and destroy Portugal's maritime power in one fell swoop. Then, launch a landing battle to completely cripple Portugal. After crippling Portugal, then, Marin is not interested in Portugal itself, but Marin has been coveting their maritime interests for a long time. For example, Ronaldo's hometown of Madeira Islands is a good shipping transit station. The Azores Islands are also an important transit station to the Americas. Not to mention Africa. At present, the South African gold mining area is the territory of the Portuguese. If Portugal is not crippled, how can they grab the colonial rights of South Africa? So, don't underestimate the camphor, it is an important weapon for Marin to dominate the ocean. Additives. Marin extracted more than a dozen barrels of camphor powder in one breath, intending to take it back to make smokeless gunpowder. At this time, Marin remembered that he seemed to have an important thing to do on Taiwan Island. Of course, this thing is not to develop the Jingguashi gold mine. Marin is not so stupid. If he is anxious to develop the Jingguashi gold mine without being able to fully control Taiwan Island, it will easily cause jealousy. Therefore, the development of the Jingguashi gold mine can be put aside for now. Anyway, the mine is there and it won't run away. Another important thing Marin wants to do is to find the first oil field on Taiwan Island, which is also the location of the first modern oil well in Asia. Chuxiangking. The development history of Chuxiangking is not long. After all, the development of Taiwan Island only began in the late Ming dynasty. And Chuxiangking was not discovered to produce oil until the mid to late 19th century. However, not long after the discovery of oil, Chuxiangking introduced American technicians to drill wells with machines and drilled the first mechanical oil well in Asia. Moreover, the Chuxiangking oil well is also the second mechanical oil well in the world. Therefore, the Taiwanese people of later generations have praised Chuxiangking to be miraculous, and the local area has become a famous historical attraction. There is no way. Taiwan really has no history, so they can only take out things like Huangkang as historical attractions. Ma Lin had never been to Taiwan in his previous life, but he couldn't resist the Taiwanese people's love to brag. Especially when Ma was in power, in order to attract mainland tourists, he worked hard to promote various attractions. Although Ma Lin had never been there in his previous life, he saw a lot of information on the internet, so he knew Chuxiangking very well and remembered its location. Chuxiangking is located on the bank of Holong River in Miaoli County. Holong River is a Z-shaped river, and Chuxiangking is located near a corner of the horizontal line below the Z shape. As long as you find the vicinity of that turning point, you can find the Chuxiangking oil well. It is said that Mr. Chiu-go, who first discovered the oil seedlings, only dug a 3-meter deep earth pit and was able to produce 40 kilograms of crude oil per day. Such a shallow earth pit can produce oil, proving that this oil field is not difficult to find. Moreover, the name Chuxiangking indicates that there is a sulfur smell here, otherwise, it would not be called Chuxiangking. In fact, crude oil has some sulfur smell. Marin estimated that the name of Chuxiangking came from this. Before leaving Taiwan Island to return home, Marin took a large group of people to find Chuxiangking. However, when he really started to look for Chuxiangking, Marin realized how difficult it was. First of all, it was very troublesome for Marin to find Holong Creek. Because there was no GPS navigation, Marin could only try his luck to find it. In particular, there are many rivers and various creeks on the west coast of Taiwan Island. When Marin passed by Hsinchu, he saw many streams flowing into the sea. Marin didn't know which one was Holong Creek, so he took people into each stream to explore the way first. Fortunately, Marin remembered the Z shape of Holong Creek, so he sent people to take a small boat to go deep into these rivers to see if it was the Z shape that Marin said. Finally, after failing to explore several rivers, they realized that they had finally found Holong Creek. Then, Marin led a large force ashore and searched southeast along the south bank. Along the way, Marin encountered 2 aboriginal villages, and even a fierce conflict broke out. But it was useless, Khan alone could beat a group of them, not to mention that Marin brought hundreds of elite soldiers. In this way, Marin traced the river upstream to the south bank and finally found the position of the horizontal line under the Z shape. Then, it was about looking for oil. But even if the general direction was determined, it was still extremely difficult to find the location of the Chuxiangking oil well. Because, at this time, there were tall trees everywhere along the Holong River. If you want to find it slowly, you have to clear away the trees that are in the way first. So, Ma Lin had to go back and mobilize a large number of militiamen to cut down trees on the south bank of the horizontal line below the Z shape of Holong Creek. After finally cutting down all the local trees, Ma Lin was dumbfounded to find that it seemed that he had not found any natural oil mines after cutting down all the leaves. In desperation, Ma Lin had to take a group of men with good noses and start smelling along the south bank of Holong Creek. Isn't this place called Chuxiangking? That's simple. If you smell sulfur, it should be the location of the oil well. Then, dig wells like crazy. Chiu-go was able to dig a 3-meter pit and start producing oil, which shows that the Chuxiangking oil well is not difficult to find. These days, Ma Lin has become like a police dog, lying on the south bank of Holong Creek with a group of men and sniffing with his nose. Ma Lin suddenly regretted not bringing a few German Shepherd police dogs. If there were German Shepherd police dogs, it would be easy to find the smell of sulfur. Unlike now, Marin himself has to become a police dog. Hard work pays off. Just when Marin was about to lose his patience, he finally found the oil seepage at the Taiwan Oil Mine Exhibition Hall in the future, and asked someone to dig a 4-meter deep earth pit to facilitate oil extraction. Then, the oil seepage underground really began to slowly ooze out oil. Chapter 1204, Home Field Advantage. After digging out the oil, Marin waited for a day. Then, he counted the amount in 24 hours. But to Marin's disappointment, the oil output of this mine could not reach the 40 kilograms per day of the pit dug by Mr. Chiu-go in later generations, but only half of it, that is, 20 kilograms per day. This is too low, it's half off. Marin was a little dumbfounded. With such a small output, it is only 600 kilograms a month. If it is used to refine gasoline, it will be even less, which is not enough. By the way, I almost forgot about the Jourdon well. Marin slapped his head. After finding the Chushan pit, Marin led the team to drive a small boat along the Holong River to the sea, find a big ship and return to Keelung. However, halfway through, they were attacked by local aborigines. When the boat was sailing, a javelin suddenly appeared in the woods along the coast and hit the soldiers on the boat. Fortunately, Marin was cautious by nature, fear of death, so he asked the soldiers to wear rhinoceros leather armor on the boat. Moreover, the javelins thrown by the local natives were actually the most primitive javelins, that is, the javelins with sharpened heads. Therefore, in the end, the hundreds of people led by Ma Lin were at most bruised by the impact of the javelins, but there were no casualties. However, the attack of the natives also angered Ma Lin. After returning to Keelung, Ma Lin arranged for Zhang Kai to send people to Zuotongjing town, Dayang County, Shuzhong to hire people who knew how to dig Zuotongjing, and purchase local well drilling equipment made of nanmo. At the same time, Ma Lin mobilized a large number of new recruits and followed the 500 soldiers sent by Ma Lin to fight the natives in Hulongsi. Ma Lin's attack on the local natives this time was not a whim, but he realized a problem: if he didn't sweep the surrounding aboriginals, it would not be safe to extract oil in Chuxiangking. Therefore, this time Ma Lin planned to send troops to sweep all the Fanshi villages near Chuxiangking and several Fanshi villages along the way to the sea at one time to avoid problems in the future. You know, although Ma Lin recruited hundreds of militiamen from the Han immigrants, they are not very useful. At least, their combat effectiveness will not be greatly improved within a few months. These novice militiamen may be used to defend the city, but they may not be able to sweep the Daukas along the Holong River in Miaoli County. Even if they can defeat those Daukas in the future, it may take 1 or 2 years. But Ma Lin hopes that Chuxiangking can produce oil earlier, so that he can get more oil by accumulating it. Therefore, before leaving, Ma Lin plans to lead the team in person and sweep the area along the Holong River again. In addition to the 500 elite veterans led by Ma Lin himself, there are also 500 new recruits accompanying this time. But these 500 new recruits are different from the 500 new recruits recruited from immigrants last time. Among the 500 new recruits this time, 200 are 200 Rattan shield soldiers that Li Kezi has already formed. Although these 200 Rattan shield soldiers have been trained for several months, they have not experienced actual combat. The last time Ma Lin led 500 militiamen to attack the Taipei Basin, the 500 militiamen benefited a lot. So, this time when Ma Lin sent troops, Li Kezi took the initiative to ask the 200 Rattan shield soldiers he trained to experience actual combat. Then, the composition of the remaining 300 recruits was more complicated. Because, among the remaining 300 people, 200 were Aboriginal warriors. Yes, you read that right, those 200 were Aboriginals. However, these 200 Aboriginal warriors did not mainly come from the Fanshi in the Taipei Basin, because Ma Lin did not trust them for the time being. These 200 Aboriginal warriors mainly came from several Fanshis near Keelung that had very good relations with Kong Tai. The chiefs of those Fanshis were frightened by Kong Tai with solar stoves, and they respected Kong Tai very much and were willing to cooperate with Kong Tai. Even this time when Ma Lin sent troops to attack the Taipei Basin, those Fanshis also sent people to act as translators. Moreover, in the last battle to conquer the Taipei Basin, Marin discovered a serious problem: his army was not familiar with the local terrain and environment. Fortunately, the young and strong men sent by the cooperative Keelung Fanshi to act as interpreters knew the characteristics of the local forests very well and could accurately judge the whereabouts of the locals from the local environment. Even, they could avoid some traps dug by the locals. So, Marin had the idea of recruiting a group of Aboriginal warriors. With these warriors who are good at activities in the woods, it will be easy to attack the local Fanshi in the future. For this reason, Marin specially recruited 200 young and strong warriors from those Fanshi with very generous treatment as auxiliary soldiers for this operation. Then, Marin selected 100 young and strong Han people from the early immigrants in Keelung to accompany him and formed a new expeditionary force. And the 200 Aboriginal warriors did not disappoint Marin's expectations. Under their leadership, Marin's army moved freely in the complex subtropical rainforest of Taiwan Island without getting lost in it. Moreover, these indigenous warriors also easily found several local Fanshi villages. The next thing was simple, even though these Fanshi villages were defending the villages. However, most of the Fanshi villages were bamboo and wood fence walls with poor construction technology. Marin directly asked Khan to wear full body armor, carry a big hammer, smash the gates of the fence walls, and then the army rushed in and quickly resolved the battle. The 100 heavy infantrymen wearing plate armor led by Khan himself were completely an unsolvable bug for the indigenous people. Their weapons were useless to these warriors, but the sticks of these warriors were very painful when they hit the indigenous people. So, Marin led the army to break through Hulongshi and other Fanshi all the way, captured more than 2,000 indigenous people, and fought until the vicinity of Chuxiangking. After capturing more than 2,000 Daukas indigenous people from several nearby societies, Marin thought about it and did not detain them where they were, but sent them to the mouth of Hulongshi River and shipped them to Danshui port. Then, Marin ordered that more than 2,000 Aboriginal residents of the Katagalan tribe in the developing Taipei Basin be separated, and then exchanged with these 2,000 Aboriginal residents. After that, the more than 2,000 Daukas Aboriginal residents who were exchanged to the Taipei Basin were dispersed and divided among the original more than 6,000 Aboriginal residents of the Katagalan tribe. In this way, because they are not locals, these Aboriginal residents who are exchanged will become extremely honest. Because they have left their respective home grounds and dare not act rashly. Marin was also a rural person in his previous life. He knew a problem of rural people: they are arrogant at the doorstep, but they keep their tails between their legs when they go out. Don't look at those rural people who carry snakeskin bags into the city so honest and timid, and look timid, that's because they are not at home. If you go to the hometowns of these old farmers, you will see. In their hometowns, the courage of rural people doubles, which is completely different from the timidity when they enter the city. You city people can bully them in the city, but you can try to bully them in their hometowns in the countryside. Even if they are gangsters, they dare not easily go to other people's villages to bully people. Unless you bring a gun, otherwise, the villagers will come to fight you with hoes, shovels and other farm tools, and even the village dogs will enthusiastically help you. If it were a wild rural area like northeast China or Great Holland, the village would probably post propaganda slogans like, "Beating the police is illegal." Well, Marin had heard of such a bold and weird slogan as, "Robbing a police car is illegal," in his previous life. Of course, that was in the past. Since it became popular to work outside the village in the new century, all the able-bodied men in the countryside have gone to work in Beijing, Shanghai and Guangzhou. There are no able-bodied men left in the village, only the old and weak. Unlike the last century, when all the able-bodied men stayed in their hometowns, if they encountered something as exciting as a fight, everyone would be happy to join in the fun. Many people came with hoes and shoulder poles, but they were not necessarily really here to fight, they were just joining in the fun to boost their courage. But outsiders didn't know, and they were scared to death when they saw the battle. Marin's idea was right. After the Daukas and Catalan people exchanged territories, these people were extremely honest when they first arrived in the new environment. Moreover, Marin broke them up and reorganized them. Without familiar fellow villagers and friends, these people became more timid. In this way, it was easier for Kong Tai and Zhang Kai to manage them. This is like the home advantage in football. Generally, when a team arrives at someone else's territories away from home, they will choose to be timid and play a defensive counterattack. Only a wealthy team would dare to attack fiercely in an away game. Even a wealthy team would be conservative and cautious when it comes to the home court of another equally powerful team. In their own home court, unless they face an invincible powerful opponent, they will be bolder and take the initiative to attack. Sometimes, in their own home court, some weak teams can even unexpectedly defeat the wealthy teams. Generally speaking, the upsets of wealthy teams mostly happen in away games. And what Marin wants for these indigenous people is to break their home advantage and send them to live in the away game. In this way, these indigenous people will become honest in a long time. And when they are familiar with the new environment, Marin's colonial rule in Taiwan Island has been consolidated, and he is not afraid of them making waves. Chapter 1205 finally returns. After solving the problem of Chuxiangking, Marin took the fleet to the Penghu Islands again, intending to build a water fort there. As a result, when the fleet arrived there, they actually found a group of pirates entrenched there. It turned out that because the Ming Dynasty court did not care about the Penghu Islands, it became a no-man's land. Some fishermen fled to the Penghu Islands to settle down because they could not pay taxes and made a living by fishing. In addition, because the government did not care about this place, some pirates also chose the Penghu Islands as their lair. After all, there was no official army here to wipe them out. When Marin's warships approached the main island of the Penghu Islands, they found a simple pirate water fort. There was nothing to say. Marin directly led Khan and others to attack the water fort, broke through this small broken water fort with only 36 pirates in one fell swoop, and seized 2 small pirate ships. Then, Magong Port, located in the center of Hoshir Island in the southwest of Penghu Island, became the location of the new Penghu water fort on the Penghu Islands. Marin simply named the place Magongzai. After all, his surname was Ma. In fact, Magong was originally called Magong in history, which means the Palace of Mazu. However, calling it Magong does not sound very impressive. In addition, his Chinese surname in his previous life and this life is Ma, so Malin simply named this place Magong in later generations. On Penghu Island, in addition to the water fortress of the 36 pirates, there is also a small fishing village with more than 300 people. These fishermen were unable to pay taxes in their homeland, or borrowed usury and could not pay it back, so they fled to the Penghu Islands. Then, they gathered on the island to form a fishing village. After the pirates came here, they were forced to hand over part of their catch to the pirates as taxes. But because the pirates often went to the land to rob, they could bring food and various daily necessities, so these fishermen were willing to be ruled by pirates. After all, the Penghu Islands are not suitable for growing food, and they can only eat fish, and fish. Marin led his men to wipe out the group of pirates, but the fishermen were still not happy. After all, the pirates also provided them with food and various living supplies that were not produced on the Penghu Islands. But after Marin announced that he would send people to station here and provide them with various living supplies, all these fishermen were willing to be loyal to Marin. As for the 36 unlucky pirates who were captured alive, Marin sent them all to Fuzhou and let the Ming court deal with them. It was also considered that Marin handed in a letter of surrender. While sending the pirates, Marin also asked the Ming court whether the two sides would jointly build the Penghu water fortress. The reason why Marin chose to bring the Ming court together was because he had no confidence in guarding the Penghu Islands. After all, Kongtai had too few people and had to control the huge island of Taiwan. If too much energy is put on guarding the Penghu Islands, it will be too disadvantageous. The Ming dynasty court is different. They have a strong foundation and can send a large army to support Penghu at any time. Historically, after 900 Dutch colonists occupied the Penghu water fortress, Nan Zhi, the governor of the Ming dynasty, directly sent tens of thousands of troops to the island to besiege the city, which scared the Dutch. No matter how poor the combat effectiveness of the Ming navy was, the numerical advantage was absolute. Moreover, the combat effectiveness of the Ming navy was not bad. The Ming army on the southeast coast was lacking in the army, and the combat effectiveness of the navy was okay. With the help of the Ming dynasty navy, Marin was more confident in defending the Penghu Islands. Moreover, Marin occupied the Penghu Islands with the intention of preventing the Portuguese from seizing them. The Penghu Islands themselves are actually not very valuable. Therefore, pulling the Ming dynasty to guard together can also reduce their burden. Therefore, Marin directly requested the Ming court to send a navy to station in Penghu. The reason is that if the court does not care, this place will easily become a pirate nest, and this point can most impress the Ming court. After returning to Keelung, Marin began to prepare to return. At this time, Columbus Jr. suddenly led 8 250-class armed merchant ships from Guangzhou to Keelung to join Marin. In fact, Columbus Jr., who took the African route, should have arrived in Daming last winter. But the problem is that when Columbus Jr. docked at a small port in India, he fell seriously ill and delayed the journey for a long time. In desperation, the fleet had to stay there for a long time. Therefore, until Marin was about to return, Columbus Jr.'s fleet came to join Marin. "Are you okay?" Marin asked with concern. Columbus Jr. is 1 year younger than Marin, but thinner than Marin. After all, Marin was born a knight. Although he is not strong among knights, he is much stronger than ordinary people. Although old Columbus is a scumbag, he has done a lot for Marin. Therefore, Marin still has to care about Columbus Jr. "Thank you for your concern, my body is fine now. When we stopped in Guangzhou, I found a Chinese doctor with the help of Lord Skanda, and he prescribed me tonic medicine. Now I am fine." Diego Columbus said. "Can we return now?" "No problem." "That's good." Marin came to Ming dynasty this time by taking the Pacific route. But to the Europeans, he said that he would take the route around Africa with little Columbus. Therefore, little Columbus was a cover in public, and Marin needed them to cover him. Suddenly, Marin seemed to remember something and said, "By the way, Diego, I have an important task for you when we return this time. Please give your orders, Grand Duke." Diego Columbus immediately stood up and said, "It's like this. Ordinary oxen can't stand our tropical colonies of Grenada and Cuba. And I heard that the Indian zebu is the most suitable cattle for tropical regions. So, I hope that your fleet will not take other goods when returning. In addition to the supplies and fresh water needed by the crew, the rest will be used to load Indian zebu. As for the money, I will get you some from the fleet." Since he knew that Indian zebu was good, Marin would naturally not miss the opportunity. Little Columbus led 8 250-class armed merchant ships, and hundreds of Indian zebu could still be loaded. At this time, little Columbus asked, "Archduke, the zebu you are talking about, is it the kind with a raised tumor at the front of the cow's back, similar to the hump?" "Yes, you have been to India, you should have seen it." Diego Columbus nodded and said, "Yes, Archduke, I have not only seen this kind of cattle in India, but also on a large island in southeastern Africa. I have seen many of these cattle." "Africa, southeast, big island, are you talking about Madagascar Island?" Marin asked in confusion. Diego Columbus shook his head and said, "I don't know what the island is called, but it is very big. Our fleet has docked there and found that there are many cows on the island, which are very similar to the cows in India. Moreover, there are a lot of them." "A lot? How many?" Marin's eyes lit up. At the same time, a piece of information in the depths of his mind jumped out. It seems that Madagascar in the future is known as the country of cows. "How many cows are there?" It is said that there is one cow for every 2 people on the island. The total population of Madagascar in the future is about 24 million, so the number of cattle in Madagascar should be more than 12 million. However, Marin didn't know in his previous life that the cattle in Madagascar were actually humped cattle. In fact, Madagascar is different from the African continent. Madagascar is located in the Indian Ocean and has exchanges with India. Even the Malagasy people are the mixed descendants of local blacks and Southeast Asian Malays, Indians and Arabs who migrated from the sea. Therefore, the Malagasy people in later generations look more like dark-skinned Malays and black Indians, rather than pure black Africans. As for the cattle on the island, they may have been brought by Indian immigrants or Arab immigrants. The Arab immigrants mainly moved in around the 9th century, and it is estimated that the cattle were also brought in during that era. Now that hundreds of years have passed, it is estimated that there should be a lot of cattle in Madagascar. Even if it is not as terrifying as the scale of more than 12 million in later generations, it must be a lot. Moreover, Marin estimated that these cattle should be mainly distributed in the north of the island. Because the Arab immigrants landed on the island from the northern coast. Considering this, Marin instructed Diego Columbus, in this case, on your return trip, in addition to purchasing a large number of zebu cattle in India, when you pass through Madagascar, send people to stay on the island to inquire about how to obtain cattle on the island. Next time, I will send a ship to Madagascar to purchase a large number of local cattle. Little Columbus received the order and returned, and Marin, after purchasing a large number of finished tung oil and raw lacquer and other shipbuilding materials, also went north along the Kuroshio and began to return. It was already the beginning of June in the Gregorian calendar. It happened that the monsoon near Taiwan Island changed from northerly wind to southwesterly wind, and with the push of the Kuroshio, it was just right to go north. Historically, the famous Manila galleon seemed to go north in June every year with the southwest monsoon, and sailed east after arriving in the waters near Japan. Marin didn't have to wait until June to go north. After all, he had an upper edge girder sail, which could take advantage of the wind from all directions. But he was dealing with various things in Dongfan Island and took over the Penghu Islands, wasting too much time. So, it was delayed until the beginning of June. Moreover, he did not dare to delay any longer. Because, starting from June, the area around Taiwan Island has entered the typhoon season. June was fine, but the typhoons appeared more frequently as time went on. Therefore, Marin's return voyage was basically like running away. But as long as you reach the waters near Japan, there are fewer typhoons. Because typhoons mainly pass over Taiwan Island and reach the coast of Jiangsu and Zhejiang at most, and there are very few typhoons that wreak havoc on Japan. But the possibility of Taiwan Island being hit by a typhoon is very high, otherwise it would not be called a typhoon. Marin led the fleet northward along the Ryukyu Islands with trepidation. The reason for following the Ryukyu Islands was that he was afraid that the fleet would encounter an early typhoon. If it really encountered one, the fleet would definitely be unlucky. If it follows the Ryukyu Islands, there is still a chance to escape to the island. Fortunately, Marin still has a faint aura of the protagonist. Therefore, he did not encounter an early typhoon along the way and arrived safely in the Japanese waters. After arriving here, it is basically out of the range of most typhoons. Going further east, it will be safe. Chapter 1206. In the waters of Osumi Province, the most southwestern Ritsu Province, vassal state, of Japan, Marin docked for supplies and mainly purchased some vegetables. After all, after turning east and entering the deep Pacific Ocean, there would be no vegetables to eat. At that time, everyone could only rely on drinking green tea to supplement vitamin C. The lemon tree leaves that Marin brought from his homeland had been used up. Fortunately, Daming had another substitute green tea. Because the heat was controlled during the processing of green tea, the original flavor of the tea leaves was well preserved. At the same time, vitamin C was also retained to a certain extent. Therefore, drinking green tea is similar to drinking lemon leaves soaked in water. However, the content of vitamin C in green tea is not too high. Therefore, Marin also brought a lot of mung beans and sprouted them during the voyage to supplement enough vitamin C and avoid scurvy. In addition, Marin's fleet also carried shiitake mushrooms. Marin likes to eat shiitake mushrooms very much, so he must have brought shiitake mushrooms back this time. There are 2 kinds of shiitake mushrooms he brought. One is dried mushrooms, which cannot be used for reproduction and are mainly used for eating. Another type is the mushrooms that are being propagated. Marin directly bought several pieces of dead wood with mushrooms growing on it from the mushroom growers in Daming, and then brought a farmer who knew how to grow mushrooms to take care of the dead wood with mushrooms growing on it, and returned with the ship. But Marin would not eat the fresh mushrooms on the dead wood. After all, he had to wait until he brought them back to the country to further propagate them. In this way, he would be able to eat mushrooms every day in his homeland in the future. Fresh mushrooms were not allowed to be eaten, and Marin did not promote mung bean sprouts, but only ate them on his own ship. The main reason was that Marin was afraid that the Portuguese would obtain the mung bean sprout technology and solve the problem of scurvy in the Great Voyage. Therefore, Marin would rather let most of his sailors drink more green tea than spread the bean sprout cultivation technology. But the vitamin C content of mung bean sprouts is limited, so Marin specially asked the fleet to dock in the waters near Japan to purchase some vegetables such as radishes and green vegetables. At the same time, some sweet potatoes were also brought on board, which can also supplement vitamin C. In fact, the reason why Marin came ashore, in addition to purchasing vegetables, was also to spy on Japan's strengths and weaknesses. But Osumi province is located at the southernmost tip of Japan and belongs to a remote area, and Marin didn't see anything. Moreover, the strongest local vassal force, the Ganfu clan, is not a fool. Seeing so many fleets and troops of Marin, he would attack them when he was full. Marin felt a little bored. Originally, he wanted to lure the local devil warriors to attack them, and then create diplomatic disputes to find an excuse for future actions. As a result, the other party was so cowardly. But Marin didn't know that the local vassal power, the Ganfu clan, also had its own difficulties. The Ganfu clan was a powerful local force at the southernmost tip of the Osumi Peninsula in Osumi Province, and was the actual controller of Osumi Province. However, they were not the upright guardians, lords, of Osumi Province, but only the controlling family of the Liver County at the southernmost tip of Osumi Province. The real guardian of Osumi Province was the Shimazu clan. However, during the late 15th and early 16th centuries, the Shimazu family was fighting among themselves and had no time to care about other things. Moreover, the Shimazu clan also controlled the Satsuma and Hyuga clans adjacent to Osumi Province, and attacked each other. Therefore, the Kanfu clan took the opportunity to control most of Osumi Province and became the actual controller without a guardian identity. The Shimazu clan obviously would not rush to let the vassal state of their family, such as Osumi Province, be controlled by outsiders, so the two sides were constantly at war. In the case of a strong enemy outside, the Kanfu clan was not a brainless person and would not provoke a strong enemy casually. Of course, if Marin had only one small boat, it would be very likely that he would be killed and the boat would be seized. Marin left Osumi Province with the fleet after completing the vegetable purchase with disappointment. But soon after going to sea, Marin, who was originally very disappointed, encountered something that interested him. He saw two Japanese small early ships, a small military ship in the Japanese Warring States period, chasing another small early ship. What made Marin more interested was that through the telescope, Marin found that there were actually several women on the small early ship being chased. It seemed that there were several female warriors in red clothes guarding a young woman in purple. On the two small mooring boats at the back, there were a group of murderous Japanese samurai. Marin was bored, so he decided to watch a good show. He asked the fleet to slow down, but at the same time took out his musket to be on guard. After all, Japanese samurai are not easy to mess with. Except for the guards with high martial arts skills such as Kon, ordinary North Sea soldiers cannot beat Japanese samurai in a one-on-one fight. After the woman on the small mooring boat in the front saw Marin's fleet, she seemed to see hope, so she commanded her men to paddle and approach Marin's fleet. Task de, Japanese, meaning help. The woman on the small mooring boat shouted. Marin was stunned when he heard it. Why? He thought of the Japanese action movies he had seen in later life. It seemed that the heroine in the movie often shouted like this when she was chased and raped by the bad guys. At the same time, it was accompanied by professional action movie terms such as Yamedai. Thinking of the past life, Marin sighed and ordered, "Let them come, don't shoot." Then, the small early boat that escaped approached Marin's fleet and happened to be close to the ship where Marin was. "Master, danger!" Kon reminded. Marin also realized this. In order to guard against possible assassinations by the enemy, Marin and Kon and others put on full body plate armor. In this way, even if the opponent is an assassin, they are not afraid. What's more, Kon, who wore a moving suit and took a mace, was not afraid of Japanese samurai at all. After letting the small early boat that escaped get close, the two small early boats chasing behind seemed unwilling and followed, but Marin ordered to fire a warning shot. However, the other side seemed to ignore it completely, and about 50 or 60 Japanese samurai on the two ships were waving samurai swords, and seemed to ignore Marin and his party. Mad, idiot! Marin looked at the Japanese samurai on the two ships with contempt. Perhaps, the other side is highly skilled in martial arts and is very powerful in traditional boarding battles. However, facing the musketeers under Marin, no matter how high your martial arts are, you can be knocked down with one shot. What's more, Khan and others around him, after wearing plate armor, are not afraid of samurai swords at all. Of course, the group of Japanese samurai didn't know, and thought that as long as they approached the enemy ship and jumped on board, they could kill the other party at will. Moreover, it seems that they also took a fancy to Marin's big ship. Fuck. When a group of veiled female warriors surrounded the purple-clothed girl on board, Marin was in a trance when he saw the face of the purple-clothed girl. Because he saw that the purple-clothed woman looked too much like the otaku life mentor in later generations. Chapter 1207, Liver Mizuko and Kelp. The group of women seemed very scared after boarding the ship, because they did not expect that the people on the ship were all strange-looking foreign ghosts, very different from the Japanese and Chinese. So, they were all afraid that they had entered the devil's lair. Fortunately, Marin's stars was subconsciously in Chinese, and the purple-clothed girl who seemed to be the leader understood it. So, the purple-clothed girl stood up, bowed to Marin, and said in fluent Chinese, "Thank you for saving my life, can you speak Chinese?" Marin looked at the purple-clothed girl and was stunned again. It seemed that stars could also speak Chinese. But he still reacted and replied, "Well, we just came back from the Ming dynasty and are preparing to return." "Back from the Ming dynasty? Could it be that you are from the distant east?" "Well, thousands of miles away." Marin was about to say something else, but the two small early boats chasing these women seemed to be approaching, and the sound of Japanese samurai on the two boats had been heard. The purple-clothed woman's face suddenly changed, and she asked for help. "Sir, please save us. If we fall into the hands of these evil people, we will be dead." How could Marin not agree to the request of the stars? After all, when he was a otaku in his previous life, he received a lot of guidance from the stars. So Marin ordered, "Musketeers, prepare to shoot." So, the 150 guards and sailors on the ship who knew how to use muskets took out their muskets and loaded ammunition. When the two small early boats full of Japanese samurai approached, the first batch of 50 musketeers were already holding muskets, standing on the side of the ship and aiming at each other. Unfortunately, these Japanese samurai had never seen muskets at all, and they didn't know how powerful they were. They continued to approach arrogantly and began to wave grappling hooks, as if they were going to jump on board. "Stop!" Marin shouted loudly in Chinese. This was his last warning. In this era, the upper nobles in Japan, Korea and other countries all learned Chinese and used it as a language for communication between the upper nobles. Even the official Japanese language is in Chinese. It was not until the Meiji Restoration that Japan planned to learn from the West and made major changes to the Japanese language, but it still retained many Chinese characters. Of course, although Chinese characters are used, ordinary people still use Japanese pronunciation to read Chinese characters. Only the nobles learn the real Chinese pronunciation. Therefore, Marin was not surprised that the purple-clothed girl who looked like a stars could speak Chinese. Moreover, the group of samurai who chased them were also considered low-level nobles in Japan, and perhaps some of them knew Chinese. Sure enough, after Marin shouted, some of the Japanese samurai on the two ships were stunned, but this did not stop them from continuing their plan to board the ship. They were already planning to seize the ship. The big ship plus the target of pursuit explained above was really killing two birds with one stone. Marin had already issued a warning, but the other party still ignored it, so they could only ask them to eat bullets. "Shoot!" Marin ordered loudly in German, and then there was a loud noise on the side of the ship, and bursts of green smoke. Several Japanese samurai who took the lead in climbing Marin's ship with grappling hooks were shot into the water on the spot. The dozens of Japanese samurai were stunned. What the hell? It can actually shoot down a powerful samurai with one stroke. But soon, the fierce samurai came back to their senses. They were not scared off, but continued to throw the grappling hook and climb while screaming. Then, the second row of musketeers stepped forward and continued to shoot, and another 7 or 8 samurai were shot into the water. After 3 rows of shooting, there were only a dozen Japanese samurai left from the 50 or 60 Japanese samurai on the 2 small early ships. While the musketeers were reloading, several Japanese samurai jumped onto the boat. "Get out of the way, let me do it." Khan rushed up waving his mace. Bang, bang, bang. After a fierce smash, several Japanese samurai who had managed to board the boat fell down, and their lives and deaths were unknown. Then, the musketeers who had finished reloading restarted the 3-stage attack and killed the remaining Japanese samurai. After the fight, Marin turned to the purple-clothed girl who looked like a stars and said, "It's solved." "This girl, I'm Marin. What's your name?" Konfu Mizuko. The purple-clothed girl saluted. What? Hepatic ascites? Marin was stunned. I didn't ask her what disease she had. It's Konfu Mizuko. I'm from the Konfu clan in Kanju County, Osumi Province. The girl explained. Konfu clan. Konfu clan of Konfu Kanetsugu. Marin vaguely remembered that there was a daimyo named Konfu Kanetsugu in the Japanese Warring States period, who was a great enemy of the Shimazu clan. Konfu Kanetsugu? I haven't heard of him. The current head of the Konfu clan is Kanehisa Konfu. The purple-clothed girl was a little confused. Ma Lin also reacted immediately. Konfu Kanetsugu was a person in the Middle and Late Warring States period, that is, in the Middle and Late Jiajing dynasty, and it is estimated that he has not been born yet. But he soon became confused. Miss Mizuko, since your surname is Konfu, you should be a noble lady of Osumi province, why are you being hunted down? Konfu Mizuko said sadly, Ma Jun, Mizuko is not the main branch of the Konfu clan, but the only daughter of one of the branches. The head of the main branch, Konfu Kanetsugu, sent a large number of warriors to hunt me down in order to take back the fief of Kashira Castle left by my deceased father and strengthen his strength. As long as I die, he can legitimately annex Kashira Castle. Ma Lin suddenly realized that it was a family infighting. Then, Konfu Mizuko and Ma Lin told the story of the Konfu clan and the Shimazu clan competing for hegemony in southern Kyushu. Then Marin learned speechlessly that it seemed that the Shimazu clan and the Kanbu clan were fighting internally, otherwise, one side would have suppressed the other long ago. Because both sides had family infighting, no one could do anything to the other. Then, the fight between the two sides now is just a fight between two chickens. This time, Kanbu Kenjiu sent about 58 samurai to hunt down Kanbu Mizuko, which was a huge investment. You know, Kanbu Kenjiu has only more than 300 samurai under his command, and the rest are foot soldiers, recruited militia. Being killed by Marin 58 people at a time will definitely hurt Kanbu Kenjiu. Seeing that Marin was powerful, Kanbu Mizuko suddenly thought of using Marin's power to regain her ancestral fiefdom. Although there is no female lord in Japan, if Kanbu Mizuko finds a husband, Kashira Castle can also be inherited by her husband and descendants. Marin is actually very interested in helping Kanbu Mizuko regain her fiefdom. In fact, Marin feels that it is too unchallenging to regain a small city, so he should play big if he wants to play. For example, he pushed Gonfu Shuizi to the position of female daimyo. Of course, she was a female daimyo under his control. However, he had no time and no soldiers to help Gonfu Shuizi at the moment. So, Malin told Gonfu Shuizi that he could help her take back her fiefdom, but she had to wait for him to return to the country first, and then send troops to help. Mizuko Konfu had no choice but to follow Marin. She had nowhere to go now. If she went back, she would definitely be killed by Konfu Kanhisa. Only by following Marin could she be safe. When she sent people to move the supplies she brought with her when she fled to the small mourning boat she had taken, a black thing caught Marin's attention. Oh my god, isn't this kelp? Chapter 1208, Tokyo is really hot. This black surface covered with a layer of white frost is obviously the dried kelp commonly seen in the vegetable market in later generations. It seems that the origin of this thing is Japan. Mr. Ma has a good eye. This is kelp, which is also a kind of sea vegetable that we and our people often eat. It grows in the sea, and even fishermen have begun to cultivate this thing. I heard that the envoys sent by Kyoto to the Ming dynasty would also bring kelp as tribute. In fact, unlike Gonfu Shuizi, Marin also knew the source of kelp. This thing, native to the waters of Japan and Korea, is a delicious and very nutritious and healthy food, rich in iodine, alginate, mannitol and other beneficial elements for the human body. The best thing is that kelp farming does not require land, only the sea, and does not take up space. It is said that in later generations, 1 acre of kelp water surface can harvest 7 or 8,000 kilograms of kelp, and the growth period is about 6 or 7 months. Of course, that is the technology of later generations. Marin is not a coastal person in later generations, and does not know how to cultivate kelp. He only knows that kelp is cultivated on rafts or floats. Japanese fishermen of this era should understand, but the yield per mu is definitely not as exaggerated as in later generations. But anyway, the yield per mu should be 1 or 2,000 kilograms. Moreover, there are plenty of places on the ocean, so there is no need to worry about no place for breeding. Moreover, Marin actually doesn't like to eat kelp very much, and only likes one way to eat kelp, winter melon kelp soup. This soup is delicious and healthy. Marin has purchased a lot of winter melon seeds from Daming, but there is no kelp. It just so happens that he can bring some kelp back from Japan this time. In fact, the reason why Marin attaches importance to kelp is because he knows that the earliest MSG was extracted from kelp. And this is why Marin attaches importance to kelp. MSG is just an ordinary seasoning in later generations, and because MSG is easily transformed into harmful substances after overheating, it is considered unhealthy by later generations. However, when the predecessor of MSG, Ajinomoto, first appeared, it shocked the world and brought huge profits to the devils who first discovered MSG. At that time, people who bought Ajinomoto squeezed the door of the store. Of course, it is not economical to extract MSG from kelp, because only 0.2 grams of MSG can be extracted from 10 kilograms of kelp. In other words, only 20 grams of MSG can be extracted from 1 ton of kelp. But the problem is that Marin only knows that MSG can also be extracted from grains by pickling and biological fermentation, but he does not know either of these two methods. So, Marin can only use the stupid method of extracting MSG from kelp. At most, let the fishermen raise more kelp, and you can get more MSG. Besides, let alone extracting MSG, kelp itself is very delicious and a healthy food. Therefore, Marin made up his mind to bring kelp back to the North Sea Kingdom for breeding, so that kelp can become an important food for the North Sea Kingdom and a healthy food. So, Marin decided to postpone his return trip and rob fishing villages in the coastal areas of Japan, specifically robbing kelp seedlings and fishermen who can breed kelp. To this end, Marin's fleet began to sail along the coast of Japan. Marin ordered a group of men with good eyesight to constantly use telescopes to observe the passing fishing villages. Any fishing village with kelp farming rafts on the sea, Marin's fleet would stop to rob. Of course, it was not to rob money, but to rob kelp seedlings and fishermen who could farm kelp. In this way, when it came to the vicinity of Tokyo Bay in the future, Marin's fleet had looted dozens of coastal villages and captured 100 fishermen who were good at farming kelp. Moreover, in a small coastal town, Marin also sent someone to capture a blacksmith who was good at making Japanese swords, so that he could take him back to help him make Japanese swords. After all, Japanese swords are also good weapons and can be considered handicrafts. In the future Tokyo Bay, outside the current Edo Castle, Marin looted several nearby small fishing villages and simply stopped in Tokyo Bay to rest for a few days. At this time, Tokyo was still called Edo Castle, controlled by the Yasuji family of the Reiji province Musashi province. Moreover, Edo Castle was not the center of the shogunate at this time, but just a small seaside town. Therefore, although Yasuji Asayoshi, the head of the Yasuji clan of Ajidea in Edo City, was angry about Marin's bad behavior of looting everywhere in Tokyo Bay, he could do nothing about it. Why? Because although Yasuji Asayoshi had thousands of soldiers and horses, he was a powerful daimyo. However, they were all infantry. Facing Marin, who was playing tough on the sea, Yasuji Asayoshi had no way. After all, he only had a few small boats in his hands, and sending them out would be a death sentence. And Marin was bored, and from time to time he let the warships bombard Edo Castle and show off his power. Bombarding Dongyeijing, this was Marin's ideal in his previous life, and he didn't expect it to be realized in this life. The only flaw is that the people in the city at this time are only the people of the Yasuji clan of the Japanese Warring States period, not the remnants of the Japanese in later generations. Even if Edo Castle was destroyed, there would be no sense of accomplishment. Seeing Marin's fleet showing off its power in Tokyo Bay, and the Yasuji clan of Ajidea, who was much stronger than the Kushira branch of the Kanfu clan, was helpless, and Kanfu Mizuko's eyes were full of brilliance. If Ma Jun can send troops to help me, I will definitely be able to recapture Kushira Castle and beat the bastard Kanehisa Kenfuku to a pulp. Not to mention Kenfuku Mizuko's fantasy of how to deal with Kenfuku Kanehisa. Marin, on his side, took off all his clothes except his sweatshirt and blew the sea breeze on the bow of the boat. It is now the end of June, and the hottest July is about to arrive. So, the weather is still quite hot at this time. Moreover, this is Tokyo Bay. Marin felt the hot climate and suddenly remembered the Tokyo Ichiraku series in later generations. Looking back at Kenfuku Mizuko, who looked like Mr. Soichi, Marin swallowed his saliva and felt a little hot in his lower abdomen. At this time, Kenfuku Mizuko, who had finished his fantasy, realized that he had to hug Marin's thighs to succeed. So, she came to Marlin, bowed deeply, and said, Ma Jun is powerful, worthy of being a local leader. Shuizi asks Ma Jun to help Shuizi get revenge in the future. Help you get revenge in the future? Marlin was stunned and focused on the word later. It's not Marlin's fault for thinking wrongly. If it were someone else, Marin might not think wrongly. However, facing a girl who looks like Teacher Tsang-yi, Marin has watched many movies of Teacher Tsang-yi dedicating himself to art in his previous life. Even if Ganfu Shuizi is wearing clothes, Marin can always imagine the scene after teacher Tsang Yi dedicated himself to art. So, it's hard for him not to think wrongly. Seeing Marlin's eyes starting to glow green, how could Ganfu Shuizi not understand what Marin is thinking? After gritting her teeth, Kanfu Mizuko said, Mizuko understands what Ma Jun means, but Mizuko is not a fickle person. If I give myself to Ma Jun, can Ma Jun help Mizuko get revenge and give Mizuko a status? Ma Lin's brain was already overheated at this time, how could he think more? So, he nodded vigorously and said, of course I am willing to help you get revenge. Let alone revenge, what about helping you become the head of the Kanfu family? There will definitely be a status. Moreover, I hope our child can become the heir in the future. Are you serious? Kanfu Mizuko was a little surprised to hear that she could become a female daimyo and the head of the Kanfu family. You know, in Japan, women have no status. Really, I can swear. Marin originally had the idea of colonizing Japan, and it would be nice to have a spokesperson. So, he was not lying to Kanfu Mizuko. Well, I will give myself to Ma Jun now. Then, Kanfu Mizuko took Marin to the captain's room. 1,000 words omitted below. After a long while, Marin let out a long sigh and said, Tokyo is really hot. Chapter 1209 Bullwhip and Wagyu. This black surface covered with a layer of white frost is obviously the dried kelp commonly seen in the vegetable market in later generations. It seems that the origin of this thing is Japan. Ma Jun has a good eye, this is kelp, and it is also a kind of sea vegetable that we and our people often eat. It grows in the sea, and some fishermen even start to cultivate this thing. I heard that the envoys sent by Kyoto to the Ming dynasty would also bring kelp as tribute. In fact, unlike Ganfu Shuizi, Ma Lin also knew the source of kelp. This thing, native to the waters of Japan and Korea, is a delicious, nutritious and healthy food, rich in iodine, alginate, mannitol and other beneficial elements for the human body. The best thing is that kelp farming does not require land, only the sea, and does not take up space. It is said that in later generations, 1 acre of kelp water surface can harvest 7 or 8,000 kilograms of kelp, and the growth period is about 6 or 7 months. Of course, that is the technology of later generations. Marin was not a coastal person in his later generations, and he did not know how to cultivate kelp. He only knew that kelp was cultivated on floating rafts or buoys. Japanese fishermen of that time should understand, but the yield per mu is definitely not as exaggerated as in later generations. But anyway, the yield per mu should be 1 or 2,000 kilograms. Moreover, there are plenty of places on the ocean, so there is no need to worry about not having places to cultivate. Moreover, Marin actually doesn't like to eat kelp very much. He only likes one way to eat kelp, winter melon and kelp soup. This soup is delicious and healthy. Marin has purchased a lot of winter melon seeds from Daming, but there is no kelp. It just so happens that he can bring some kelp back from Japan this time. In fact, the reason why Marin attaches importance to kelp is because he knows that the earliest MSG was extracted from kelp. And this is why Marin attaches importance to kelp. MSG is just an ordinary seasoning in later generations, and because MSG is easily transformed into harmful substances after excessive heating, it is considered unhealthy by later generations. However, when the predecessor of MSG, Ajinomoto, first appeared, it shocked the world and brought huge profits to the devils who first discovered MSG. At that time, people who bought Ajinomoto squeezed the door of the store. Of course, it is not economical to extract MSG from kelp, because only 0.2 grams of MSG can be extracted from 10 kilograms of kelp. In other words, only 20 grams of MSG can be extracted from 1 ton of kelp. But the problem is that Marin only knows that MSG can also be extracted from grains by pickling and biological fermentation, but he doesn't know these two methods. So, Marin can only use the stupid method of extracting MSG from kelp. At worst, let the fishermen grow more kelp, and you can get more MSG. Moreover, without mentioning the extraction of MSG, kelp itself is very delicious and is a healthy food. Therefore, Marin made up his mind to bring kelp back to Beihai Kingdom for cultivation, making kelp an important food for Beihai Kingdom and also a healthy food. So, Marin decided to postpone his return trip and rob fishing villages in the coastal areas of Japan, specifically robbing kelp seedlings and fishermen who can cultivate kelp. To this end, Marin's fleet began to sail along the coast of Japan. Marin ordered a group of men with good eyesight to constantly observe the passing fishing villages with telescopes. Any fishing village with kelp cultivation rafts on the sea, Marin's fleet would stop to rob. Of course, it was not to rob money, but to rob kelp seedlings and fishermen who could cultivate kelp. In this way, when it came to the vicinity of Tokyo Bay in the future, Marin's fleet had robbed dozens of coastal villages and captured 100 fishermen who were good at cultivating kelp. Moreover, in a coastal town, Marin also sent people to capture a blacksmith who was good at making Japanese swords, so that he could take it back to help him make Japanese swords. After all, Japanese swords are also good weapons and can be considered as handicrafts. In the Tokyo Bay of later generations, outside the current Edo Castle, Marin looted several nearby small fishing villages and simply stopped in Tokyo Bay to rest for a few days. At this time, Tokyo was still called Edo Castle, which was controlled by the Yasuji clan of the Reiji province Musashi province. Moreover, Edo Castle was not the center of the shogunate at this time, but just a small seaside town. Therefore, although Yasuji Asayoshi, the head of the Yasuji clan of Ajidea in Edo Castle, was angry about Marin's bad behavior of looting everywhere in Tokyo Bay, he could do nothing about it. Why? Because although Yasuji Asayoshi had thousands of soldiers and horses, he was a powerful daimyo. However, they were all infantry. Facing Marin, who was bullying on the sea, Yasuji Asayoshi had no way. After all, he only had a few small boats in his hand, and sending them out would be a death sentence. And Marin was bored, and from time to time he let the warships bombard Edo Castle to show off his power. Bombarding Tokyo, this was Marin's ideal in his previous life, and he didn't expect it to be realized in this life. The only flaw is that the people in the city at this time are only the people of the Japanese warring state's daimyo Yasuji clan, not the remnants of the Japanese in later generations. Even if Edo Castle is destroyed, there is no sense of accomplishment. Seeing Marin's fleet showing off its power in Tokyo Bay, and the Ajigayatsu Yasuji clan, which is much stronger than the Kashira branch of the Kanbu clan, can't do anything, Kanbu Mizuko's eyes are full of brilliance. If Ma Jun can send troops to help me, I will definitely be able to recapture Kashira Castle and beat the bastard Kanbu Kenhisa to the ground. Not to mention Kanbu Mizuko's how to deal with Kanbu Kenhisa. Marin, on his side, took off all his clothes except for his sweatshirt and blew the sea breeze on the bow. It is now the end of June, and the hottest July is about to come. So, the weather is still quite hot at this time. Moreover, this is Tokyo Bay. Marin felt the hot climate and suddenly remembered the Tokyo Hot series in the future. Looking back at the Ganfu Shuizi who looked like Tsang-yi, Marin swallowed his saliva and felt a little hot in his lower abdomen. At this time, Ganfu Shuizi, who had finished YY, realized that she had to hold Marin's thigh to succeed. So, she came to Marin, bowed deeply, and said, Ma Jun is powerful and worthy of being a leader. Shuizi asks Ma Jun to help Shuizi get revenge in the future. Help you get revenge in the future? Marin was stunned and focused on the word later. It's not Marin's fault for thinking crookedly. If it were someone else, Marin might not think crookedly. However, facing a girl who looked like Tsang-yi, Marin had seen many of Tsang-yi's devotion to art movies in his previous life. Even if Kanfu Mizuko was wearing clothes, Marin could always imagine the scene after Soichi teacher dedicated himself to art. So it was hard for him not to think wrongly. Seeing Marin's eyes starting to glow green, how could Kanfu Mizuko not understand what Marin was thinking? After gritting her teeth, Kanfu Mizuko said, Mizuko understands what Ma Jun means, but Mizuko is not a fickle person. If I give myself to Ma Jun, can Ma Jun help Mizuko get revenge and give Mizuko a name? Marin's brain was already overheated at this time, how could he think more? So, he nodded quickly and said, of course I am willing to help you get revenge. Let alone revenge, what about helping you become the head of the Kanfu family? There is definitely a name. And, I hope our child can become the heir in the future. Are you serious? Kanfu Mizuko was also a little surprised to hear that she could become a female daimyo and the head of the Kanfu family. You know, in Japan, women have no status. Really? I swear. Marin had originally wanted to colonize Japan, and it would be nice to have a spokesperson. So, he was not lying to Kanfu Mizuko. Well, I'll give myself to Makuen right now. Then, Kanfu Mizuko took Marin to the captain's room. After a long time, Marin breathed a sigh of relief and said, Tokyo, it's really hot. Chapter 12:10, Purebred Country Bitch. Marin's action of plundering Wagyu was very smooth. He found that the Japanese farmers of this era were very honest. They hardly dared to resist and Marin's soldiers robbed them of cattle. At most, because cattle were the most important property of farmers, they were very reluctant to give them up. Since they dared not resist, these timid Japanese farmers just held the cattle legs and did not let go, and then cried desperately. After all, losing the oxen was no less than the collapse of the sky for the farmers' families. Marin has always been a person who eats soft but not hard. If these Japanese farmers violently resisted, he might suppress them bloodily. However, facing the pitiful and crying Japanese farmers, Marin was a little bit reluctant to do it. Moreover, because of their short stature, these Japanese farmers, who were generally more than 1.5 meters tall, hugged the cattle thighs and cried desperately, which made Marin have the illusion that he bullied miners. This illusion made Marin very uncomfortable, and he always felt that he was a great villain who was unforgivable. So, the soft-hearted Marin decided to give some compensation. In fact, Marin also considered that he would have to colonize Japan in the future, and he couldn't ruin his reputation and leave a bad reputation. But how to compensate these small Japanese farmers? Marin was not very happy to give money. Because his money was basically spent on the Ming dynasty, and he didn't have much in his hands. Moreover, thinking about what the descendants of these little devils did, Marin didn't want to compensate too much. Then, while thinking, Marin took a sip of water and saw the glass he drank water from. Okay, use this compensation. So, every time he robbed a wagyu, Marin would throw a glass for drinking water as compensation. If his own glass was not enough, he would use the sailor's glass water cup. Then, Marin asked Ganfu Shuizi to tell them that these glasses were precious and enough to compensate for the loss of their cattle. In fact, Marin did not lie. Because the transparent glass cups produced by Beihai Kingdom are indeed treasures in the East, also known as colored glaze. In ancient China and Japan, it was definitely not a problem to sell a glass cup for dozens of taels of silver, which was much more expensive than a plowing ox. But Marin and the sailors couldn't drink water without cups. Then, Marin and the sailors who lost their glass cups took some ordinary porcelain cups and bowls from the families whose cattle were robbed as containers for drinking water. And these families with cattle were actually considered middle class in rural Japan, and poor families had no cattle at all. So, there must be porcelain at home. These porcelain cups and bowls made of celadon or white porcelain were not precious things in the East Asian Chinese civilization circle. Each piece was generally only a few coins, at most a dozen coins. However, the sailors who robbed these porcelain cups and bowls treated them as treasures and couldn't let go. This is the difference between the East and the West. Porcelain is not rare in the East, but it is a treasure in Europe. Similarly, glass is not rare in Europe, but it is a treasure in East Asia. Then, a strange win-win situation emerged. The Japanese farmer whose oxen were robbed sold the glass cups that Marin and others used to drink water, not only recovered his losses, but also bought back the oxen, and had a lot left. The sailors who lost their glass water cups and had to rob the porcelain cups from the Japanese farmers also made money. These broken porcelains, even ordinary celadon or white porcelain cups, can be exchanged for gold coins when brought back to Europe, and can buy a lot of glass cups. Of course, Marin doesn't care about the value of these porcelains. Because he has arranged for Zhang Kai to send people to Jingdezhen to hire the master porcelain craftsmen of the official kiln who have returned home for retirement. These master porcelain craftsmen of the official kiln who have returned home for retirement are all the best in craftsmanship, equivalent to the retired 8th level workers and 7th level workers in China in later generations. Their descendants replaced them to work in the official kilns, and they were idle. But Marin knew how powerful these old guys were. In later generations, many factories were willing to rehire those retired 8th level workers. Because their craftsmanship is top-notch. Marin planned to find the Inga porcelain clay area west of the Taipei Basin, and then dig a group of top retired official kiln porcelain masters from Jingdezhen and other places, and then dig a group of young and strong craftsmen from the folk kilns, and then let those top porcelain masters guide those young and strong folk kiln craftsmen with poor skills to make ceramics in the Inga area. Blue and white porcelain is the most basic operation, and bone porcelain will be used in the future. Once successful, the Inga area will continuously provide a large number of exquisite high-end ceramics for the Beihai country. Therefore, Marin really doesn't like the ordinary celadon and white porcelain from Japan. However, others regard them as treasures. It is said that at the end of the Ming dynasty, the Dutch had to import a large number of ordinary and inferior celadon and white porcelain products without colored glaze from Japan and Vietnam because they could not obtain the qualifications for normal trade with the Ming dynasty, pretending to be Chinese porcelain, and shipped them back to Europe for high prices. Marin's deeds of robbing cattle in Matsusaka, Ise province, and Kobe, Harima province finally alarmed the local daimyo. However, those daimyo had no way to deal with it. The two families each sent dozens of samurai with hundreds of foot soldiers to fight, but they were defeated by Khan and others sent by Marin. After all, those samurai swords could not cut the plate armor worn by Khan and others, while Khan and others' maces could easily hurt those samurai. Marin had no good feelings for those vicious samurai. In the future, those who acted as pirates and brutally invaded China in later generations were basically these samurai. Therefore, Marin told Khan not to stop and to be ruthless when he saw those samurai. Then, the samurai who came to fight were either killed by maces or seriously injured and disabled, and no one was left well. The two daimyo of Ise and Harima were also scared and dared not send troops to die. Seeing that no one came to make trouble, Marin began to be picky and carefully selected strong and healthy wagyu. However, Marin's ship has a limited cargo capacity. Moreover, it is troublesome to transport cattle and horses by ship, and special fences are required. After Marin brought horses to the Ming dynasty and gave all the war horses to the Ming dynasty, there were only 100 stalls left, which were just right for keeping cattle. Therefore, Marin finally took away only the 100 healthiest wagyu cattle. Among them, 70 were bulls and only 30 were cows. In this way, Marin's plan was to use the 30 cows to continue breeding purebred wagyu cattle in the future. As for the 70 bulls, the task was heavier, because Marin would arrange for them to mate with thousands of Crimean cows to get mixed-blood wagyu cattle. Marin remembered that the Australians in later generations seemed to have used the essence of wagyu cattle and mixed Angus cattle to produce Australian wagyu cattle of the same high quality, which was also the world's top beef. However, it is said that the breeding of Australian wagyu cattle is very abnormal. They actually let the cattle drink red wine and massage them frequently, and serve the cattle like the second uncle. Marin certainly would not take such extreme methods to serve beef cattle, and people of this era were not as picky as those in later generations. People in this era can even eat shitty dark dishes, and they don't care too much about the quality of beef. After all, it's good to be able to eat beef. In fact, generally only nobles can eat beef. Therefore, being able to make a mixed-blood wagyu is considered good. How can they pursue high-quality beef? After all, the Europeans of this era are not the arrogant, hypocritical, picky, and pretentious Europeans of later generations, but just a bunch of purebred bumpkins. Chapter 12:11 Chromite were found. In fact, Marin doesn't look down on later Europeans, especially Spaniards, Portuguese and Italians. You said that Britain, France and Germany were at least the world's top powers in the last century, and they have their own pride. As for the Spaniards, Italians and Portuguese, these three countries, except for being good at football and Italians having some fashion in cars, there seems to be nothing to say about them. But inexplicably, the Spaniards and Portuguese in later generations are so proud that they always think they are superior and look down on the Chinese. But in fact, these three countries were later listed as the 5 stupid pigs. I don't know where they got the confidence to look down on others. Among them, the Spaniards are really a hopeless case. Historically, Spain had a very high starting point and dominated the Americas. It had the opportunity to become a superpower. As a result, the Spaniards managed the Americas for hundreds of years, but they did not develop as fast as the British farming on the east coast of North America. Moreover, in later generations, Latin America dominated by Hispanics did not have a truly powerful country, but made a mess of Latin America. On the contrary, countries like the United States, Canada, and Australia, which are dominated by British and German people, have become powerful countries. The Chinese are not bad either. Huaxia, Hong Kong, Taiwan, and Lijiapo are all prosperous regions. But the Hispanics and Portuguese who occupy such a rich Latin America can't make a powerful country. Don't look at Brazil's bluffing, but Brazil has a lot of problems. Many Brazilian football superstars play football desperately in order to change their fate of poverty. Otherwise, they can't get out of the slums. In fact, this is a global mystery. If you say that African blacks are not smart, maybe some people agree. But Latin American countries are all Hispanic, dominated by whites, but they are still so scum, which is really puzzling. Of course, that was the situation in the previous life. In this life, with the appearance of Marin, America has turned around. First of all, Marin plans to let the Germans occupy and develop America in the future, and then get some Chinese to assist. In this way, America's extremely rich land and abundant resources will not be wasted. Regarding the failure of Latin America to develop in the future, Marin's view is that Latin Americans are too idle, and they are too idle to do their jobs. To put it nicely, it is called passion and unrestrained, but to put it bluntly, it is just a waste of time. In the final analysis, it is still a cultural issue. Just like the old blacks in Africa, Marin does not think that the IQ of the old blacks is really hopelessly stupid, but their culture is hopelessly stupid. The culture of the old blacks is that they can do things with their hands but never use their brains, and their brains are redundant. Therefore, they obviously have brains, but they don't like to use them. Over time, they become rusty. The same is true for Latin Americans. They are not stupid, but they are used to idleness and are unwilling to think seriously. Therefore, they have fertile land and abundant resources, but they are not well developed. Science in Latin America is not as important as a football game. How did Britain rise? Newton, Watt and other great gods have been supporting it all the way. What about Germany? Gauss, Planck, Röntgen, Kepler and many others are also very numerous. Let alone the United States, you have scientists. Come to America, the Americans welcome you. China is the same. It should be pointed out that China's rise is inseparable from the restoration of the college entrance examination. After abandoning the workers, peasants and soldiers recommended by cadres and introducing talents with real talents, China began to fly like a cheat. Many so-called education experts in later generations kept criticizing the college entrance examination system, as if the college entrance examination system was unforgivable. In fact, if there is no college entrance examination system, you may not be able to go to college no matter how talented you are. Before the college entrance examination is restored, the cadre recommendation system will reappear. It doesn't matter, just get out of the way. It's useless to have talent, you have to get the master's consent. If a woman wants to go to college, she may have to sleep with him. Just like the heroine in the movie Tian Yu, filmed by Xiaolu, a hairdresser, in order to return to the city, she had to sell her body and sleep with him in various ways. If the college entrance examination is gone, this will become a helpless choice for girls who want to go to college but have no way to go. Ahem, I'm getting off track. The main point is that after robbing the Wagyu beef, Marin's fleet began to sail east. Along the way, the sea, it's all water. Marin was bored, so he had to start thinking about it and complaining in his heart. Of course, this journey was not lonely. After all, there was Ganfu Shuizi and her 4 warriors to accompany him. But Marin is a person who knows how to maintain his health and will not waste his time casually. Otherwise, he will die young. So, when he has nothing to do, Marin can only stand at the bow, looking at the vast sea, and thinking about it for a while. Finally, a few months later, the fleet approached the west coast of North America, the waters near California in later generations. Here, there is a cold current heading south, called the California Current. Marin's fleet just followed the California Current and headed south along the coast of the California Peninsula in Mexico, heading towards Panama. When it sailed near Acapulco, a famous port in Mexico in later generations, Marin's fleet encountered a storm and had to dock for a few days. Marin estimated that this place was about 300 kilometers away from Mexico City. If Marin was ruthless, he could take these 1,000 people to break through Mexico City and rob a lot of gold and silver. But Marin finally gave up this plan because he was not prepared enough. At this time, the 10 warships were already filled with various goods and seeds from the Ming dynasty. Even if Marin led the team to break through Mexico City and seized a lot of gold and silver, there was not enough cabin to load. So Marin had to give up the plan to attack Mexico City and continue to go south to Panama City with regret. In Panama City, Marin took some of the goods, including the Wagyu, off the ship, and then went by land to the Bay of Colón on the Caribbean side, and then loaded them on ships and shipped them to New York, North America. Especially tung oil, raw lacquer and copper nails, etc., are urgently needed to be shipped to Long Island, New York. On Long Island, New York, a large amount of red oak wood has been accumulated, and they have been completely dried. They are waiting for the arrival of important shipbuilding materials such as tung oil, raw lacquer and copper nails, so that they can explode the ship. Nowadays, a huge shipyard with 10 shipbuilding platforms has been built in the port of Long Island, New York. Of course, the number of skilled shipbuilding craftsmen in the shipyard is still insufficient. If the craftsmen are in place, and there are enough tung oil, raw lacquer and copper nails, 10 ships can be built at the same time. It just so happens that Liu Daxia and other Ming dynasty officials were generous this time and sent a large number of famous shipbuilding craftsmen. If a few thousand shipbuilding craftsmen were allocated, many ships could be built at the same time. However, in order to keep it secret, the ministers of the Qinglu of the Ming dynasty adopted the method of providing them in batches, and it would take several years to deliver them all. Moreover, Marin needs time to send a ship to pick up people to America, so it will take a lot of time. However, according to the intelligence before leaving for the Ming dynasty, as long as there is enough tung oil, it is still possible to start construction on 5 ships at the same time. European shipbuilding mainly uses linseed oil, which is also a drying oil, and the cost is too high. Therefore, ships have not been mass-produced. As for copper nails, Marin now has nickel steel, so nickel steel nails can be used instead of copper nails. Anyway, nickel steel nails are as resistant to seawater corrosion as copper nails. When they arrived at Colón Bay and waited for the cargo and Wagyu to be loaded, great news came from Cuba. Governor Wiltz of Moa, Cuba, finally found a chromite mine after years of exploration. Moreover, after repeated verification by Wiltz, the smelted steel proved that it was chromite. Because chromite does not rust. Wiltz spent a long time putting chromite in a high temperature and high humidity environment to verify its corrosion resistance. Then, the ship that passed through Moa to Panama brought the news over and reported it to Marin, who was passing by. Chapter 12:12 The concept of national unity. Marin was overjoyed. With ferrochrome, stainless steel could be born. Unlike nickel steel and ferrochrome, stainless steel is the steel that can truly resist corrosion from seawater. Although nickel steel and ferrochrome are also very corrosion resistant, they are only corroded very slowly, not completely corrosion resistant. Stainless steel with chromium and nickel added at the same time can ignore the corrosion of seawater to the greatest extent, allowing the iron sheet wrapped around the bottom of the ship to be used for a long time. But it is very difficult to find ferrochrome, because Marin is not very clear about its specific appearance. Laterite nickel ore is easy to find. After all, laterite nickel ore is red, very conspicuous, and relatively easy to find. The appearance of chromite is not much different from that of ordinary stones, and now prospectors do not know what chromite looks like. If they look for it by feeling, they will naturally be at a loss. Therefore, Wiltz spent several years and finally found a chromite ore. After smelting, after a long period of corrosion resistance testing, compared with the performance reference given by Marin, it was determined that it was ferrochrome. However, the scale of Cuba's chromite mines is relatively small. Like the chromite mine that Wiltz found, the total amount of ore is only about 200,000 tons. According to the smelted products, the content of chromium trioxide is less than 40%. Compared with those large mines with hundreds of millions of tons of ore, this chromite mine looks inconspicuous. But it's not bad. Because chromite itself is a rare thing. Marin remembered that a document he had read in his previous life showed that the chromite reserves in western Tibet province were 4.25 million tons, accounting for 39.4% of the national reserves. In other words, the chromite reserves in China were only more than 10 million tons. But this is no wonder, because China is a country lacking chromium. For example, the barrel of the 56 semi-automatic gun uses 50 Ba carbon steel because the country lacks special metals such as chromium and nickel. Therefore, the life of the 56 semi-automatic gun barrel is only 10,000 rounds. The Soviet barrel, chrome-plated on the inner wall of the barrel, greatly improved the ability to resist refractory corrosion, and the barrel life of the AK can reach 100,000 rounds. Moreover, the distribution of chromium reserves in the world is extremely uneven. Among them, the vast majority, about 72%, of chrome ore is in the Republic of South Africa. Then, Zimbabwe also accounts for 12%. Kazakhstan of the former Soviet Union accounts for 5%, Turkey accounts for 0.9%, and China is not even on the list. Moreover, Turkey, which only accounts for 0.9%, is an important source of ferrochrome imports for China. Otherwise, China would not be eager to win over Turkey and sell Hongqi missiles to it. You know, Turkey is a member of NATO. Similar to chrome ore resources, the distribution of nickel ore is also very uneven. For example, according to later reports, of the 81 million tons of nickel resources in the world, Australia accounts for 19 million tons, the French colony of New Caledonia accounts for 12 million tons. This is also an important reason why France has been holding on to this land and is unwilling to let go. The earliest warship Harvey armor at the end of the 19th century was obtained by Americans after surface carboizing French nickel steel. Brazil accounts for 9.1 million tons, Russia accounts for 7.9 million tons, Cuba accounts for 5.5 million tons. The remaining countries only have a fraction. China is so big, but its nickel ore resources account for less than 4% of the world's total. As a history and geography master in his previous life, Marin knew that chromite is mainly distributed in the interior of South Africa. However, that place is currently the territory of the Portuguese. Without sufficient confidence, Marin did not intend to seize it now. Wait until the time is right in the future, and then seize it together with the South African gold mine. Anyway, South Africa's chromite and recent situation are all in the northern inland area, so it is convenient to do it together. But first of all, Marin didn't quite remember what the chromite looked like, he only remembered that it seemed gray and looked like ordinary stone. He didn't graduate from prospecting, so he didn't know much about the differences between stones. Only laterite nickel ore with bright colors can be easily identified by Marin. Therefore, Wiltz, the governor who was a prospecting engineer, spent several years traveling to various areas near Moa and climbing many mountains before finally finding this chromite mine, which has a small reserve but is not small. Moreover, the most important significance of finding this chromite mine is that in the future, when looking for chromite mines, you can just take the ore of this chromite mine for comparison, which is countless times simpler. Unlike the first time to find this kind of mine, Wilts had no reference and it took him several years to find it. It's really Marin's mouth, Wilts's legs are broken. However, Marin doesn't need much stainless steel. It's mainly used to wrap the bottom of the warship, and the iron sheet is still very thin, and the amount is very limited. At most, make some weapons or decorations. After all, this is not the industrial age, and the consumption of metal is very limited. Therefore, this small chromite ore with a reserve of 200,000 tons is definitely enough for Marin to squander, even if he uses stainless steel for all guns and cannons. As for the future, Marin has already made arrangements. South Africa, the world's largest chromite ore country in gold country, must be included in the colonial system. Cuba is also inevitable, because Cuba has a lot of nickel mines. As long as there are Cuba and South Africa, stainless steel can be made as much as possible in the future. In addition, South Africa's gold reserves are too large, and it must be held in hand. You know, in later generations, South Africa messed up the country after the blacks came to power, but it was able to mix into the BRICS team and be with Boss Xi and other big guys. Isn't it because of the amazing reserves of gold? Moreover, other BRICS countries are called BRICS because the first letters of their country names are connected together, while South Africa is an authentic BRICS because they have plenty of gold. God knows why the British gave up South Africa. Even if the old Americans forced them to give up their colonies, they shouldn't throw away such a high-quality colony in South Africa. Like France, it refused to give up New Caledonia, obviously understanding the strategic value of New Caledonia's nickel mines. However, it was also the British who made a mistake at the beginning, not paying attention to the population problem. Most of South Africa is still black, how could they be willing to let Britain rule? Unlike Australia and Canada, because they are basically British, they are still British minions and younger brothers, and the head of state is still the Queen of England. So, in the final analysis, if you want to completely occupy a colony, you have to rely on your own people to control that place. As for why the United States is independent, it is because the population composition of the United States, Australia and Canada is different. Although the United States was first developed by the British, it later introduced too many immigrants from various countries, such as Germans, French, Spanish, etc., and there are many Irish people. In fact, the number of Germans exceeds that of the British. Therefore, of course, the people there are not interested in the British suzerain. Unlike Australia, New Zealand, and Canada, which are mainly British, they are unwilling to be completely independent and insist on letting the King of England be the head of state. With the lessons learned from the previous life, Marin will certainly not make the mistakes of the British again. In the future, in the core areas of his colonies, such as North America, South Africa, Cuba, etc., he must ensure the absolute majority of Germans and English people in number to avoid the influx of descendants of other countries, which may lead to disunity and rebellion. Just like South Africa, it certainly does not have a population of more than 50 million like in later generations, but at most a few million. Marin plans to drive away all the locals and drive them towards Mozambique or Botswana. Alternatively, he will capture some immigrants to Japan to lower the level of civilization in Japan. Once Japan is blackened, there will be no threat in the future. In short, core areas like South Africa must ensure the uniformity of future population composition and ethnicity. Only when everyone is one's own people will there be no centrifugal force. Chapter 12-13 Tobacco. After smelting, after a long period of corrosion resistance testing, and comparing it with the performance reference given by Marin, it was determined that it was chromite. However, the scale of Cuba's chromite mines is relatively small. Like the chromite mine found by Wilts, the total amount of ore is only about 200,000 tons. According to the smelted finished products, the content of chromium trioxide is less than 40%. Compared with those large mines with hundreds of millions of tons of ore, this chromite mine looks inconspicuous. But this is not bad. Because chromite itself is a rare thing. Marin remembered that a document he had read in his previous life showed that the chromite reserves in western Tibet province were 4.25 million tons, accounting for 39.4% of the national reserves. In other words, the chromite reserves in China are only more than 10 million tons. But this is no wonder, because China is a country short of chromium. For example, the barrel of the 56 semi-gun uses 50 Ba carbon steel because the country lacks special metals such as chromium and nickel. Therefore, the life of the 56 semi-gun barrel is only 10,000 bullets. The Soviet gun barrels, however, were chrome-plated on the inner wall, which greatly improved the ability to resist refractory corrosion. The life of the AK barrels could reach 100,000 rounds. Moreover, the distribution of chromium reserves in the world is extremely uneven. Among them, the vast majority of chromium ore is in the Republic of South Africa. Then, Zimbabwe also accounts for 12%. Kazakhstan of the former Soviet Union accounts for 5%, Turkey accounts for 0.9%, and China is not even on the list. Moreover, Turkey, which only accounts for 0.9%, is an important source of ferrochrome imports for China. Otherwise, China would not be eager to win over Turkey and sell red flag missiles to it. You know, Turkey is a member of NATO. Similar to chromium or resources, the distribution of nickel ore is also very uneven. For example, according to later reports, of the world's 81 million tons of nickel resources, Australia accounts for 19 million tons, the French colony of New Caledonia accounts for 12 million tons, Brazil accounts for 9.1 million tons, Russia accounts for 7.9 million tons, and Cuba accounts for 5.5 million tons. The remaining countries only have a fraction. China is so big, but its nickel or resources account for less than 4% of the world's total. As a history and geography master in his previous life, Marin knew that chromite ore was mainly distributed in the interior of South Africa. However, that place is currently the territory of the Portuguese. Without sufficient certainty, Marin did not intend to seize it now. When the time is right in the future, he will seize it together with the South African gold mine. Anyway, South Africa's chromite ore and recent situation are all in the northern inland area, so it is convenient to do it together. But first of all, Marin didn't quite remember what chromite ore looked like. He only remembered that it seemed gray and looked like ordinary stone. He didn't graduate from prospecting, so he didn't know the difference between stones. Only laterite nickel ore with bright colors could be easily identified by Marin. Therefore, Wiltz, the governor who was a prospecting engineer, spent several years traveling around various areas near Moa and climbing many mountains before finally finding this chromite mine, which was not large in reserves but not small either. Moreover, the most important significance of finding this chromite mine is that when you look for chromite mines in the future, you can just compare the ore of this chromite mine, which is countless times simpler. Unlike the first time he looked for this kind of mine, Wiltz had no reference and it took him several years to find it. It was really Marin who moved his mouth and Wiltz ran his legs off. However, Marin didn't need much stainless steel. It was mainly used to wrap the bottom of the warship, and the iron sheet was still very thin, and the amount was very limited. At most, make some weapons or decorations. After all, this is not the industrial age, and the consumption of metal is very limited. Therefore, this small chromite mine with a reserve of 200,000 tons is definitely enough for Marin to squander, even if he uses stainless steel for all guns and cannons. As for the future, Marin had already made arrangements. South Africa, the world's largest chromite and gold country, must be included in the colonial system. Cuba is also inevitable, because Cuba has a lot of nickel mines. As long as there are Cuba and South Africa, stainless steel can be made as much as possible in the future. In addition, South Africa's gold reserves are too large, and it must be in hand. You know, South Africa in later generations messed up the country after the blacks came to power, but it was able to mix into the BRICS team and be with Boss Xi and other big guys. Isn't it relying on the amazing reserves of gold? Moreover, other BRICS countries are called BRICS because the first letters of their country names are connected together, while South Africa is an authentic BRICS because they have a lot of gold. God knows why the British gave up South Africa. Even if the old Americans forced them to give up their colonies, they shouldn't throw away such a high-quality colony in South Africa. Like France, it refused to give up New Caledonia, and obviously understood the strategic value of New Caledonia's nickel mines. However, it was also the British who made a mistake at the beginning and did not pay attention to the population problem. Most of South Africa is still black. How can they be happy to be ruled by Britain? Unlike Australia and Canada, because they are basically of British descent, they are still British minions and younger brothers, and the head of state is still the Queen of England. So, in the final analysis, if you want to completely occupy a colony, you have to rely on your own people to control that place. As for why the United States is independent, it is because the population composition of the United States, Australia and Canada is different. Although the United States was first developed by the British, it later introduced too many immigrants from various countries, such as Germans, French, Spanish, etc., and many Irish. In fact, the number of Germans exceeds that of British. Therefore, of course, the people there are not interested in the mother country, Britain. Unlike Australia, New Zealand, and Canada, which are mainly British, they are unwilling to be completely independent and must let the King of England be the head of state. With the lessons learned in the previous life, Marin will certainly not make the mistakes of the British again. In the future, in the core areas of his colonies, he must ensure the absolute advantage of the number of Germans and English people to avoid the incompatibility of people's hearts and rebellion caused by the mixing of descendants of other countries. Chapter 12-14 Precious Wood. In addition to tea and tobacco, Marin also left Terra with a batch of banana seedlings and coconuts purchased from the Ming dynasty, asking him to arrange for planting in the Havana colony. The banana seedlings that Marin had people purchase in Guangzhou were different from those purchased in India before. Banana seeds were purchased in India, while the banana seedlings purchased in Guangzhou were bananas with degraded seeds, which were more suitable for consumption. Coconut seeds are naturally large coconuts themselves. There are small holes sprouting at the break of the coconut. In short, Marin regarded the Havana colony as a multivariety plantation. After arranging the affairs of Havana, Marin led the fleet to leave Havana Bay and continue eastward to Moa. The environment here in Moa is not very good. Compared with the beautiful mountains and waters of Havana, Moa is more like an industrial town, with smoke everywhere and the streets are a little blackened. Wiltz himself was a prospecting engineer, so he built the small town of Moa into a craftsman base. On the edge of the town, there is a large ore dressing plant specializing in washing laterite nickel ore. Fortunately, Marin was afraid of angering the local natives, so he moved the process of calcining nickel sulfide to Great Inagua Island outside the main island of Cuba. Otherwise, the foul-smelling sulfur dioxide gas emitted when calcining nickel sulfide would definitely make the local natives angry and stab them with spears. Fortunately, Marin was thoughtful and placed this heavily polluting processing step on the uninhabited Great Inagua Island, so as not to cause disputes. But after discovering the chromite ore, Wiltz built several blacksmith shops in the town to smelt and forge chromite, making the town a bit smoky. At the same time, Wiltz also discovered several small ordinary iron mines and a small copper mine during the prospecting process in the previous few years. Therefore, the small town of Moa has become a metallurgical center. What makes Marin feel a little extravagant is that Wiltz used charcoal to smelt chromite, ordinary iron and copper in Moa City. And on the edge of the forest outside Moa City, there is a large workshop specializing in burning charcoal. This large workshop actually used various high-quality woods produced in the local forest to make charcoal. When Marin went to inspect, he saw a lot of redwoods that were casually cut down and placed aside, and even sandalwood. Marin was so angry that he jumped up and down. Such a precious wood, you actually used it to make charcoal? Wiltz was stunned and said, very precious? I don't know, and I see there are a lot of them in the forest. Well, Wiltz is just a miner, don't expect him to cross the border to recognize any precious wood. So, Marin left a few people from the shipbuilders he planned to take to New York to identify these woods. The few shipbuilders that Marin left were all from Fujian, not from Nanjing Longjiang Baochuan factory. These craftsmen are also from the south and are quite adaptable to the Cuban climate. Moreover, because of their rich experience in shipbuilding, they can use their experience to distinguish the quality of wood. In this way, there will be no need to worry about Wiltz, an outsider, wasting precious wood in the future. Just like the sandalwood thrown everywhere on the ground, if the core, sandalwood, is peeled off and shipped to the Ming dynasty, it is worth 0.55 to 0.56 taels of silver per catty, which is half a gold coin. The sandalwood of a whole sandalwood tree can be exchanged for a handful of gold coins when shipped to the Ming dynasty. Marin was worrying about how to eliminate the trade deficit with the Ming dynasty. The sandalwood trees all over the ground gave Marin a huge inspiration. These trees are burned as firewood here, but when they are shipped to the Ming dynasty, which like sandalwood, they can be exchanged for a lot of money. I remember that Marin saw a news in his previous life. The mountain people in Myanmar actually used precious mahogany as firewood to cook, and burned $1 million worth of wood for a meal. In the past, Marin always felt that selling only perfume was a bit monotonous. Now, Wiltz pointed him in the direction, selling wood. Sandalwood is not popular in Europe, only Chinese people, because they like the smell of sandalwood, and Buddhist culture likes to use sandalwood to turn beads into ritual instruments, so sandalwood is very expensive in China. Honolulu in Hawaii in later generations is a famous place for producing sandalwood. Moreover, the sandalwood produced in Hawaii at that time was shipped to the Qing dynasty for sale. Because only the Chinese people are rare in sandalwood. And the Chinese population is large, so the market for sandalwood is also huge. In fact, because of the large population, the utilization rate of land in the Ming dynasty is very high, and precious wood has been almost cut down. At least, there is no precious wood in the Central Plains. Marin remembered that during the Jiajing dynasty, Jiajing wanted to build a palace. Yen Shifan, who was then the minister of the Ministry of Revenue, said that many precious woods had to be cut down in the south and transported to the capital, which was very expensive. And Yen Shifan also made a fortune by building palaces for Jiajing. If other wood is sold to the Ming dynasty, transportation may be difficult. However, it is easier to sell sandalwood. Because sandalwood is not too big. After stripping the core, it is even less in size and is easy to ship and transport. Moreover, you can also bring some South American rosewood and other types of precious mahogany ballast to the Ming dynasty, so that you can minimize the trade deficit as much as possible. The best thing is that these precious woods have no cost, just take people to the Cuban forest to watch and cut them. Of course, there must be people who know precious woods. Marin suddenly remembered that there seemed to be a lot of precious woods to be cut in the Havana colony. Moreover, in order to build the Havana colony into a plantation base, more trees were cut down there. Therefore, the Havana colony needs the guidance of experts who know wood, leaving precious woods, so that they can be brought to the Ming dynasty to exchange for silk and porcelain. So Marin asked Wilkes to dispatch a 250 class armed merchant ship exclusively owned by MOA, carrying several shipbuilders who are good at identifying wood to Havana, to help Terra select precious woods, so that those precious woods will not be burned as firewood. In order to obtain enough arable land, Havana can be said to have cut down forests on a large scale, and a large amount of wood is used to build houses or even burned as firewood. Therefore, Marin gave Terra an order: in the future, all the wood that was cut down must be checked by several Ming shipbuilding craftsmen to see if it is precious wood. And precious wood, like sandalwood, even if someone has used it to build a house, must be stripped and used for trade in the future. Anyway, there are plenty of other woods in the forest, and there is no need to waste sandalwood to build a house. Moreover, all the sandalwood in Cuba will be owned by Marin in the future, and private individuals are not allowed to keep it. And those Ming shipbuilding craftsmen will also teach a group of people to learn to identify sandalwood. Then, they will look for sandalwood everywhere, collect it and transport it to Ming for trade. Even Marin has his mind on the Hawaiian Islands. There is a Honolulu on Oahu. The reason why Honolulu is called Honolulu is that when people first came here, they found tens of thousands of sandalwood trees. Tens of thousands of sandalwood trees. Marin's eyes are full of gold coins. For these gold coins, Marin also plans to send a fleet to find Oahu, and then cut down sandalwood and transport it to Ming for trade. Moreover, Honolulu is too famous, and the Pearl Harbor incident has a huge impact. Marin thought about it and actually found the latitude and longitude of Honolulu from the depths of his memory: 21 degrees north latitude, 158 degrees west longitude. Now, Marin only needs to send a ship to find Honolulu according to the coordinates. Then, take the logging team to cut down trees, peel off the coarse sandalwood, and transport it to Ming dynasty to exchange for money and goods. Of course, in addition to sandalwood, other kinds of precious wood can also be taken to Ming dynasty to exchange for money. For example, South American rosewood, mahogany, etc., can all be used for trading. And these things can be seen everywhere in the primitive forests of Cuba. It is too cost-effective to use them to fill the trade deficit. Chapter 12:15 Secret Return to the Homeland. For some reason, there are much more precious woods in tropical areas than in temperate areas. Maybe there is no cold winter in tropical areas, which is suitable for the growth of trees all year round, making trees grow better. Marin suddenly remembered that Grenada and Panama are also tropical rainforest areas, and there are also woods. Among them, there should be a lot of precious woods, right? However, there is a shortage of manpower now, so he can only wait for the Cuban shipbuilders to bring a few apprentices to Grenada and Panama to identify precious woods. But there are too many poisonous insects and mosquitoes in the tropical rainforest of Panama, which is quite dangerous. Grenada Island, on the other hand, has no poisonous mosquitoes and insects, nor beasts, and is a safe tropical island. After arranging the collection of precious woods, Marin left Moa with 4 ships and headed north, following the east coast of North America, and first arrived at Savannah, which belongs to the subtropical region. Kovac brought hundreds of Cossacks to greet Marin and invited Marin into the newly built city of Savannah. Then, Marin listened to Kovac's work report. By listening to Kovac's report, Marin learned that in the past 2 years, with the arrival of 500 Cossacks, the Cossacks in the Savannah region have conquered a large area of territory in addition to the Savannah grassland. According to Kovac's estimate, the Savannah colony may now control an area of 6,000 to 7,000 square kilometers. However, because the Savannah grassland is surrounded by dense primeval forests, it is not conducive to the performance of the Cossack cavalry. Therefore, they only control a few thousand square kilometers of land now. If it were all grassland, it would be enough to conquer tens of thousands of square kilometers in more than 2 years. In the past 2 years, Kovac led thousands of immigrants and cut down trees desperately, but only developed more than 1,000 square kilometers of open space for planting various crops, as well as tung oil, lacquer trees and bamboo, which Marin focused on, and Mexican upland cotton. Of course, rice and winter wheat from Daming are indispensable. Marin went to inspect the cultivation bases of tung oil, lacquer trees and bamboo. Tung oil and lacquer trees are still growing, and it is not clear whether they are good or bad. After all, it takes several years for these two trees to mature and produce stably. Bamboo is amazing. It grows very fast, and after the spring rain, it quickly roots and produces a lot of new bamboo shoots. Now, outside Savannah, there are large bamboo forests, but these bamboos are very short. But Marin knows that the bamboo is ready to go. Once the time is right, the bamboo will suddenly soar and quickly become a tall plant. Marin was very happy, but he did not forget to urge Kawak to send people to carefully transplant the young bamboo plants to other places, allowing them to expand everywhere, and strive for the more the better. In addition to bamboo, Kawak also reported on the agricultural situation in Savannah. However, Savannah's agriculture is a bit unconventional. For example, the rice brought from the Ming dynasty is not well grown in Savannah. It's not that Savannah is not suitable for growing rice, but that the thousands of white immigrants here are not used to growing rice, especially they dare not go into the paddy fields barefoot. So, in desperation, Kawak simply planted 2 seasons of wheat in Savannah, 1 winter wheat and 1 spring wheat, and fought with wheat. But this did not affect the planting of Mexican upland cotton. After all, cotton is not planted in paddy fields, and those European immigrants are still used to it. Marin came to the warehouse and saw a lot of wheat and cotton piled up in the warehouse. However, because Marin was away for the past 2 years, the Savannah colony did not know how to deal with these wheat and cotton. After all, Marin once said that food should not be sold casually. Seeing the wheat in the warehouse, Marin did not care. But seeing the cotton, Marin was very happy. It happened that Marin brought several cotton spinning wheels from Songjiang Prefecture that were said to be invented by Huang Daopo, and there was a craftsman who knew how to repair and build spinning wheels. So Marin asked the craftsman to bring the spinning wheel and began to teach local women to use Huang Daopo's spinning wheel to start spinning and weaving. In addition, this craftsman also knows how to make cotton quilts by beating cotton. Excited Marin asked the craftsman to use a bow to help him play a few quilts, and also made several high-imitation military coats using a similar technique to making quilts. Of course, it was not a green labor insurance military coat, but an ordinary gray cloth military coat. After all, green dyes are also very precious in this era, so it is better to get the most ordinary gray cloth. And the white cloth is very clear when it is a little dirty, so the grayish-gray cloth military coat looks better. When playing with cotton, craftsman Lao's song couldn't help but sigh. The cotton produced here is very long, soft and smooth, and belongs to the top cotton. He has never seen such high-quality cotton. Marin thought, isn't it? This is authentic Mexican upland cotton, which is much better than the Asian cotton currently planted in Daming. In the future, China will basically plant upland cotton when planting cotton. As for the higher quality long fiber long staple cotton, it is difficult to popularize because of the high requirements for the growing environment. Seeing that Savannah is developing well, Marin didn't say anything, and left the craftsman Lao Song to guide local women to learn to use Huang Dao Po's spinning wheel and to build a new cotton spinning wheel. But Marin was a little dissatisfied with Kovac's behavior of planting 2 crops of wheat. So, Marin asked Kovac to continue to plant winter wheat. But in summer, soybeans or peanuts should be planted to obtain enough vegetable oil. After all, it is not enough for people to eat rice and flour alone, and a lot of oil and water are needed. The reason why ancient people loved big fat meat was because they lacked oil and water. Therefore, using the summer to plant soybeans or peanuts can obtain a lot of soybean oil or peanut oil. Moreover, planting soybeans can fix nitrogen and nourish the land, making the land more fertile when planting winter wheat. For this reason, Kovac specially dispatched a special ship for Savannah to follow Marin's fleet north to New York to obtain soybean seeds. After all, Marin now only has New York and Cuba to grow soybeans. But the scale of planting in Cuba is very small, and if you want enough seeds, you still have to come to New York. In New York, Marin is also very happy with the development here. New York's specialty is wheat and soybeans, needless to say. And Albert, because he loves to eat apples, actually brought a lot of apple seeds from his homeland and planted them in New York. Seeing the apple saplings in patches, Marin shook his head. To be honest, apples are really good things. Moreover, the New York area in later generations is indeed an apple-producing area. But the problem is that there is no advanced refrigeration technology in this era. After the apples grow, they can only be sold locally and cannot be transported to other places for sale. Because, after being transported to a far place, the apples will go bad. Or, you can make apple vinegar. Canned apples are also good. Marin thought. At the new shipyard in Long Island, New York, Marin asked the ship that transported tung oil and raw lacquer to move down barrels of tung oil and raw lacquer, as well as copper nails, to facilitate the shipyard's shipbuilding. Moreover, there are still a lot of tung oil and raw lacquer on the warship formation that is circling South America. With these tung oil and raw lacquer, the new shipyard in Long Island, New York, can burst the ship. After a tour in New York, Marin left New York with the fleet and made a brief stop at Cape Breton Island. Afterwards, Marin took 250 armed merchant ships and began to cross the Atlantic and return to the mainland. However, Marin did not make a big fanfare, but chose to return to the mainland secretly. The reason for this is that, firstly, Marin should have returned with Columbus' fleet, and he had not yet arrived in Europe. His early appearance would arouse suspicion. Therefore, he needed to protect the existence of the Pacific route and could not show up for the time being. Secondly, Marin wanted to take the opportunity to do something. Chapter 12:16, Murderous. Because they followed the warm current of the North Atlantic and sailed in the prevailing westerly winds, the fleet had a smooth journey and was close to the mainland in a month or so. However, Marin did not land directly in Emden, but took 4 250-class armed merchant ships to the William Naval Port in the north of Oldenburg province. It was a rarely visited military port, and it was a very hidden military port. Merchant ships and fishing boats were not allowed to approach it at ordinary times. A cordon was also set up on land, and ordinary people were strictly prohibited from crossing the line. Marin was very cautious and did not know what the situation was in the mainland now. In order to avoid drastic changes in the mainland, he first sent a ship to Williamport to inquire about the news. After discovering that there was no coup in the North Sea Kingdom, the ship flagged Marin's ship everything was safe. Then, Marin took the remaining 3 ships to the shore. Moreover, he landed in the evening. Scheer, the commander of the naval fleet in Williamport, also transferred ordinary sailors according to orders, leaving only a small number of confidants to greet Marin to avoid information leaks. When landing, Marin and his men all wore black cloaks, clearly hiding their identities. Marin and Kahn took off their cloaks only after entering the Wilhelmshaven naval headquarters. After dinner, Marin sat at the dining table and smoked a homemade cigarette, and asked, "Tell me, what happened in the country in the past 2 years?" Scheer thought for a while and said, "A lot of things happened. The first year you left, the country was very peaceful and nothing happened. However, starting from the second year, some people secretly began to spread rumors that you had been buried in the sea." Hee. Marin sneered, not surprised at all. After taking a few more puffs of the cigarette, Marin continued to ask, "Who are the people jumping around?" "It's mainly the frustrated old nobles in Bremen province who are jumping around, but they are not a big threat. I heard that some German princes secretly sent people to start winning over the generals in the army. Even France may be involved." Marin was shocked. Those frustrated nobles were just as Scheer said, and they couldn't make a big fuss even if they made trouble. However, if someone reaches out to his army, that would be a big deal. You know, most of Marin's troops were recruited from the southern German mountains, not native people. Although Marin treated them very well and gave them good treatment, that was when Marin was still there. However, under the influence of the rumor that Marin has been buried in the sea, it is hard to guarantee that someone will have a floating mind. So, Marin asked Scheer to send someone to contact Kohler overnight and ask Kohler to come to Wilhelmshaven. By the way, Scheer was also an intelligence officer under Kohler before, but he was transferred to Wilhelmshaven by Marin because he had been a captain, had naval battle experience, and was more reliable. Therefore, it was very convenient for Scheer's people to contact Kohler. After receiving the news, Kohler rushed over early the next morning, and brought with him another intelligence chief under Marin, Saul. Both of them are intelligence chiefs, but Kohler is mainly responsible for foreign intelligence collection and civilian intelligence collection, while Saul is mainly responsible for monitoring the army and officials. Knowing that Marin wanted to keep it secret, both of them were dressed up and pretended to be ordinary messengers and rode over on horseback. After seeing Marin, both of them excitedly rushed up to hug Marin. Of course, Kohler would not forget his elder brother Kahn. Seeing this, Marin first let Kohler and Kahn talk about the farewell of brothers, and then summoned Saul in the secret room. In fact, he was also worried that the two would collude to deceive him, so he would feel more at ease if he asked them separately. "Is the army okay?" Marin went straight to the point. He was too lazy to ask questions to the officials, because if the army is stable, it is better than anything else. After all, the great-grandfather said that political power comes from the barrel of a gun. Even during the very chaotic 10 years, the army did not have any major problems. Otherwise, it would have collapsed long ago. Saul frowned and said, "According to the investigation of intelligence personnel, it seems that some of the wandering knights who had joined you at the beginning have wavered in their hearts after hearing the rumors that you had an accident." In the past year, many middle-level officers from wandering knight families have been secretly contacted by outsiders. Are there any leaks? I mean, agricultural issues. You know, the secret of high agricultural yields is the foundation of the North Sea Kingdom. Maybe, there may be some leaks. Saul hesitated and said. Partial leaks? How do you say? Marin didn't understand. Saul explained, it's like this. Our senior generals are basically not shaken, but a small number of middle-level officers and some low-level officers who are not doing well may have a tendency to leak secrets. For example, the secret of high agricultural yields that you value has been leaked to the outside world. However, those middle and low-level officers who are not doing well don't know the secret of high agricultural yields very well. They only know that we have a special fertilizer that can make the land high-yielding. But the problem is that they don't know the specific formula of the fertilizer. Haha. Marin laughed. At the beginning, he specially built a fertilizer field to collect feces for centralized treatment, and also specifically required that the feces must be fermented and air-dried for several months to make the odor as low as possible. Therefore, even if many people have seen fertilizer, they may not know that there is feces in it. In addition, only a few of the most reliable people such as Kohler know the source of apatite and potassium salt. Even Kohler's confidants only know potassium salt, but not apatite. Because the potassium salt mine was bought by Kohler's people. As for the apatite mine in Leon, Western Sahara, Marin sent someone else to get it. Therefore, in the entire North Sea Kingdom, few people know all three of the specific ingredients of compound fertilizers. Even Kohler's confidants only know feces and potassium salt. However, they also know the secret that fish bones and fish viscera can replace apatite. The reason why Marin used apatite instead of fish bones and fish viscera was to keep it confidential. After all, in the whole of Europe, except for Marin and his confidants, no one knows what apatite is. So, those people who are thinking of betrayal are asking around about the composition of fertilizers? Saul nodded, yes, it is because they are asking about the composition of fertilizers that our spies have caught the clues and targeted them. How did you deal with it? It's still under study. Mainly, Schwartz believes that in your absence, stability should be the main thing, and conflicts with other countries should be avoided as much as possible. After all, if we find out about some princes, we can't just do it casually. Marin nodded, and Schwartz's approach was not wrong. It was indeed a bit unconsidered for me to leave my homeland. It was mainly because I had seen too much Ming dynasty in my previous life, and I had a heavy Ming dynasty plot in my heart, so I went to the Ming dynasty irrationally. If I am not here, it means that the country has no master, and people must be panicked. In addition, some people spread rumors maliciously, so it is not suitable to turn against others. Fortunately, because I did a good job of keeping secrets at the beginning, I didn't let the enemy succeed completely. After all, people are greedy. Those middle and lower level officers who wanted to leave would definitely not be satisfied unless they got the complete fertilizer formula. After all, the complete fertilizer formula was a very good token of loyalty. With this token of loyalty, they would definitely be reused by other princes. When Kohler and Khan came in after talking about their brotherhood, Marin ordered, gather all the spies and concentrate on dealing with the problem of agricultural secrets leaking. In addition, organize killers and be ready to assassinate nobles from other countries who have obtained some secrets, even if they are princes. Marin said murderously. Chapter 12:17, Will Parliament be restored? After giving the order, Marin suddenly remembered something and asked, did the 400 brothers who went to Texel Island with me at the beginning have any problems? Marin was very concerned about this, because the 400 old brothers who followed Marin to the barony of Texel Island knew that Marin used manure, fish bones and fish viscera as fertilizer. At that time, Marin had not yet established a fertilizer processing plant, and the 400 old brothers must have known that the manure used as fertilizer was smelly. It was not until the capture of the East Frisian county that Marin began to hide his eyes and ears and established a special fertilizer processing plant. After the treated manure was dried and weathered for a long time, the smell was very light. Adding apatite and potassium salt, it is difficult to identify. But no matter how it changes, the 400 old brothers still know that manure, fish bones and fish viscera are used as fertilizers. Xiao Er was stunned for a moment, then thought about it carefully and said, I don't think I've heard of any betrayal from those old brothers, young master. You know, those old brothers are all from poor mountain people or even serfs, and their families have all moved here, so there is basically no possibility of betrayal. And those who wavered and betrayed this time are basically those wandering knights who came to seek refuge but were not reused. You know, they all came from low-level noble families such as knights or barons, and generally their elder brothers stayed in their hometowns. Generally, only wandering knights who are doing well in the North Sea Kingdom will bring their fathers and brothers to the North Sea Kingdom. For those who are doing averagely, their fathers and brothers are still nobles in other vassal states. And this time, those vassals infiltrated the North Sea army, mainly because their fathers and brothers acted as middlemen to win them over. So that's it. Marin suddenly realized. The children of these noble families generally don't put their eggs in one basket. Often the eldest brother serves this duke, while the second brother may serve another earl. Even some brothers belong to different hostile camps. But there is no other way. Except for the eldest son who inherited the family business, the other sons of the baron and the knight had to become wandering knights and look for opportunities everywhere. It was good to be taken in by a great nobleman, and they could not be picky. Just like during the Three Kingdoms period, Zhuge Liang was in Shu, while his brother Zhuge Jin served in Dongwu. These noble children are often flexible in mind and may not be willing to work for a great noble. If the benefits of betrayal are big enough, they will not be polite. For example, this time, if they took the secret of high agricultural yield to other great nobles, they would definitely be reused. After all, these days, all the princes and nobles are super landlords. High agricultural yield is absolutely very important to them. If Marin had not kept the secret strictly and did not disclose it to others easily, and even fertilized the fields of those nobles, the fertilizer processing plant would have sent people to fertilize them and prevented the noble servants from touching the fertilizer. The secret of the fertilizer might have been leaked long ago. Thinking of this, Marin instructed Kohler, send out spies to monitor fertilizer processing plants in various places. Anyone who approaches or peeks at the fertilizer processing plants should be monitored, and then the mastermind behind the scenes should be found. Kohler shook his head and said, don't bother so much. Those wandering knights who were won over are all officers. We only need to monitor the fertilizer processing plants near the military camp and the fertilizer processing plants near their respective manors. If all fertilizer processing plants across the country are sent, there will not be enough manpower. Marin thought about it and it was right. All officers have to live in the military camp or go back to their own manors on vacation. As long as the fertilizer processing plants near the military camp and those officers' households are investigated, the goal can be achieved. Moreover, any officer who is not doing well will not be smart enough to deliberately choose a fertilizer processing plant far away from the military camp or their own land to spy on secrets. After arranging the issue of protecting agricultural secrets, Marin asked about the situation at home and in the government. There was nothing serious at Marin's home. It was said that when Angela and Felice had nothing to do, they would pull some noble ladies to the palace to play mahjong or cards to relieve boredom. Marin's previous rule prohibiting normal men from entering the backyard of the palace would not allow wild men to sneak into the palace and greet Marin. As for internal affairs, there were some problems. Mainly, some unhappy old nobles have been asking for the restoration of parliament in the past year to gain sufficient voice. In fact, the parliament of this era has nothing to do with the people. All the nobles are members of parliament, and the rich businessmen are not qualified to be members of parliament no matter how rich they are. But Marin was afraid that the parliament would cause trouble for him, so he took the opportunity to kill all the opposition nobles in the East Frisian state and abolished the parliament. Then, those old nobles, except those who were reused by Marin, were all idle at home and had nothing to do. How could these old nobles who lost power be willing to lose their original power? You know, if the members of the parliament unite, even the king will often make concessions. But Marin's reputation is too fierce, and when he is at home, these nobles dare not explode. Even in the first year that Marin came to open the local area, they did not dare to move. It was not until the rumor that Marin was killed at sea that these people dared to jump out and engage in connection. Haha, restore parliament. Marin sneered. In fact, until later generations, there were people advocating the so-called superiority of the parliamentary system. But Marin knew that the parliamentary system was not necessary. Just like in later generations, China's benevolent large intestine was a decoration for retirement, but didn't China still develop rapidly? It can be seen that this thing is really not a necessary thing. Blowing it up as a necessary thing is just a propaganda that politicians put gold on their faces. Otherwise, how to prove the rationality of their existence? In later generations, multiple political systems coexist, and everyone shamelessly brags about the advancedness of their own political systems and throws dirty water on each other. And Marin agrees with Taizong's words: no matter whether the cat is white or black, it is a good cat that can catch mice. So, who can make the people live well by promoting your paralyzed system problems is true. In fact, the existence of political parties is unnecessary. What is a party? Factionalism and party struggles are both derogatory words that describe shameless politicians. No matter which party it is, it represents the interests of a group. For example, the Conservative Party and the Liberal Party have interest groups they represent, and they will not represent the entire population. No matter who comes to power, some people will benefit and some people will suffer. This is an irreconcilable contradiction and a game of dog bite dog. Therefore, Marin, whether in his previous life or this life, has no political inclinations, and only looks at who can make the country strong. It is useless to brag louder than bragging, and good results are the real thing. Just like the Magna Carta of the United Kingdom, it seems to be very progressive and civilized in the eyes of later generations. But in the era when it was born, there was no progress at all. It was clearly the result of a dog-bite-dog relationship between the king and the nobles. The king could not bite the vicious dogs of the nobles, and was forced to sign a treaty under the city. Because, in the early days, the Magna Carta had nothing to do with the common people, and it was the parliament controlled by the nobles that benefited. And the real common people entered the parliament until the 19th century. On the contrary, the imperial examination system of China allowed common people to participate in politics very early on, and they had the opportunity to become high-level officials who dominated the world. Therefore, although China was ruled by a feudal dynasty, the society was relatively stable because of the fair imperial examination system. This kind of fairness far exceeded the civil service examination with an interview in later generations, so the society was relatively stable. The imperial examination system played an indispensable role in China's 2,000 years of feudalism. But unfortunately, Confucianism hated Moism and pitted the group of craftsmen, resulting in the severe suppression of China's scientific and technological development, and then being bullied by Europe, which had developed science and technology. Then, a bunch of people began to deny China's past, thinking that everything was wrong. But after the so-called advanced system replaced the feudal system, the hereditary system actually appeared. The most typical example is that state-owned enterprises actually have a succession system, and children can take over their parents, who knows if they are suitable for this position. Therefore, the succession and replacement system is definitely one of the important reasons for the demise of state-owned enterprises. Then, there appeared the Rainbow family, the second and third generations. In the imperial examination era, there was no family that held power for a long time. Even if it was the chief minister of the cabinet, his descendants might not be able to pass the imperial examination. If the descendants of a cabinet chief minister were not good at studying, they would decline in 2 or 3 generations. Of course, the imperial examination system itself was created to combat the aristocratic families. But the funny thing is that because of the succession and replacement system, the Rainbow family appeared later. The emergence of these aristocratic families is the same as the hereditary aristocracy. The cake of power is so big, if the aristocrats eat more, Marin will eat less. Therefore, Marin would never allow any hereditary nobles to control the parliament to fight against himself, so he would never allow the parliament to revive, and even go to great lengths to kill. But to fight against these aristocrats, Marin must also have his own team. Therefore, Marin opened schools and founded universities in order to compete with hereditary nobles by cultivating talents. Then, Marin was ready to learn from later Britain and give honors to civilians with strong abilities and great contributions, but not the kind of hereditary ones, but one person's lifelong system, like Ferguson's title. Then, use a group of honored college students and retired officers to fight against the traditional aristocracy. What if the children of the nobility want to stand out? Sure, go to college. What do you say if you can't pass the exam? As for high-scoring low ability, there are indeed, but the proportion is not large, which is better than a group of low-scoring low-ability relations. Chapter 12:18, Returning to Auric. Although Marin cared about the jumping of those nobles who had lost power, he was not very worried. Because these nobles who had lost power had no army. After Marin took control of the North Sea Kingdom, he exchanged most of the fiefs of nobles who were not his own people to the province of Bremen for centralized resettlement. At the same time, Marin also asked Kohler to arrange a large number of spies to be placed in the province of Bremen to monitor those nobles. Most importantly, Marin revised the tradition, prohibiting those nobles from having armed forces, and only allowing each family to retain 3 to 10 guards, and most of them were less than 5 guards. In addition, weapons were strictly limited, and only swords and bows were allowed to be used, and muskets and crossbows were not allowed. Therefore, even if these nobles united to rebel, they could not gather many people. Even if serfs were temporarily summoned as conscripts, at most a few thousand miscellaneous troops could be gathered. With such a force, Marin could destroy them by sending 2 phalanxes at will. Even Marin was eager for them to rebel. In this way, he could cleanse these people and save a lot of land. In general, these people are jumping around happily, but they are not a big threat. The real threat to Marin is the military problem. In addition to the problem that those middle and lower level officers may leak agricultural secrets after being won over, if those people leave, they will also take away the training methods of the North Sea Army and enhance the combat effectiveness of other princes. In the past, other princes also learned the tactics of the North Sea, but because they were blindly imitated by outsiders, the result was that they learned some forms but not the essence, and the combat effectiveness increased limitedly. But if the real North Sea officers were poached, the North Sea Army could be perfectly copied. Therefore, the problem of the army is a big problem and very fatal. After Saul's introduction, this time other princes poached people, mainly focusing on the Third Army stationed in Schleswig. Because the First and Second Army were stationed in the capital Aurich, it was heavily guarded and difficult to start. In the early days, some princes sent people here, but they were all cleared or closely monitored. Therefore, all countries basically gave up the infiltration of the First and Second Army. The Third Army stationed in Schleswig was far away from the core area and was not so heavily guarded, so it was easier to find loopholes. Therefore, many princes who were hostile to Marin swung their hose at the Third Army of Schleswig province. As for the new Sixth Army of the Ruhr province, no one took action. Why? Because most of the Sixth Army of the Ruhr province were Scottish and could not communicate. The German officers, who were a minority, were often highly valued and did not need to leave. Because the Sixth Army relied on those German officers to manage the Scottish soldiers, they were all very important. But Saul said that a few officers of the Sixth Army were still contacted. After all, the Ruhr area was a newly incorporated area and was more easily infiltrated. Unlike Aurich, the guards were too strict and difficult to start. Saul's means of surveillance were also very simple, that is, to see which of those officers had relatives from their hometowns visiting, and then send someone to monitor them. But this set was only more effective in and near the barracks. After all, Saul's intelligence forces are distributed in and around the barracks. But some people will send people to visit relatives when the officers go back to the manor on vacation, so Saul will not be able to do it. Therefore, Marin asked Kohler and Saul to cooperate with the two major agencies. Once an officer goes home for vacation, let Kohler send someone to follow up and investigate. After all, outside the barracks is the territory of Kohler's intelligence personnel. After arranging the investigation of the betrayed officers, Marin began to consider the issue of going home. Marin's team is very large, and there are hundreds of guards who came back with him, including Khan. But in order to prevent acquaintances from recognizing the flaws, Marin still let most of the guards stay in the William Harbour barracks. Because if so many people return to Aurich, they will easily be recognized by the acquaintances of these guards. Once a guard is recognized, the fact that Marin is back can no longer be hidden. After all, Marin's guards are back, and smart people can definitely guess the fact that Marin is back too. But Marin just didn't want others to know that he was back, so he left most of the guards in Port Wilhelm and only planned to take Khan and other strongest guards back. However, where to live after returning became a problem. Because, whether it was Marin, Khan, or the other guards, they could not show up. But they couldn't be away from Aurich. Otherwise, it would be inconvenient to discuss things with Kohler, Schwartz and others. For example, he is now in Port Wilhelm, which is 50 to 60 kilometers away from Aurich. If something big happens, you can't let Schwartz and Kohler go to Port Wilhelm again to ask for instructions, right? So, you still have to go back to Aurich to facilitate command. How about going to the villa in the east of the city where the master and the lady live? Kohler suggested. But Marin shook his head immediately, because this time he didn't show up, and he also planned to test his parents and brothers. He even planned to deliberately release the news of his death to observe whether his brothers had the ambition to seize the throne. Therefore, the villa in the east of the city cannot be visited, and the old Hoffman couple cannot be told. Then let's go to our house. Saul suggested. Marin still shook his head. There are many people in your house, and there are many eyes. If you are not careful, the secret will be leaked. So, it's not appropriate. Then buy a big house next to the palace and don't let others get close. When there is something, Saul, Schwartz and others will come to you to discuss things. Kohler suggested again. Marin's eyes lit up. This is a good idea, but I also miss Angela and my sons. I can't live outside forever. But I can't let people see me when I go back to the palace. Marin was a little distressed. Saul thought for a moment and suggested, I remember there is a small door on the west side of the palace, which is the passage for the royal kitchen staff and food to enter. Otherwise, we can buy a house outside that small door, and if you miss the lady and the young master, you can put on makeup and return to the palace through this small door. Marin's eyes lit up, but he quickly shook his head. there are also many people in the royal kitchen, and the news of my return might be leaked accidentally. So, it won't work. But there are also many people at other doors in the palace. And there is no door in the backyard. Unless, like the Emden Palace, there is a secret passage leading to the outside of the city. Kohler complained. Marin was immediately refreshed. Yes, a secret passage can be used. So, he quickly instructed, this is a good idea. When we go back, we will take a look at the houses next to the backyard of the palace, and then buy them. After buying them, you arrange for reliable people to dig a secret passage from that house to the designated location in the backyard of the palace. In this way, it will be convenient for me to go back to see Angela and Caesar at any time. Usually, Con and I live in that house. Kohler thought for a while, and then asked, but what reason do we have to go to that house to find you? You know, several big figures from the North Sea Kingdom gathered in an unknown small house, which must attract attention. Then, buy this house in your name and use it as an outer house. In this way, when there is something to discuss, you pretend to invite Schwartz and others to drink there. In this way, others will not notice anything. Okay, I'll do it now. Wait, arrange for me to go back to the palace first, I miss Caesar and Angela. No, there are so many people in the palace. If you go back, it will be easy for the palace maids and eunuchs to recognize you and leak the secret. Then you should quickly buy the house near the backyard of the palace, and then I will live in the house. Yes. Soon, Kohler and Sauer returned to Aurich. Then, they discussed with Schwartz how to secretly bring Marin back. Schwartz then selected reliable men to form a grain transport team to send grain to Port Wilhelm. Then, on the way back, Marin and Con were hidden in the grain transport vehicle and secretly brought back to Aurich. Chapter 12:19, Pretending to be Dead Husband. After returning to Aurich, Kohler quickly bought a large house near the northwest corner of the backyard of Aurich Palace. Originally, this was the house of a small noble who was a diehard of the Bloch family. Otherwise, he would not be qualified to be close to the palace. Moreover, the eldest son of this small noble was also serving in the army. Kohler could not force the purchase. After all, he was a diehard old servant of the Bloch family to which Lady Mary belonged, and now he was also a diehard of the Hoffman family. Therefore, Kohler and Schwartz jointly visited the owner of the house, a baron. Then, they persuaded the other party to sell the house together. The other party actually did not want to sell the house. After all, this was close to the lower end of the palace, and it could get a touch of the royal aura. But 2 of the 5 regents of the North Sea Kingdom came to the door together, and even if the other party was not happy, he had to pinch his nose and admit it. But Kohler and Schwartz did not let the other party suffer a loss. Not only did they pay a large sum of money, but they also promised to help the other party's eldest son, which was not considered a scam. Then, Kohler secretly sent Marin and Con to the vacant house. After that, Kohler invited a bunch of colleagues to drink in the new house in the name of buying a new house, so that people would know that the house was his. During the banquet, Marin and Con hid in the secret room and did not show up. After the banquet, Kohler sent many craftsmen into the mansion in the name of renovating the house. But in fact, these so-called craftsmen were all confidants selected by Schwartz and Kohler. Their task was to dig tunnels leading to the palace. And every day, these people would bring in a lot of cars loaded with wood. But when they left, these cars were actually filled with soil dug out of the tunnels. The biggest problem in digging tunnels in the city is how to dump the soil. After all, digging tunnels will dig out a lot of soil and there is no place to put it. And if a large amount of soil is transported out, it will definitely be discovered. Fortunately, Kohler is a big shot, the scene is big, and he brought in a lot of wood in the name of decoration. Moreover, in fact, when the so-called timber transport vehicles transported wood into the palace, only a few pieces of wood were horizontally placed on the top, and the bottom of the vehicles were empty, so as to avoid having no place to put too much wood. After all, this decoration was originally fake, in order to cover up the digging of tunnels and transporting soil. When the tunnel was halfway dug, Kohler came to ask for instructions, how to arrange it in the palace. After all, if you dig into the backyard of the palace without saying hello, something big will definitely happen. So, Marin asked Kohler to invite Angela to come as a guest. Because Angela is the hostess of the palace after all. And Lady Mary lives in the villa in the east of the city, and the palace must get Angela's cooperation. After Angela came to Kohler's newly bought mansion, she did not see the banquet, but was taken to the secret room. Kohler, what do you want to do? Angela suddenly became alert, thinking that Kohler wanted to control her rebellion. Kohler looked around and saw no one else, so he asked his men to forcibly take away Angela's personal maid, and then he saluted and said, "Madam, the Grand Duke is waiting for you inside." "What? Marin is back. You are not lying to me, are you? Angela didn't believe it. Kohler showed the paper written by Marin, which said, "Come in quickly." Angela saw that it was indeed Marin's handwriting, so she followed Kohler into the secret room in the backyard and saw Marin. "Dear, is it really you?" Seeing Marin, Angela rushed over excitedly. Marin just stood up from the chair and was almost thrown down. "Yes, I'm back." Marin hugged Angela gently. He knew that he had been away from home for 2 years, which must have made his wife and children very worried. So, he was also very guilty. Seeing this, Khan and several other guards knew that the two had something to say, so they saluted and left the secret room. "My dear, since you are back, why don't you go back to the palace? Why are you hiding here? You don't know that Caesar and I miss you very much, and so do Felice and the others." "Well, it's like this. I heard that there are people in the country who are spreading rumors that I am dead and are ready to make a move. So, I plan to hide first, and then deliberately spread the false news that I am dead. In this way, those restless people will jump out by themselves. At that time, I am ready to catch them all in one fell swoop." Marin said viciously. How can you be so sinister?" Angela didn't know how to evaluate Marin's behavior. Your husband has always been like this." Then, Marin picked up Angela and turned around a few times. Well, she didn't gain weight, but if her husband had been away for 2 years and didn't come back, it would be strange if she gained weight. Unless, this woman doesn't love her husband at all. Then I will bring Caesar to see you secretly. Caesar misses you so much, and often says he misses his dad. Angela suggested. During the day, Caesar was still making a fuss about wanting his dad. Marin shook his head and said cruelly, "No, you can't bring Caesar here." "Why?" Angela was puzzled. "I'm the one pretending to be dead, so it's best to keep it secret. Caesar is still a child, and I'm afraid he will accidentally let it slip after knowing the inside story. In this way, my plan will be ruined. So, don't tell him. Although I feel sad when Caesar is sad, only when Caesar is sad will others believe that something happened to me. Think about it, Caesar will be happy all day long when he sees me. By then, it will be exposed. Okay, what about Felice? Do I need to tell her?" "Don't tell Felice either, I only trust you," Marin said without blinking. Angela was really pleased to hear this, and curled up in Marin's arms like a kitten. "What about Dad and Mom?" Angela asked old Hoffman and Mrs. Mary. Marin shook his head. "I just want to know how they treat Caesar after learning that I'm dead." Marin said a little coldly. "This is the bad thing about having many sons in the family, because parents always have preferences." Marin was not worried that Mrs. Mary would not be able to figure it out, but he was afraid that old Hoffman would be confused. Moreover, he really wanted to know the choices of his brothers. Since ancient times, there has been no family affection in the royal family. In fact, he did not want to see anyone in the family be confused, but he also wanted to know if anyone was confused. After hesitating for a while, Angela asked again, "What about my father? You know, I am worried that if he doesn't know, he will force me and Felice to remarry. Especially Felice, you are gone, my father will never let her stay in Auric as a lover. Moreover, my father is also able to help Felice find a great nobleman to marry in Italy." Marin thought about it, it was really a problem. So he agreed to send a secret envoy to secretly notify his father-in-law to prevent him from making trouble. Then, Marin and Angela discussed the matter of digging a tunnel. The mansion where Marin was hiding was close to the northwest corner of the palace. The most convenient way to dig a tunnel was, of course, to make an exit in the northwest corner of the backyard of the palace. But there were some palace maids living in the northwest corner, so Angela needed to send the palace maids living here away, and then mobilized the most reliable palace maids and eunuchs to control this place to facilitate Marin's entry and exit from the palace. After discussing these things, Angela left the mansion and returned to the palace. Before leaving, Marin specifically instructed, "My dear, in order to deceive the enemy, you should not show a happy expression. You should pretend that your husband has really died. Oh, don't pinch me." Chapter 12:20 Paralyzed Face. After all, Angela had not studied at Beijing Film Academy or Shanghai Theatre Academy, nor at La Masia Academy of Film Emperors, so she was not very good at pretending. Angela has been very happy these days since she knew her husband was back. When the tunnel was dug through, when Ma Lin saw her, he saw a silly woman with a silly smile. No, it's easy for people to see the flaws. If it's not realistic, how can you lure the snake out of the hole? Ma Lin was very dissatisfied. But I'm not very good at acting," Angela said aggrievedly. Ma Lin patted his head depressedly. Fortunately, the news of his death had not been released yet, and Angela didn't need to pretend to be sad immediately. There was still time. Well, these days, I will train you and teach you how to pretend to be sad. There was no way, director Ma could only personally go out and compare the script with the actress Angela. Fortunately, it was originally his own little cabbage, so there was no greening anyone. Come on, the first scene of crying, Ma Lin died. Actors ready, action. Ma Lin made a board for himself, without a cameraman or assistant director. Angela looked at Marin innocently, my husband is right in front of me, how can I cry? Director Ma was so disappointed that he was the #1 coal boss in Europe and wanted to support the person next to him, but his understanding was too poor. What should I do if I can't cry? Angela was a little helpless. Marin gritted his teeth and said, then we can only use props. Then, Angela was put on onions and tears flowed, Marin, you bastard, I won't strangle you to death. However, when the tears flowed, Angela had no sad expression, only anger. Marin shook his head after watching it, his acting skills were too poor, much worse than those of the young actors. It seems that some strong medicine is needed. So, Marin suddenly changed his face, yelled at Angela, and then pulled Angela over and whipped her hard. This is a real whipping, not just playing around and pretending to whip and really touching. Then, Angela cried in pain, her face full of grievances. Yes, that's the feeling, remember it. Marin said excitedly. Angela rushed over angrily and wanted to bite Marin, but was stopped by Marin, we are doing business, don't make trouble. The wronged Angela had to cover her butt and looked at Marin with red eyes. Marin thought for a while and added, Angela, do you remember the days when you were hunted before we met? Angela nodded, as if she was lost in memory. Yes, recalling the desperate mood at that time. Just like now, women whose husbands have died are also full of despair. Marin succeeded, and Angela really became sad. For the next 2 days, Angela kept a sad expression. However, a new problem came. Angela was too deep into the play, sleeping with Marin, and muttering, my man is dead. My man is dead. Fuck, you are so into the play, don't get depressed. Marin was also scared. This will take several months to act, and it would not be worth it if he made his wife mentally ill. In the end, Marin gritted his teeth and gave up the plan to let Angela pretend to be sad. Since you can't pretend to be sad, then, I have to use this trick. Which trick? This is the expressionless face paralysis that the famous Shenxian Fei is good at. In addition to Shenxian Fei, in fact, many young actors often use this trick. Because this does not require any acting skills. As long as you pretend to be paralyzed, you can deal with many situations, and you are also a goddess. Moreover, the paralysis face is also suitable for women who have a dead man. After all, this expression can also represent discouragement and many functions. The most important thing is that it is not easy to get into the play, and it will not cause depression. So, Marin changed to teach Angela the paralysis face. This trick is indeed much easier than pretending to be sad and crying. Angela mastered it after learning it for a few days. Seeing that the time was almost right, Marin began to arrange the fake death. At the beginning, it was natural to convene several major legion commanders for a secret discussion. This operation will dispatch troops to fight people, and it will definitely require the cooperation of several legions, especially the 4 local legions, and it must be made clear to several legion commanders. Therefore, this time, Marin summoned the commanders of the 4 local legions to Auric for a secret discussion. As for Sakara and Sivag, who were far away in England, Marin sent them a secret letter, letting them know what was going on and not to panic. Soon, Stade, Wagner, Steindorf, and Hinks, the 4 local legion commanders, returned to Auric, and then went into the house where Marin was hiding with Schwartz under the pretext of going to Kohler's house for a drink and met Marin. Originally, Schwartz was the commander of the 1st Legion, and Stade was the commander of the 2nd Legion. But before the opportunity to attack the Principality of Guedes, Marin simply removed Schwartz and transferred Stade to be the commander of the 1st Legion. And Schwartz's arrangement is the future chief of staff. Of course, the general staff of the North Sea Kingdom has not yet been established. And Wagner, who was originally the deputy commander of the 3rd Legion, is actually more capable than Steindorf. But because Steindorf was an old man under Marin's command, and Wagner was also a wandering knight from outside, he had been suppressed. But as Wagner brought his father and elder brother, who were both knights, to the North Sea Kingdom, he cut off his other retreats and completely dispelled Marin's doubts, and finally chose him as the commander of the 2nd Legion. Marin told them straight away that he was going to pretend to be dead, and told them that if the news spread, some people in the army might be shaken, and hoped that they would pay attention to the movements of their officers, especially those wandering knight officers whose families were not in the North Sea. Marin even believed that foreign princes might try to attack the North Sea kingdom by taking advantage of the situation. Therefore, Marin asked several legion commanders to be prepared for war, and once the war broke out, they should quickly prepare for war. At the same time, in order to facilitate the monitoring of officers who might have problems, Marin also asked Steindorf and Hinks to allow Kohler to temporarily place a group of spies in 2 legions far away from Auric in the name of transfer to prevent officers from rebelling. Several people naturally nodded in agreement. After all, Marin was not really dead, but faked his death, so they didn't need to mess around. Moreover, with the military strength of the North Sea Kingdom, there is almost no opponent in the Holy Roman Empire in a one-on-one fight. As long as Marin is alive, the North Sea Kingdom will be extremely safe. Only a fool would go to someone else to follow such a powerful prince. Moreover, if the 2 legions in England were also transferred back, even if the princes of the Holy Roman Empire formed a coalition, they might not be able to defeat the North Sea Kingdom. In fact, for now, the only thing Marin is worried about is that France and the princes of the Holy Roman Empire will join forces. In that case, Marin can't bear it. Because France is too strong, it is equivalent to the combined strength of the princes of the Holy Roman Empire who are against Marin. If France can join forces with the princes, Marin is equivalent to facing 2 princes' alliances, and naturally he is a little unconfident. Therefore, this time Marin only intends to move those guys who dare to reach out, and is not ready for a full-scale war.